Hello. It's the first time I've done a live stream, so we'll see how we go. Hopefully not too bad. I've decided to do a live go at starting on Pertram. It's hard. There's very little ice to find, making it really challenging to try and get to space, and that's kind of the point. The main reason for starting this in the first place is on one of the other Keen servers. I've noticed that a lot of people buy the game, they've had it for a few days, play around in creative mode, which is great. Then they jump on the server, try to play in survival, and just get absolutely annihilated. Or they struggle with trying to get the base up and started. It is pretty difficult, but I mean, that's what makes the game great. So what I'm going to try and do is, show you how to get a starter base up in the hardest situation I could think of off the top of my head. And let's just jump in and see how we go. And down we go. Quite hard. That was fun. And looks like, yep, I'm in a crater. And my drop pod's knackered and I've got no survival kit. So I am not doing anything at the moment. So we backspace out. We really need that survival kit. That was unfortunate. I'm not joining a faction. And Pertram. Respawn. What I think might have happened there is the parachutes didn't open. Well, they didn't open that time, but it wasn't necessary, and we have landed in one piece. Oh, and by the looks of things. Nope. Okay, now, one of the other problems with this particular scenario, and I've already hurt myself, is the lack of ice means that we are not going to be able to rely on the jetpack. I've already used up a fair bit to start with there. So that is going to make it extremely difficult. I'm going to have to pretty much, whatever I build, I'm going to have to build it being able to walk up onto it. So yeah, Struggle Town. Now, if we have a look at the respawn pod as it is, we have the survival kit at the back here. This is the thing that gets you started. You hover over the little keypad here and press F, and that lets you, like, recharges your health and so on and so forth. And at the back, if we press F there on the conveyor pod, we can open up the inventory. We've got the inventory screen just here. And what we've got in here is a couple of bottles. We've got an oxygen bottle and a hydrogen bottle and some ice, which unfortunately is not going to last us too long if we use it. We also have a pistol. In the seat we have a pistol, a magazine, or 4 of them, as well as a data pad. Now the data pad's pretty handy because it'll show us where a NPC base is, which what you can do with the NPC base is trade materials, purchase materials, and so on and so forth. They've also had some missions there which can be fun to do. There's quite a wide variety of missions, but also selling materials can get you space credits, so that way you can like purchase zone chips later on if you wanted to set up a safe zone, like a shielded base sort of thing. But that's a long way from where we are now. Now we have to sit in the seat to get to the seats inventory, so we'll just take everything out of that. And if we have a look in the inventory, we right click on the data pad and we get some information here. Feel free to read. And we have a GPS for a station, so we'll go create GPS marker. Now if we go into the GPSs, we've got a few things that have popped up here which we don't really need. We don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that, but we do want that, so we'll keep that one for now. Now we don't need to hang on to the data pad anymore, so we'll just put it back. Now I don't think anybody else is running on the server at the moment, so we probably don't need to yep, I'm the only one. So we don't really need to carry the gun around with us. When there are other people on there, some of the servers, I don't know about this particular one, but some can be prone to being raided. So you might want to be careful. Like that's something that I'm going to also be working on in this, is trying to get the base up and going and get it mobile as soon as possible. Otherwise we run the very good chance of somebody coming along whilst we're not on the server and annihilating our base. It's very easy to spot from a fair way away. You can make it more inconspicuous, but the goal is to try to make something that moves as quickly as we can and get it somewhere where there's some ice. We can mine that out and away we go. Now we could try flying this for a while, but I don't think it's gonna have much fun. And the other problem with the respawn pod, or the initial respawn pod, is that when we log out, this is gonna go away. So there's a few things that we have to do to make sure that we keep our spawn location fine, unless of course it gets interfered with. So we'll run through those as well, and we'll just get a small starter base like up and going and see how we go with it. Long intro, but there's a lot to the game. Now we'll just have a quick look around. If we pull out the drill's got an ore detector on it, so we can see if there's anything notable or worth hanging around for, which doesn't look like there is going to be anything within a short distance, but that's okay. We can do a lot with very little. Yeah, it's going to be a trek to try and find anything. So what we want to do is pick a spot where, well, first off we need to dig some stone. And you're going to spend a lot of time digging stone. Now the surface layers are not ideal for it, but you just do what you can. Now you hold F whilst drilling and you automatically pick up the stone. We want to try and, well, there's not really a lot you can do to make the hole not visible from a long way away. Like, you just want to try and leave a smallish footprint, like would be a suggestion. And then we hold Alt and click the middle mouse button. It'll dump everything that we have in our inventory that can be dumped, that's not ammunition or other things like that, straight into the survival kit. And the other thing we should do with the survival kit is we need to start making gravel. That's how, like, the survival kit converts the stone into other things like iron, silicon and nickel, so that way we can manufacture the other things, like the components that we need to get the rest of the base started. And we can also go along and unlock our progression tree. Now, a lot of this stuff I'm probably gonna glaze over because it is kind of difficult to give instructions without someone asking questions, but try my best. Spend a lot of time digging. The other thing to keep in mind is that I can't just dig straight down because I can't rely on the jetpack to get me out of the hole I create, and I forgot to put stuff on production, so just chuck a bunch on there. Now, with selecting just about anything, if you want to move things across your inventory, or like if you want to move a lot of them or what have you, or you want to put on different amounts, right? You click once for one, you click control click, left click, sorry, for 10, shift left click, you get 100, control shift left click, you get 1,000. So we'll just chuck a bunch on there. The gravel is not going to be useful for us for quite some time. Pretty much not until we get to space. One of the other things that's difficult about starting on a planet is we cannot get any uranium off planets. We have to go to an asteroid to get it. So we need to get to space without that. So chuck that in there. And not all of it would go, but that's because I got distracted with something else when we were supposed to be putting gravel on the production. Now, like I said, lots of drilling. It's very grindy at the start, but it picks up. Hopefully it doesn't get too exciting with people trying to interfere with our base. The other thing that we're definitely going to need, which we might use the hydrogen bottle for, like just for an extra bit of jetpack time. This thing here, like if we put that on our inventory, it will refill our jetpack, right? We might need to fly up and have a look and see if we can spot some ore deposits, like from an altitude. And we've got an antenna over there. That's probably an NPC, and that's probably not going to cause us any grief. Hopefully. But we'll see. That's something else that might be worth doing. We'll turn off any beacons or antennas or anything that we may have to give away our position, because we don't want to be found at this stage. So we'll go into the control panel, turn the antenna off. We just have to be mindful of where we are, and we'll also make sure the beacon is off here as well. That way we're not broadcasting any signals that can be found. People will have to actually see us to like do anything to us. They won't be able to see us from any distance. Well, maybe. Okay. Cobalt is a very difficult thing to acquire earlier on. If we can find a deposit of cobalt, then we're going to be on easy street per se. And that's because you need the cobalt to make containers, large grid containers, and that's something else as well. We've got the small grids and the large grids. We're going to be focusing on building with large grids. Like, we can't keep this thing. It will get deleted anyway, but there are parts on it that we want to use. Now, we can get some metal grids out of this. If you have a look on the right there, it's got all the components of it. You've got one metal grid per. So we will need all 4 of those to make one small large grid container, which is what we're going to be putting on our starter base. But first off, we'll put some steel plate onto production. As you can see, it's made from the stone that we've put in so far. It's made gravel, iron, nickel and silicon. So if we queue up some steel plate as well, we're going to need a wind turbine. So we'll queue up some, actually, we can't use the blueprints yet, unfortunately. We have to go for the next assembler. But anyway, we do need parts for power, not that many parts for power. We'll need some of those, need some of those. Solar cells do work okay. If there's an atmosphere, wind turbines work a lot better. And that's the method that I think I'm going to go for. So, oh, we're glitching out a little bit. So we'll start laying some blocks down. Now, we are also going to want to create a drill on the base that we're going to be working out of, to plunge into the stone here and just make our life a little bit easier and get something else to do the work for us. But let's start placing some blocks. We need to get some plate first. So grab some of that and chuck that back in there. And it's just going to be going backwards and forwards, chucking stone in there. So that way we can get all the stuff we need to manufacture everything that we want. Now, I'm going to make it so that I can walk up onto this base, because, as I said, there are no jetpacks. Well, there won't be. Not until we can find a good supply of hydrogen. So if we put it up like this and we have it elevated away from the voxels, what that allows us to do is we can just build our base straight from scratch as something that we can detach and turn into a ship or a vehicle. And what I'm going to go for here is we're going to go for a rover. So that way we can drive over to a location where we can find a lot of ice. Then we can mine a lot of ice and just really go to town on it that way. Now, we'll start placing the basic blocks that we need to get a starter base up and going. We're just giving myself a little bit of room here so I can walk around, which I'll probably fall off many times and probably kill myself in the process, but we'll see how we go. Now, the basic assembler is one of the first few things that we'll need. It's only got one port on it. The yellow square is a conveyor port. Now, that's important because it allows the materials to pass from one block to another. And we need the refined materials to go into the assembler and the parts to be able to come out. Now, the next thing that we want to place down is our refinery. So we select the refinery, that's number 6 on the first toolbar. And you can see this one's got conveyor ports on both sides. They are also access ports for putting stuff in and out of. With the ports that are grayed out in the middle like that, you can access them. The ports that you can't do that with are the ones that are fully yellow. Yeah, so we leave the gap in the middle there, so that way what we can do is, if we hold control, we can change to another toolbar, and we can, if we press G, we can add the containers in. So we select the block, the container, I usually put it there because I use a lot of them, and up comes a small large grid container. We'll chuck one of those there, but we need interior plates, so we'll go down and we'll grab some of those. And we're just laying out the basic idea of what we're trying to do with the base. Whoops, put it in the wrong spot. That was a champion effort. Try again. Okay, now the other thing that we're going to need to get a good start going is we're going to need power. Now, whilst we have the jetpack, well, there's two ways we can go about it. We can make a ramp, or we can quickly try and place the wind turbine with the jetpack. We need to get that up off the ground. If we don't, then it's not going to be as effective, and we'll need more of them, which is going to take up a lot of resources. I think I might go for trying to build a ramp, because why not? I did want to make it harder for myself, so we'll see how we go with that. So we'll add in a little bit wider a platform here, so that way we can walk around it. Now, one of the problems with not being able to fly is the limited reach. It may have to get elaborate with trying to make something high enough to make the jetpack, or to make the wind turbines useful, but I'm just going to get out of the way at the moment. And now we select the wind turbine, see if we can place it. Unfortunately, we are too close, so I'm going to jetpack it. There we go. Now we need to make all the parts we need for it. Now, something else to be mindful of is that we have a very limited oxygen supply. that's problematic for us, because not only do we have to use ice to make hydrogen, we have to use the ice to make our oxygen. What we're going to do is use an air vent on a O2 tank, and we're going to use the air tank. Like, there is limited air here, which we can collect from the atmosphere and store it in an oxygen tank. So we have to set up something like that pretty quickly as well. And then the other things that we will want to do is start, like, once we've got all that stuff together, is start look at moving our survival kit onto our main grid. So we'll grind it down and move it over, so that way all our progress doesn't get removed when we log off the server. Something else I should have done at the start is set a GPS for this particular location. So to do that, go into the K menu, GPS, new from current position, and call it something. Probably unimaginative. So that way, if we do lose it, we don't have to rely on a beacon or a battery or anything like that failing on us. Or if we get logged out and our respawn pod gets deleted, then we'll be able to find ourselves or find our progress so far. It may take us a little while to get back here, but we will be able to find it. Okay, so let's get back to digging holes. Fun. Now what I do, like, I crouch and I hold F while I'm doing this. That way everything that comes out, well, not everything, but a lot of stuff that comes out makes it a lot easier to pick up. As well as crouching down, you can actually drill at the ground. It took me a little while to figure that out at first. Like, I thought I was doing something wrong. Well, I was doing something wrong. Whoops. Habit there, turn the jetpack on. I couldn't drill the ground, and I thought something was glitching out, and turns out no, I was just being incompetent. Which I'm quite good at being. Been doing a lot of talking. We're about half an hour in now, and we have not achieved much. But we will get there. And there goes the jetpack again. That is a habit I'm going to have to really get out of if this is going to work. Okay, now we also have a function called the build planner. If we go up to something with our weld tool and we right click, it says components added to build planner. Now if we right click on the basic assembler, it'll add those as well, and we also want the things for the wind turbine. We won't be able to make the things that we need for the container yet, so I'm not going to bother with that yet. We're just going to leave that as a hollow grid. I'll show you why once we've got the other two parts built. So if we hold down shift and we click the middle mouse button, it will put all the components that we need for those parts onto production. Now if we go into production tab, says that all of these things are going to be produced. Now, even though that's the first thing there, if it can't make that, then it will make the next thing along the list. So everything there is queued up, so we just need to dig a lot more stuff out of the ground. If we have a look in the middle there, it tells us the parts that, or the materials that we need for each thing. So for iron, or for the steel plate, we need, for 17 of those, we need 119 ingots of iron, and so on and so forth through those things. So lots of digging to come. But that's all set up now, so now we just dig, and then dig, and then dig, and then dig. And then once we think we're done digging, we'll dig some more. Because, yeah. Now, as much as this part of the game is frustrating, well, it's a grind, not necessarily frustrating, it's just something that you accept. Once you get past it, not so bad. I keep hitting the jetpack. I'm meaning to press C instead of X. Now, something else that is a pretty big challenge I found on Pertram when I've tried this before is there are some pretty wicked storms on this planet, and the lightning chases you. So something else that might be worth doing is getting myself underground so that way I don't get totally annihilated and die every 5 seconds. The other thing to consider is that we may need to put a roof over this, so that way the roof will get blown away, but important things like the survival kit won't. If the survival kit goes, we have to pretty much start again, and that will just make it a lot harder. And there's a good chance if that happens I will start again and not stream it, because why the hell would you want to watch the grind twice? But yeah, we'll see how we go. We'll try to not die, and we'll try to not nuke out completely. But you never know. I mean, the whole point of the game, from my perspective, is that it is really hard, but it is quite entertaining. Like, I thoroughly enjoy this game. One of the main reasons for wanting to do this is if I can help people out and understand the game better, then the game will, the servers will be maintained longer, and hopefully Keen will support it longer. There is a great community with the modding as well as other players, and the usually if you're having a major problem, the in-game chat is a good place to go to get ask a question. Even if you think it's a stupid question, it's still worth asking. I still ask questions all the time. Some people may give you a little bit of grief for it, but at the same time, you know, you take the good with the bad. Like, the internet is full of all kinds of people. So, you know, if you can't handle playing online with some people that want to just try to ruin your day to make themselves feel better, then the internet is not a very good place to be. However, I have a lot of fun. It's a game. It's not meant to be taken seriously. Yeah, you might put a lot of work into building something cool, but ultimately, all it's cost you is time, and it's just giving you a new challenge to keep going at it. And that's what's great about it. Now, as you can see, the stone that I drilling is not super dense stone. If we drill a piece out and we have a look and see how much is actually in it, there's not very much stone in it. There's two reasons for that. We're drilling through the top surface layers at the moment. When we get down into the thicker stone, it will pick up a lot faster. The other thing as well is when we get better tools, when we can get better tools, bigger chunks will start coming off, and it'll make the drilling process a lot easier. But also, preferably by that time, hope to have a little bit better a setup, get a drilling rig set up on the base, so that way we can just plunge a big drill down and put it straight into the refinery and not have to do all this by hand business. So yeah, just being mindful not to create a hole that I can't get out of. without, or a hole that I can't walk out of. That's going to be the crucial thing. Otherwise, well, at the moment it's no big deal. If I lose my tools, I'll respawn with the tools, but if I manage to get myself some better tools, I'm going to want to keep those better tools. Because it's just a pain to have to remake them all the time, or you may have limited resources. That was an odd shaped voxel there, looked like a block. Lots of digging. An interesting way I've described and had described to me this particular game is like Minecraft for adults. Like, even though on one of the other servers, I run a faction, there's a kid on there who's 12. He's doing okay. We give him a lot of help. Like showing him the ropes and stuff like that, because it can be a very complicated game. But at the same time, yeah, if you can wrap your head around how everything works, it can be very rewarding. There's a lot of principles in this game, especially if you were to get into scripting. If you wanted to get some programming skills or programming for mechatronics, the principles could be applied to that from some of the features in the game. I've seen some pretty crazy videos of contraptions people have come up with. I'm trying to pick up all the materials that I have on the build planner. I click the middle mouse button by itself and it attempts to withdraw everything I can and tells me all the stuff that I can't take out yet and carry, whether or not my inventory's full or whether or not the parts are not available. And then we just weld up what we can. If we have a look at the info box on the right there, it tells us what stuff we've, or basically our progress on the build. Now, if we have a look at the bar in the middle down the bottom there, the light blue bar just above our toolbar, it shows us that we still have stuff in our inventory. So that means that there's still things that we can try and weld up. See, we had the interior plate there and the motors. We still don't have enough, but we're getting there. We also may have had stone in there, but that lets you know that you still have stuff in your inventory. And if you've got multiple items on the build planner, then yeah, you want to try and weld everything up, otherwise you just end up walking around in circles a lot. Build planner really does help a lot with preventing from walking around in circles. I learnt it from watching Splitsy do it, and it has been a godsend. Once I saw how to do that, yeah, I've not gone back since. So yeah, definitely highly recommend using the build planner when trying to do anything in the game, because there's nothing worse than trying to put something together, fly over, think you've got all the parts, and you haven't, and then you've got to fly all the way back, and then you still have forgotten something, so on and so forth, and it's just, why am I doing this? It's like, why do I put myself through this kind of pain? It's the little things like that, I think, make the game a lot easier to play once you figure them out and you know how to do it. It saves you a lot of time, saves you a lot of headache, and as you can see, I'm struggling to drill at the moment. That's because I'm not crouched. Now if I crouch and I walk around, now we start picking up stuff. and we're starting to go downhill, and we want to make sure that we go downhill in a particular way that we can walk out without too much difficulty. Sounds repetitive, but I don't know how many times I got myself stuck in a hole and had to dig my way out. And what I may have accidentally done is picked up parts, taken them off the build planner and put them back in the container. So we may not have everything on the build planner that we need. Now, to bring up the build planner menu, or to see what we have on the build planner, we press the G key, and just down here we have build planner, and these are the items that we have queued up, and what it's got a little list there of what parts we still need for those particular things. So still a lot more digging to go. The other thing that we need to be mindful of is making sure that our survival kit doesn't run out of power. We don't want to have to rely too heavily on it to get it to do a lot of things. Otherwise the battery's going to go flat. Battery goes flat, survival kit doesn't work. If we cark it, then we've got to try and leg our way back to the base here, and that's going to suck. Now, I was all for a challenge. I don't want to make the challenge way harder than it has to be, such as repeating this whole process over again. I want to try and succeed at what I'm doing in the, you know, I accept that there's going to be struggles. That's why I chose to do it this way. But I don't have to intentionally make it harder for myself. I can try not to. But we'll see how we go with that. I'm not well known for doing things the easy way. I just do it a way that I know works. And no doubt, if you are experienced at the game, and you're watching this, you're probably thinking, geez, man, like, why don't you just do it some other way? And it's like, well, this is the way I know. And I'm open to hearing anybody else's ideas, if anybody wanted to put them forward. Like, it's how I learned. No matter what, if anybody has another idea that may work, feel free, put it in. Someone may have value to it, or like see value in it, find it useful. I'm all for helping people out and progressing the game and so on and so forth. There's a lot of things that I'm not very good at doing, like I'm not brilliant at scripting anything, but there is a pretty good modding community and people who add content into the workshop. So yeah, if you wanted a particular script in a server that allowed it, or in creative mode or something of the sort, then that would be, yeah, you could find just about anything you want, as well as other blueprints and builds and stuff like that, which we'll get into later. We try and save ourselves from having to redesign everything from scratch. So that way, if something breaks, we can easily put up a template and we just weld everything up, make everything easier for ourselves. That's kind of the goal here, is to look at the ways I've found that are easier to make the game do what I want it to do. Still digging holes. The other thing I was thinking about doing was telling some stories from the engineer's point of view, Machina style. But we'll see how we go with that. I get distracted pretty easily. But that being said, there's a lot of boring stuff that goes on with the grind here. Just sitting here digging holes can get repetitive, monotonous, and boring. But stories are also, whether they're anecdotal, true stories, or just funny stories, they pass the time, help entertain. Entertains me. I like telling stories about all the dumb, crazy stuff I've done, as well as all the dumb and crazy stuff that runs through my head. We just picked up some more materials there. Thought, oh, I'll have a look. Oh, we're flying again. That's not smart. Now, we've got enough stuff to finish off building the basic refinery, which is good, but also pointless because we don't have any power going to it at the moment. Now, the other thing that we're going to need to start with is a battery. After we've done these two, we need to get a battery up and going, and the weather's gone a bit sketchy. That is not great. But now we've got the refinery up, probably should have prioritized getting power on the station, because this will make stuff, make things pump it through a lot quicker, and we can store a lot more stuff in there. Like a lot more ore or stone or whatever. Now there are 3 different, oh, that is a pretty big storm by the look of it. Or maybe it's just, that looks crazy. Anyway, back to the hole. Now, I don't have my lights on at the moment, but I will probably turn them on. It does use a bit of power in your suit, so that may mean that we need to come back to the survival pod a bit more frequently. I mean, we're using up a fair bit of power in the suit with the drill as well anyway, but the less backwards and forwards and niggly little problems you have. And see, there's the thing I was doing again. I didn't crouch. Thinking, why am I not digging? But once we get, like, the goal is, like, always from my perspective with this game in survival, to try and get to space. I much prefer doing builds with the jetpack in survival. Like, I do a lot of creative stuff in, well, not creative mode, but like I do a lot of build designs in creative mode. I find it a little bit more interesting that way, a little bit more challenging. And but what I don't like doing is being stuck on a planet with no jetpack. It makes it very hard to think freely when you're doing it. And it is much easier to do it in space as far as like any kind of builds go, in my opinion, because you don't have to worry about gravity, so your jetpack does go empty all the time. If I'm doing any kind of building in space, I won't be carrying a hydrogen bottle, whereas on the planets I will be carrying a hydrogen bottle, because you chew up the jetpack really fast just trying to fight against gravity. Even on the moon or Titan or one of the other lighter worlds, you still go through a fair bit of hydrogen just trying to stay up in the air, and yeah, it's not much fun. Especially like if you get yourself stuck, or like you're up working high and then out goes your jetpack and down you come, and then you gotta go find your body, grab your tools out of it and start again and try and get back to what you were doing. Now the other thing that we might want to do is, we'll just have a quick look. No, we're still the only ones on the server, so it's not too much of a problem, but we will want to kill those lights if anybody else does come on. So we'll just keep an eye out for that. So that way, if there is anybody else nearby and they do go looking for us, we're going to make ourselves a little bit less noticeable, because not all players are going to be hostile. Like, there are a lot of players who like to help out other people and stuff like that. But there are a lot of players who will just take a lot of pleasure and joy in ruining your base. I've seen many times some players will just go and burn the base down just for the fun of it, rather than actually grind it for materials or whatever. And that's just because some people want to see the world burn. Now you can see some of the stones that we're picking up, they're starting to get a little bit bigger. See, like, and that's because we're getting into the denser rock now. So it'll make it a little bit quicker for us, but not enormously quicker. What we want to do is go and look for some ore deposits like iron ore, cobalt, and so on with all the materials, and we'll find that we can refine a lot faster with those in comparison to just stone. Oop, I'm putting stone in here already and not thinking. We've still got a lot of stuff that we are waiting on. Now, the reason why it was a bit pointless putting anything in that refinery to start with, I did that out of habit. But it's pointless because we have no power, so we ain't doing squat. So, yeah. We'll see what's going on with this. This might be full of a particular thing. If this, you got to keep an eye on these numbers here. If you end up with too much of a particular material in the top part, which is the intake for the survival kit or the refinery, or the assembler for that matter. Sorry, it's the assemblers or the survival kit. These are the things that needs to make other things. If this fills up completely with one particular thing, it may prevent other things from being made, so that can be problematic. I've seen people have problems with that quite a bit. What we're making a lot of is gravel, which the only thing we're really going to want that for later is for the reactor components for a nuclear reactor, and like I said before, we are not going to need that for quite some time. So anyway, we'll see if we can grab any more out. I don't think we got anything. Oh, we got a couple of things. So we'll just go and chuck down, see what we can chuck on. We still need the construction components and interior plates there. Over here we need construction components, computers, and steel plates. So the other thing that we can do to try and speed things along, because we need those construction components, we can go back to production and we can change the priority of how we want everything to be done. Now, the reason why it's got multiple things up here like this is because there was multiple components or multiple different things that we added to the build planner at the same time. We can actually just double those up like that by clicking them over. So, yeah, still banging out the stone, but we want that after we want the stone. So that way the stone gets made first as the first priority, then the next thing down the line, or whatever it can make. At least that's the theory, so we'll see how we go with it. Fun and games. Squat. It's leg day. Still more digging. And once you think you're done digging, you keep digging because you're gonna need to keep digging. This part of the game is more like the shovel simulator rather than the space engineer simulator. It's like a lot less painful though, I will have to say. We're nearly there, we nearly got power. So we're going to start really cranking stuff out. Now, the thing that we're going to have to do until we get the cargo container done is we're going to have to manually move the ingots from over here into the assembler. Which, do we have any parts for that? Nope. We need the same things. And on with the jetpack again, wasting precious fuel. Whilst we're over here, charge up our suit, get some more air. Now, the reason why these two parts are important to get up and going as quickly as you can is because there is a limited number of different things that the survival kit can produce. It can only make these components here. We need other components to make other things. Like, we also need the basic assembler to make the parts for the container, so that's why it's pretty low on the priority. Okay, now if you have a look at the progress bar there, it's got a functional line and a hack line. The functional line means that it is not completely assembled, but it's assembled enough to actually make it work. I think there's a performance cost. I'm not 100% sure of that, but now we can see we have a green light on the top of the refinery, and the refinery will start working away and turning stone into ingots and gravel, which is good news. That means that we are making progress. We are getting there. Now, this would have been a lot quicker if I had just focused and done it. I'm taking my time talking you through it, hopefully in a way that helps you out. I have helped out quite a few people over the last month or so on the other Keen server who have just bought the game and struggled with it so hard they've just wanted to go, nah, I want my money back. And I put everything into that. I get into habits pretty quick, which is not ideal. Now, if we deposit everything in there, or if you can hear it winding up barely. Actually, I think I might not turn that up actually, because the drill noise can be very irritating. The music, if you're wondering, is just YouTube Commons stuff made available for streaming. So I don't know all the authors' names off the top of my head, but I will put a list up one day of all the songs that I'm using off of the Commons if you're interested. Let me know if you're watching and you do want to know more about the music. It's just whatever was free on YouTube. Because the basic... I just did it again. I dropped the stone into the survival kit. But the more things that we have working on it at the same time, then the better off we're going to be, because we can make more stuff quicker. Something else that we could have done is we could have flown the survival pod for a limited amount of time with the thrusters that are on here, and we could have put ourselves in a better spot, but I thought, no, we'll just stick with it here and we'll just get started and see what happens. Now, we'll see if we got any. We still need more interior plates. I don't know what we needed them for. Do we need? No, we don't need them for this. But we have this functional now, which is good news. That means that if we have a look, if we go into this menu here and we have a look at the production, we've got more items that we can build. Steel tubes, large steel tubes, or small steel tubes, large steel tubes, metal grids, which we need cobalt for. As you can see in the middle there, it tells you what we need for those particular components. We also need silver for the medical components. That's why we have to salvage our survival kit, because that's needed for that. We've got power cells, so we can make a battery now. And I think I'm not sure of the bulletproof glass, but in any case, yeah, we have the detected components as well. So yeah, we've got a lot more things that we can now make, but what we have to do is we have to go over to the assembler. We want to pull out the ingots that we made from here, and this is until we get the cargo container built, and then we deposit the ingots in there using Alt middle mouse button. Now what we can do as well, like, we haven't quite finished building that, but it's functional at the moment. What we can do is we put the stuff that we need for the cargo container into the build planner. If we have a look, we need small steel tubes, metal grids. They're the two main things that we needed that we couldn't get from the survival kit. So that's a bit of a tricky thing there. So yeah, we add it to the production on there. We're not going to be able to make the metal grids, but we will salvage those from the thrusters that we have here. So because we have one thruster in each one, we got 4 thrusters. We will be able to get one cargo container out of that, and that's all we're going to need for the short term. Once we've got the base up and going and we've got all of that stuff working for us, we'll start looking at the other things that we're going to need to do, such as hunting down some cobalt ore, which we can't use the survival kit to process ores. We can only process stone in that. The basic refinery can process iron ore, silicon, cobalt, and nickel. I think, yeah, pretty sure it can only do those 4. And the other 4 ores that you get in the game is magnesium, gold, silver, platinum, 5, and uranium. I think you can do magnesium with the basic refinery as well. We'll try it out and see if we come across any. Magnesium is not going to be super critical unless we find ourselves needing a lot of ammunition for weapons. If we have to set up some turrets and stuff to stop people from raiding our base whilst we're not around, or even while we are around. If we want more bullets, we need magnesium for that. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Hopefully we can stay well hidden. At least for the meantime. This is going to eventually be quite a sizable hole. But I want to try and keep it underground as well, because as soon as you start messing with the voxels, it's visible from a fair way off. So, but the other reason why I probably want to be underground a bit is if we do manage to get something built, and there's a lightning storm, we want to be underground for that, because then we are not going to die. And also the lightning's going to chase after me. It's less likely to go for the base than it is for me. So if it's going for me, I'm underground, I'm not going to get fried, and the base is going to be a little less likely to get damaged. Hopefully, at least that's the theory. Because yeah, the lightning will chase you. It's not... the environment hostility is set to safe on this particular server, so it shouldn't be too hard, but this world is particularly difficult, I've found, for that. So yeah, chuck more stone in there, take it off crouch, we'll have a look in here. take out what we can. Dump it in here. Grab our welder. We don't want to weld the whole thing up because otherwise we won't be able to get to those ports there. But if we just weld it up a little bit each time we get stuff, we will see it cannot withdraw for metal grids. But yeah, from the survival kit there, that was manufacturing parts as well. Can't do the metal grids. We're not going to be able to do the metal grids. We're going to have to grind down those thrusters. So we'll do that now. And we've got everything else but those for the cargo container. Whoops. There we go. I had the wrong toolbar set. Now we don't want to grind down too much accidentally, so take my time with that. If you accidentally grind through something that might be important, you're going to have a bad time. So best to be careful. And also when you're using a larger or a higher tier grinder or a higher tier tools, they work a lot faster. You can accidentally tear through things that you don't mean to. But anyway, there's our cargo container. All up and running. Now this is the very basic start to a base. Now because we need air and that is a pretty high priority, we're going to have to put a way of getting air onto this. And we're also going to have to put our survival kit onto the base here as well. And that is going to be a priority. So probably what I'll do is on the top of this container, on the top port, I'm going to stick an oxygen tank, and I'll stick the survival kit just here off to the sides. That way I can get to it much easier, and also it won't despawn. But if you have a look at the survival kit, the reason why I wait until I'm ready to go with it is those medical components. I cannot refine the stuff I need for that with the basic refinery or the basic assembler, I don't think. Now also the other thing is, the reason why I've set it up this way is now I can go here and pull out components directly from the basic assembler. That's what the conveyor tube is there for. So yeah, we're moving along quite well now. So I'll grab some steel plate, and if we open up our second toolbar there, I'm going to go into the G menu, and something else that's worth noting is if you've played the game before or you played in creative mode and you haven't worked through the progression in survival, this will tell you what you need to make in what order to unlock blocks. So like to make, let's say this here is a projector, we can't do that until we've made something on this tier first that connects up to that tree, and so on and so forth all the way down. I'm probably not going to make a jukebox, but you never know. So down here you can see you've got an assembler and the industrial assembler, which effectively are the same thing. They have the same characteristics, except I found that the industrial assembler, being part of the heavy industry DLC, is a bit easier to work with because adding modules to it, such as the speed module or yield module, power efficiency module. Yield module doesn't do anything with this, but either one of those two modules that do have a use for it, you can put all four on there quite easily, whereas it's a little bit more of a pain in the ass with this one. But this one is a bit smaller. It's, well, half the size. So if you are pressed for space or something like that, this one might be easy to fit in, so it's still useful. This is the one out of the basic pack. I don't have the Warfare 2 DLC, but I'm sure that there are a lot of good features in that. Most of the changes are cosmetic, but that is one that I've noticed that is not cosmetic. It is much easier to use the industrial assembler I've found at least anyway. And it does look pretty cool. Takes up more space though. Now, there are a few things that we're going to need early on. Like if we wanted to put doors on something, we can't put doors until we build an interior wall. There's a lot of things that the interior wall is the first thing that you'll need to make for. But we're not going for aesthetics, we're going for functionality first. If we wanted ladders or stairs, then interior wall is going to be something that we'd have to do. And ladders could be potentially very useful to us if we want to make things look a bit prettier or whatever. But at the moment, I think we'll just go with the angle blocks. So yeah, that's the basic rundown on the progression tree. If you can't figure out why, when you're in the blocks thing here, this will only show you the stuff that you can select to build with, like that you have unlocked. So that's something to bear in mind. If you can't find it here, or you go to type it in here, so we want the survival kit, right there it is. That way I don't have to hunt around for it. I'm just going to chuck it over here because it's not something I'm going to use very often and will probably get deleted. But I just stick things where I think they're going to be the most useful at any given time. There's not... Everybody comes up with their own way of doing things. And I'm running out of juice. So we'll power back up. Something else that we're going to have to put down sooner rather than later is a battery. Probably should do that first. So now we've got a basic assembler up. Something that makes life a lot easier in the production menu is if we want all the things for... Oh, we can't do that from this one. That's only from the next one. Oh. Never mind, we'll cover that later once we've got the full assembler down. So, now this is not going to do us much good if the wind stops blowing. So, we're going to want to stick a battery down. So we'll get some more steel plates, which we don't have any in there. The other thing we want to do is move everything over from this. So double clicking just sends it into the inventory that you previously had. We don't need the gravel, but what we'll do is we'll just chuck the gravel on the ground. Like I said, gravel is going to be a pain in the backside for us. And we'll just chuck everything that we've pulled out of there into there. We can take out the stone as well as the ingots, and we'll just try to keep the power drain at a minimum there. Oh, sneeze. All right. Now, do we have... Yes, we do have some steel plate. So now, if we go into the 2 menu again, we're going to need the battery. So we go into G and select battery. Battery also, you may place a lot of batteries, but you may not place those. You probably won't place those batteries that frequently. Like once you've got yourself figured out, then you'll fall off stuff. So yeah, just put it down somewhere where it's going to be out of the way. We'll add that to the build planner and we'll just chuck it in. Now we can still reach this from where it is there, so that's not an issue, which is good news. But it is going to require 80 power cells. That's problematic, because they take a long time to make. Now the batteries, what it's going to do is make sure that we don't lose power overnight, or when we don't, or if we're running solar power overnight, or when the wind turbine runs out. Anyway, I'm going to pause for a moment. And we're back. Oh, there we go. Turn the thing back on. There we go. So, yeah. If you are watching this, please tell me what you think. I have no idea what this sounds like, whether the mix is any good or anything like that. Or whether or not you have any criticism. If you are going to type anything down there, please be mindful of other people that may be reading. not everybody needs to hear what cryptocurrency is better than others, because that's not what this is about. This is about digging space holes on alien planets and having some fun trying to make some cool things. And also, if someone does say something that you think is a stupid question, that's not really fair to say or to rip into them about. If they don't know, then they don't know. I'll answer the same question as many times as I get asked it. Like, there's no such thing as common sense, I've learnt. Common sense is based on common experience, and if you've never played the game before, how would you know? Now, this is not going to be the prettiest looking base to start with, but it is going to be minimally functional. It's going to do everything we need to give ourselves the best opportunity to not die. Although when we log out, we are going to probably die. So if we do manage to find the things that we need for better tools, then what we will want to do is to make sure that we don't keep those tools on our character inventory whilst we are offline. Otherwise, we will die whilst we're offline because the game goes on. And we don't want to lose those tools at this stage of the game anyway, if we manage to come across better stuff, whether it be in an unknown signal, which I'm not going to be able to get there by running, but we might be able to get better tools out of that, or we might be able to get some space credits or some different suits and whatnot. I don't even know whether or not I'm in what suit I'm wearing. Doom Guy suit. Yes.
Inventory full.
Now, what we could do with the survival pod is turn it into a small grid rover and whack a drill on it and use that for picking up stuff, but it is not the best way to go about it. One of the other limitations of this particular server is we have things called performance cost units. We have 20,000 of them, which when you're starting out seems like a lot. When you hit it, it's a pain. And large grid and small grid both take up the same PCU, I think, for the same components, but there's much less functionality in the small grid stuff. That's why, one of the reasons why I'm going for the large grid here. I'm going to make a large grid rover. I'm going to try to get that up and going as the priority in comparison to making that thing into something. But yeah, the smarter thing to do, in my opinion, is to offer one of these ports here, run a conveyor tube, a drill with a piston, so that way you can just plunge into the dirt and feed it in straight into all of this stuff. But yeah, priority at the moment, try not to die. So we need to make the I don't want to die stuff. Then we can work on making the mobility stuff. Well, also the refined stuff quicker aspect of it. One of the other limitations on this particular server is you can only have 5 of each of the block tools. So 5 block grinders, drills, and welders. Which is, in survival, that is a very big limitation, because, you know, once you can build drills easily, yeah, you could stick a lot of drills all down and save yourself a lot of time drilling stuff out. But the limitation of this particular server with that, it does make it, you have to be a lot more, well, there's a lot more work involved, which is one of the reasons why I like this server, as well as the other Keen server. It's those challenges make it a little bit harder for yourself and make the game a little bit more interesting. Because, yeah, if it was too easy, it wouldn't be as engaging, in my opinion. There's something else that well, when we get to actually running pistons and hinges and all sorts of other moving parts, we'll run over it. But yeah, there's a few other limitations on the server that make it hard. One of those being the shared inertia tensor on the moving parts. I'm not 100% sure about this particular one, but on the other Keen server I've been playing on, yeah, that makes for some pretty interesting moments. If you put too many pistons and stuff together, they all fight against each other, and you just have a right time of it, and you'll end up with things destroying themselves, and getting donated to the Church of Clang, which is entertaining to watch, but it's unfortunate if you've been working on something for a while and it just turns out it doesn't want to work. Clang says no. Yeah, I've seen some pretty epic fails from other people being over ambitious with pistons and drills and banging their head against the wall trying to figure out what's going on. It worked in creative, so on and so forth, and it was as simple as it's never going to work because you can't share the inertia tensor. Wrong key. And it's little things like that, like when picking a server to play on, have a look and see what the server settings are before you get on there, so that way you know what rules you're working with. It's how I picked playing this particular server. It's like this was going to be particularly challenging for those particular reasons. So, and the other reason why I picked it is because it's a well-maintained server, it's got good reliability, and other reasons like that. So that way, if I do want to get, or spend a bit of time in it and really focus on playing the game as best in a particular scenario that I've set for myself that I can, I don't want to have to worry about whether or not it's going to get wiped, or if it's someone's private server that's open to the public, they can just pull the pin on it or change the rules at any stage. That has happened to a friend of mine before. He was playing on a server and someone decided, nah, we're going to do this now, and because he was the administrator, he decided to go and change stuff up. And I don't like playing with rules that can change at the whim of a tyrant, which is good about this because it is what it is. Everybody plays to the same rules. It's fair. It may be difficult, but it's fair. I've never understood people whinging about the PCU limit. Everybody has the same struggle with the limits. Some people have found some ways around it, like by using multiple accounts, and that's fair enough. Like, they're paying for the game twice, which I think in some ways is a good thing. It means that they're supporting the software manufacturers, and that means that they can maintain the game for me, as well as everybody else that likes playing the game, and it'll last longer and improve. I mean, the most recent update was the Most Wanted update, came out a little while ago, and it was a whole bunch of new blocks added. There's a standard pack for the game. It was free, like more or less an update rather than a DLC. which is good. It was free insofar as all the DLC blocks that you have access to that were changed were added into the game as well, or added into the most wanted thing. But so if you don't have the paid DLC, then you don't get it. But otherwise, the most wanted stuff was free, which is good. It means that you've got like some extra blocks which make it a little bit easier to do some things, like angled railing. There was a whole bunch of half blocks and stuff like that for both large and small grid, which makes life a lot easier for trying to get particular shapes. Sometimes trying to get a particular shape out of the blocks that were available before was very challenging, and it's like you'd have something in mind and it was just damn near impossible, if not impossible, to actually do. So there's a lot more options available to it now, which I think is great. Trying to manage all your choices is actually one of the more difficult things. Now, if you have a look at the toolbar, just as an idea, on your toolbar, you've got 9 different toolbars you can select from. If you hold down Control and 1 through 9, so yeah, you've got 81 different blocks you can put on there to select from. You can change them in and out whenever you want, but you put the ones that you frequently use on there. And I find myself running out of space on that toolbar all the time, and that can be frustrating. But, you know, everybody has their own individual quirks. That's one of mine. The other thing that you'll find is that as you go through, you will find ways to set up your toolbars that work good for you. The other thing as well is like sitting in the cockpit, for example. Like, even though we're not going to be able to get any functionality out of the seat, as a passenger seat, we've also got a different toolbar thing going on. All my tools have gone away, and that's because I can assign different functions to the particular ship that I'm on to that toolbar there, and I can do 9 different things there as well. So, I mean, you can even use a ship to build stuff as well if you wanted to, which can be handy. Like I've seen some interesting videos on people's methods of doing things where they are in a very difficult kind of scenario they've created for themselves, intentionally trying to find new challenges to the game and whatnot, and make things hard for yourself, or scenarios that are difficult. Okay, let's see where we're at with making stuff. Whoop, flying again. That's less than ideal. Okay. It still wants the metal grids for the container. Now, if we go back to the G menu, we still got the parts for the container on there, and that's going to bug us like until we either collect them all, or if we go down here, we can right click on that and remove it. The other thing that we can do is if we want the parts, we can just add to the build planner from the G menu here. So if we double click, or sorry, if we select the block we want and we click add there, and we've added a light armor block to the build planner. That doesn't mean we're going to make the parts up. That just means that we can go and automatically add them the same way that we were before with the middle mouse button. Shift middle mouse button to add the parts, middle mouse button by itself to collect the parts out. So let's see what we're still needing 80 power cells, and what are we waiting for with those? Let's have a look. Oh, it's making them up. It's just very, very slow, and that's what I was talking about. The power cells will take an eternity and then a week. But we just keep drilling in the meantime. It's pretty much our redundant default go-to action. to try and get multiple things going on at the same time. So whilst we're sitting here drilling, we want to keep our equipment working for us. So we've got the parts being made, as well as the stone being refined. And what we'll end up finding is that the stone is going to be being refined faster than we can drill it out with the tool that we have. And that's the other reason why we want to start looking at some better ways of going about it, because it doesn't matter how fast we can use this tool or what have you, we are still going to be smashing through this stone faster than we can put it in there. And we want to get through this part as painlessly as possible. As you can see, we're already making a sizable hole in it. Oh. Still got to get the crouch thing going on. But yeah, it is pretty important that we get that battery up, so that way we don't end up with our survival kit being out of power whilst we're not here or not online. So yeah, what's that, 45 to go? Keep digging. Like I said, you dig, and then when you think you're done digging, you dig some more. One of the other things that you can do, if you do want to go and play your own, like create your own server, something I found to be an interesting challenge is, like in vanilla, is adding spiders and wolves. They make it very difficult, especially if you up the environment hostility. Like, because the environment hostility set to safe, the weather is not as severe, so we haven't been struck by lightning yet. If you bumped it up a couple notches, you are going to have a real time of it. You're going to end up with spiders coming out of the ground all over the place trying to kill ya, lightning trying to kill ya, sandstorms trying to kill ya. Yeah, a real challenge. This thing here, the biggest threat would be if, we get found by a player that wants to raid us. They can wipe out all the work that we've done in next to no time. Then we'd have to worry about lightning strikes or something like that. I think that, yeah, someone else finding us, although finding us on Pertram's probably not going to be something that will happen as frequently, but you never know. When those unknown signals pop up, they might give you items, but they will also give away your location to other people, because other people can see them and try and get them as well. They will spawn within a certain proximity of your character, which can give someone a way of finding you. They can go and search you out, which could be good, could be bad. If they are of ill intent, then they're gonna search you out just to ruin your day. So yeah, that is probably one of the biggest threats, especially when you're in a vulnerable spot like this. Like, we've got next to nothing set up. And the problem with that is, yeah, we've got no way to defend ourselves other than to run and hide. And once our survival kit goes, then we're back to square one. Which is on the other server. The last couple of weeks, it has been pretty brutal with new players just getting annihilated straight off the bat. The moon is a pretty sketchy place to start, and so is Titan. Because they're actually relatively easy starts, a lot of people will go there. There's a lot of materials that are easy to get, a lot of ore deposits and stuff like that that are pretty easy to find. Ices are plenty, so you can run hydrogen and generators and stuff like that, or hydrogen engines to generate electricity, and so people will tend to go there. And the unfortunate thing about that is it makes them an easy target when they're first starting out. And if you're not particularly good at playing the game, what you end up with is a situation where you may just be first playing a game, struggling away at it, you get something finally working, then along comes a raider. And they'll just go to town on you. They'll tear you to pieces and literally, potentially ruin your day. And yeah, I think that's unfortunate. I don't like doing that to other people. If I see raiders going and messing around, we go and have some fun with them. Like, got a pretty good faction set up on the other server. I didn't mean to do that, I meant to do that. Charge up my battery. Let's see if we put anything in there. I don't think I did. Oh no, I did. Now you can run both the survival kit and, like, once we've got the survival kit on the other thing, we can actually get that to refine stone for us. There is a little bit more of an efficiency doing it that way, but the ease of just chucking everything in there and letting it sort itself out, that's my preferred way of doing it. I don't like to think too hard about things. That's why some scripts are really good if you're on a server that enables scripting, or you're in creative mode or something like that. Something that's very good is a particular script I like a lot is Izzy's Inventory Manager. Check it out on the workshop. Like, it's brilliant. The person who created it really did a good job with it, and it helps to organize all your materials and stuff like that when you've got a lot of cargo containers and all sorts of other stuff all over the base. It helps to manage everything and keep everything together, so that way you don't have a million different places where you've got steel plate or something like that. So that's, yeah, definitely worth having a go at, checking out some of those other cool scripts that are available. There's a lot of other cool scripts that like they'll show you your or with Izzy's Inventory Manager, you can also put that up on an LCD screen. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. Just trying to get a friend of mine to show me how to do it, because I was struggling with it a little bit. Like I said, not brilliant at the scripting bit. Like, I need to see it done first. More of a monkey see, monkey do kind of person. Because the way I figure it with that as well, like, I think, well, that's how we learn as a species. We have a look and see what other people have done, and if they can do it, there's no reason why I can't do it, as long as it's within my physical capabilities and I can sit here and play a video game. As can just about anybody else, unless of course you're in the unfortunate situation where you've got no hands, and you might have to do something a little bit more creative with it, but no doubt there would be a solution if you were so inclined. What is it? Jack Sparrow said, "The problem's not the problem's the attitude towards the problem." which I think is pretty apt in a lot of circumstances. Okay, let's see if we've got everything we need for our batteries. Why are we not making power cells? Oh, I needed to double click on it for some odd reason. We still, oh no, we did pick up all of them. Oh no, we didn't. We were welding up the assembler. Okay, more batteries. There we go. Now all the hippies can be happy, all the Greta fans, because we are green. Even though we're a bit of a mining outfit. Okay, now we've got that bit sussed out. Something else that we're going to have to do is work on an O2 supply, which would probably be wise to do that prior to the moving the survival kit, because that's where we're getting our oxygen refilled from. It's still using that little bit of ice that was in the kit when we landed here. But we have a way around that, so we'll go into the third. I like to put it into the third toolbar. That's my preference. Now, if we go for oxygen tank, I think is the first thing we're going to need. Oh no, that's an oxygen farm. I've never had much luck with those. Okay, we'll go here and we'll have a look for the oxygen tank. We might need to make an O2H2 generator first. So, hang on. Or do we? Yes, we do. So we're going to have to make this thing that we can't use before we can make the tank. Yeah, and we can't make any of the tanks yet. So we can't make a hydrogen tank yet neither, or the hydrogen engine, which is not going to be of much use to us. So unfortunately, we have to make this thing first. We're probably not going to keep it at the moment. We'll definitely be using it later. But at this stage of the game, we don't need it because we've got nowhere to get ice from. So, did I put that on production? What have I got on production? Yep. Okay. So we're just waiting on it making steel plates now because we already had some of that stuff backlogged. So we need 73, I think it is. Or I think it said. I wasn't paying that close attention to it. So we keep digging. Now, not moving the survival kit yet because of the oxygen problem. We need to get an O2 tank and an air vent. We're going to do a little bit of a trick with the air vent. We're going to use it to collect air for us, and I'll show you how to do that. The main goal here is to try and get us to a stage that our survival kit is going to survive, even though we are not going to survive. I will die when I log out because I won't be able to maintain it because I don't have a cryopod or a safe oxygenated environment because my player still breathes whilst I am not logged on. That's something else about live servers that you need to take into account. Is that you will die when you're not on the server if you don't make it so that you're not gonna die. Now, as you can see there, it said blocks were unlocked when I built that. Every time you build something that is part of the progression, or something that has other things that makes it available, such as the oxygen tank, that little thing will come up and let you know. So we want to put the oxygen tank on top of that. So we go to our third thing, we go G, and now we type oxygen tank. And I like to select this one with the plus, rather than have to go through. If we just type in tank, we've got the oxygen tank, hydrogen tank. Whether they're big or small, it doesn't really matter. But if we select the oxygen tank, we can cycle through using the mouse wheel to select the different tanks. So we've got the O2 with large hydrogen, small hydrogen tank, and the industrial hydrogen tank if you've got the appropriate DLC. And there's probably a warfare one as well. But we want the oxygen tank, and we need steel plates for that. So we go back in here, and we go... We don't have any, so we'll chuck some on production. We're always going to need a lot of steel plates, so we'll just chuck a boatload on and right click out those metal grids because we don't know where any cobalt is yet. So back to the inventory, we've already got some made up. We're going to need a lot of other things for this oxygen tank, and we're also going to need to get up on top there. So we're probably going to want to put some more blocks here and make ourselves a little ramp, because on top of that is where I'm going to stick the air vent, I think. Just try to keep everything all bunched up and in a nice neat little package, I guess. To quote Homer Simpson, not the Greek poet. So yeah. Anyway, chuck some more blocks on here, make it a little bit wider, because we're going to want to go a little bit wider with the rover as well. I usually go about 5 blocks wide. I try to chuck the big wheels on, but I think we might go for the smaller ones just because it's a little bit easier. But now we can walk around. In fact, we can even grind down this thing. We don't need the O2H2 generators at this stage of the game, so we'll just get rid of it. That way we don't have to climb over things. We can just weld this up as it is, and we can build our ramp to get to the top of it. Or actually, we can even just chuck our air vent on the side. The other thing about making the... like once you've welded the parts up, then they're unlocked in your progression. So you don't have to maintain it or anything like that. Now, I haven't put that to build planner yet. So back into build planner it goes. Now, we've got large steel tubes. They take a little while to do. And a lot of resources. And also, you can't carry very many of them at one time. It is frustration. Now, later on, we're going to try to use the block welders to put stuff together. Like that's why I haven't welded up all the grids down the bottom. Partly because it takes a lot of materials, or a lot of steel plate, and at the moment we're just going for functional. We make it work. It doesn't have to look pretty, it just has to do the job we need it to do. But we will try to make it a little bit stronger when we want to actually move it, because yeah, if it takes a knock, it doesn't take much to knock out one of these just placed blocks, and that can be extremely problematic. We end up with the rover splitting in half. Even with the light armor blocks, they are not strong. They're more like tissue than armor blocks. If you sneeze on them funny, or you go over a bump the wrong way, you're gonna have a bad time with it. Yeah. Something that we'll probably look at doing to try and make ourselves a bit more survivable is when we can find like plenty of cobalt, we find a good supply of cobalt as well as magnesium. What we'll probably end up doing is wrapping the rover in heavy armor, and sticking a whole bunch of interior turrets on it. And that way, if anybody who shouldn't be coming looking gets a little bit too close, then that will make sure it keeps ourselves safe whilst we are not in the game. But that's a little way off yet. I probably should have turned off those 1,000 steel plates. That's what was slowing us down there and why we weren't making the other things. If you haven't got enough materials to make a particular thing, but you can make something smaller, it will. So, but even then, the priority was to make all of those plates. I don't need that many plates right now, so I should have turned that off. But I'm going to leave them there because we will use them up. It's just unfortunate because it slowed us down a little bit. Not that we're doing a speed run or anything like that. We're just trying to get something that works. Like, this is by no means a speed run. I don't even know how you would speed run it. It could be done, but it would be extremely difficult, especially on a live server, like open server. Like, maybe that's a challenge for somebody else, is to see if they can speed run on, like, starting on the moon, do a speed run on the moon on a very busy server. Like, I think the biggest challenge would be starting on the moon is people would annihilate you all the time. But I'll throw the challenge out there. Like, I'll give 10 space credits to somebody who gives it a shot. Not that that's really worth much even in the game, but as a token gesture. Whoops. And now we're making tubes. 22 to go. Something else that I'll probably do later is I'll put up a screen with the to-do list. At the moment, don't really want to do that because I don't have the materials for it. But the screens can be useful for keeping yourself on track. It's like, okay, I want to do this now and I want to try and make sure that I get this done, like the task board sort of thing. I get distracted very easily. Can be a challenge, but at the same time, you know, it's kind of the point of the game. You come up with a crazy or interesting idea, it's like, oh, I'm gonna go try that now. Let's see what we got. We're still crouched. You can see the wind's picking up there. That's not a good sign. That means potential death. Like, if we were to open, like, well, not that it's a good idea to open our helmet here anyway, but the air, we do have low oxygen, so we're not going to necessarily die, but in a sandstorm like this, if we open our helmet, we will die. Like, it will start taking health off us. I probably should have checked that and pointed it out. That's just underneath the taskbar, it says warm and O2 low. That means we can probably breathe it, which I might try underground. We'll see if we can open our helmet up. If we press J, nope, we get hurt. That could be because of the sandstorm, so we'll try it. One thing that's good about the sandstorm is it spins that wind turbine up pretty damn fast. So we're going to be charging that battery nicely, which is what we want. So, you know, there's always the good with the bad somewhere. Silver linings and whatnot. Normally, I don't think too much about whether or not my helmet's open or closed. I usually just leave it closed. But in this particular situation, it might be worth paying attention to that, which I might do as soon as this storm goes away. It also gets very difficult to see things when it really gets going. You will not be able to see 2 feet in front of you. So that's the other thing that GPS markers make it handy. You don't want to get stuck out in the open in a storm with lightning going on and not be able to get back to your base quickly. Like, you want to leg it back there fast, and if you don't have the GPS markers, you are not going to be able to do that. So yeah, GPS makes the world of difference, especially considering I turned the antenna off. And I did, as I said before, I did that for safety concerns. I'll probably forget to turn it off later if I didn't do it then. And if I forget to turn it off and the beacon's going, when I'm not logged onto the server, other people will still be able to find my base, and they will still be able to tear it to pieces if they so see fit. And that would be a very unproductive moment from my point of view. But I think we're making some pretty good progress. Again, oh no, there is somebody else on the server. I saw him on the other Keen server. So it looks like he's jumping between the two as well. I say him just as a default because I don't do the gender pronouns bit. And it's more like in lieu of that person over there. So don't take offense. You don't need to take offense. You can only take offense. You can't give offense. So just as a side note, we don't need that. This is a game that's meant to be fun. The other thing that we may look at doing, I'm going to put wheels on this thing first, just because I think it's a little bit easier to make it mobile. But we might try using atmospheric thrusters on it to make it a flyable vehicle. That's a fair way off. Like, we're going to have to make sure we got cobalt first. Like, those things are pretty expensive electricity wise to run. They chew your batteries up pretty damn fast, especially when things start getting heavy. So there is a lot of issues with trying to make things fly early on in the game. That's why I tend to find that wheels work better to start with. Once you've got a good supply of cobalt going on. The other thing as well is we're aiming for a large, like a full-size refinery, full-size assembler. We'll probably get rid of these two after we get that, just so that way we can minimize the amount of things that we have. Like, we can salvage the parts from like the assemblers or assembler refinery. There we go, we got our oxygen tank. That's all done up now. Now we want to have a look at our air vent, see if we can build that, or see what we need to be able to build that. We don't need anything special at the moment. We're not going to need a lot of them, so I'll just chuck it up the end there. We need steel plate. Grab some of those, stick it on the build planner, and put it to production. Now what's on production? We want 5 computers. Move them over to the priority. All components are out. Now we can weld it up in one hit. Alright. And then we can start storing air. Has that storm gone away completely yet? Looks like it might have done. Let's see if we can open a helmet. Yes. If you have a look at the left on the bottom, you can see the helmet's open, helmet's closed. And it works the same with the jetpack. That O is my radio, which I should probably turn off. I don't need my light on at the moment, but L does lights, O does the radio, X does jetpack, and J is open up your helmet. So I can have my helmet open, I don't use up my O2, which I should have thought about earlier. But we are still going to need a supply. So I'll just fill up my battery there and make sure everything's all sorted with that. And we can get on to moving the survival kit over to there. Now we need a way to fill up that oxygen tank, so that way we can get oxygen when we don't have air to breathe. Now if we go into, we press K on the terminal here, that will open up the base information stuff there. If we click on depressurize, it tries to depressurize outside, and what that does is pump all the air into all the pipe on the grid. So now we are filling up our oxygen tank, and there'll be some lights on here up the top there. They'll gradually fill up. What we can do to see how the progress is going is go back into one of these, like into the K menu on something on the grid. We go to the oxygen tank and we can see that it's filling up. That's what we want. So that way when we go to fill up on, like at the survival kit, once that's built, it'll be the same as filling up with oxygen here. So that's the whole point of what we were doing just then. I usually only have one oxygen tank on whatever I'm needing to, like, or whatever grid I'm using, and that will work just fine for most applications I've found as far as survival scenarios here goes. Starting to get a bit dry in the throat. I'm talking a lot more than I expected. So, okay, now it's time to move the survival kit. Now, this is the essential don't die moment. Now, we'll get most of it all built up as much as we can, and that way nothing stupid happens. Like, I don't fall off here and kill myself, or get struck by lightning, or eaten by spiders if I'm playing that particular scenario, whilst I don't have the survival kit, because that means I cannot respawn here. So yeah, you want to make sure that that's down for as short a time as possible whilst you're in a situation where you're not gonna die. Otherwise you could be back to square one. And now we can go here on the survival kit and we're golden. Now the good thing is that thing is still going to get deleted. If I was to add wheels to that and drive it around, that's still going to go away on relogging in or what have you. See, temporary ship, it will get removed after you leave the game or spawn in a new one. So if I was to backspace out, this thing goes away. So it is something you cannot rely on necessarily always being here. And yeah, if you want to come back to the progress where you were, you need to make sure that you move all the parts from it over. Now, we really don't need the rest of the lander here, but there are some things on here that could be usable for us. Like the landing gear, for example. We're going to need them and the other things that the landing gear unlocks. And that is going to be very handy for a lot of things. But we'll just take the data pad out and we'll get out of the seat. We're going to start tearing this thing down. Unfortunately, there is a battery on here that we can't keep. If we could attach or easily attach the battery to the base, that would make life a lot easier. There's a lot of stuffing around with merge blocks and stuff like that, which I can't be bothered with. Unfortunately, when you grind the battery down as well, all the power cells that are in the battery get ground down to scrap. So that's something else to take into account. If you cannot make power cells, yeah, you're going to have a hard time with it. Now what I did just there was ground it down a little bit to that point and then weld it back up, and that unlocked blocks for me. That's a little bit of a hacky trick I learned from Splitsy, which is a channel that I highly recommend watching if you like this game and you want to see some good tutorial videos that actually show you how to do stuff rather than how to do stuff the very bad way, which is probably what I'm going to end up doing. Yeah, he's definitely worth watching and checking out. Like, I learned a lot from it. But yeah, when you're grinding stuff down that you want to unlock, or if you want to grind down someone else's stuff, you grind it down to, like, it doesn't say it on there, but it's just below the hack line. Now see, it says unknown technology, I have to research first. And like, I didn't really want to keep it anyway. Another example would be here on the landing gear, right? You got the functional line, you grind it down to just below the functional line and then weld it back up. And by building landing gear, I've unlocked new blocks. It's sort of like a shortcut way of being able to access all the other parts. You can't do that with the batteries, but there are a lot of other parts you can do it with, like the conveyor tubes and so on and so forth. Like some of those things like the beacon, I will do that to the beacon. I could have done it to the O2H2 generator. I probably should have. That way I didn't need to build one and we could have done it a little bit quicker. But again, not only is it a learning curve, but sometimes you just don't think about these things. Or at least I don't. Can't speak for everybody. But yeah, that's the basics that you need to start making stuff. Is that stuff there? Now we're not going to die. Well, we're gonna die if we log off the server eventually, because as soon as we run out of oxygen or power, our character is gonna die. But we will respawn here. We won't lose our progress. The thing that will cause us to lose our progress is if the power goes out. If the grid's unpowered on this particular server, the grid may get removed. The other thing that will definitely cause the grid to get removed is if someone comes along and gets rid of it for us. So that's, yeah. I mean, it's why we play the game. So, yeah, you can't really whinge about it because it's part of the game. It's not like there's a rule that says, "Oh, don't be like that. What do you have to be mean for?" Well, it's part of the fun of the game, part of the challenge. Alrighty. So what we could do is start grinding that down. What might be worth doing is, because this battery is not charging up super fast, because the refinery and the assembler will be using a fair amount of power, so will the survival kit. In fact, what you can do is have a look and see how much power each thing is using. You've got your wind turbine here. It is currently outputting 343 kilowatts. Your basic refinery, the maximum required is 330. So with the output that we've got of that wind turbine at the moment, we actually need, like, the majority of the power that we're producing is going to, or could potentially be going through to the refinery there, which is not an ideal situation. What will end up happening is your battery will start getting used up. Now, what we should probably think about doing is adding in a couple more wind turbines. So that, and we have them spaced out a bit, like between 5 and 8 blocks. And ideally, I'd want it higher up off the ground, but we can only work within the limits of what we've got at the moment, which is next to nothing. So what we'll do is we'll just extend the blocks out from there. We'll just go across to the other side of the platform here. We'll probably give ourselves a little bit more room to walk, and then we'll start looking at putting some wheels on. And something else that is definitely worth putting on is some gyros. If you're going to be doing anything, you definitely want to have some gyros on your grid, even if it's a rover. If you don't have the gyro on there, it is very easy for it to flip over and be very unstable. I need some steel plate, so we'll just grab a bunch of that. Oh, I could have put that in there. Don't need it, or don't need to carry it. We've already got a GPS marked out, so just see how we go. It doesn't really matter. Like, it can be a bit unstable, but sort of just winging it. But stuck in the tree. In fact, let's just cut the tree down. Now it's out of the way and it's not going to obscure anything. It'll despawn, so make things a little bit easier for us. Well, not that it was making it harder, but anyway, go back to this and keep going on with it. Angle block there like that. Just run that across there. We'll try and keep it a little bit symmetrical. Not that it's necessary. It's just we're still gonna have to walk up here to be able to get to the block to weld it up, as well as place it. In fact, that's also going to be something that is of a bit of a crucial nature, so we need to make sure that we can get around. So we'll just chuck them there, and I'm leaving that open like that. But now we can walk around here and fall off like an idiot. So add some more in because safety, at least attempt safety. Okay, now we need interior plate. And we just, repeating the process of building the wind turbine that we had to first off. And I don't need to use the jetpack this time, that's why I put the extra stuff up. This stuff may get deleted later on, it's no big deal. A lot of people refer to it as scaffolding, which would be fairly accurate in a lot of respects. Okay, I can take all that stuff off the build planner because I've already built that. So add that to the build planner, come down here and knock it up. And whoop, I didn't shift do it. So yeah, now we're waiting for girders and computers. So we'll just bump, no, there we go. We didn't even need to reprioritize everything. Now both wind turbines are going. We'll check the power status. So we got 321 on one, 324 on the other. So now we have more power than we're using. So if we have a look at the battery status, you've got max output, which is 12 megawatts, max required input, so the fastest you can charge it is 12 megawatts, max stored power is 3 megawatts, so you can completely drain this in 15 minutes. And currently 646 kilowatts has been put into it, which gives us a fully recharged time in 4 hours. Now that's provided that the assembler and refinery aren't drawing. So what's that, 280 watts plus 330 watts potentially at the most. Now if you've got a lot of stone being taken or like processed, as well as you've got materials being manufactured, that's going to be the full amount. So 280 plus 330 is 610 kilowatts, I think, if I can math. So with our power, we will only just be running above what we're using. So the battery will still charge, but it will charge slowly. And we've also got to take into account this is using 15 kilowatts. That's our survival kit. And the air vent is using 100 kilowatts. So these are things that can be problematic. You can end up having with power deficiencies if you don't manage that well. So we'll probably need a couple more wind turbines, which in retrospect I probably should have used square blocks on the bottom there, but I didn't think too carefully about it, because then we could just extend it straight out and make the roof of whatever this thing is going to be. So that way we've got a little bit of a safe place as well. But I'm very good at having to move things. Like I do that a lot. So anyway, now the next thing we could do, in fact, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to do, is grind this down, and so that way, it won't despawn if we grind it down, and we'll get to keep all the materials that we can salvage off of this, and that's going to be the survival pod done for us, and that's your basic start in the simplest way we can do it. The next step is going to be making the rest of the base more functional, getting a drill on a piston, unlocking the stuff that we need for the drill to do that. And yeah, just seeing how we go with it. So we've still got a little bit of time left on the stream. We're only going to stream for 4 hours before I restart it. So that's if I keep going on this particular one. We'll just see how we go. Whoa, we had all sorts of stuff in that. That was a container. Now there are some advantages to using the small grid stuff. If you want containers and you can't find cobalt, which is something else that we're going to have to do, the medium-sized containers are the best thing that you're going to be able to use until you can find cobalt. If we want bigger containers, we're going to be in struggle, or more containers, especially for the large grid stuff. Yeah, we're going to be having a right hard time. So yeah, I think we might go for a hunt looking for some cobalt. And my inventory's full, so I'll chuck everything in here. I think, yeah, the next thing we'll do is we'll jump up in the air and see if we can spot some ore deposits from the from up in the air. Like, there's a slight discoloration in the voxels, which helps you to identify where the ore deposits are underground. So gives you a starting place to look. And it could be anything, unfortunately, so it's not like you can tell what's what. But we'll fly down, we'll have a look with our drill. Like, we'll use the ore detector on the drill to try and find stuff, mainly cobalt. Like, at the moment, there's no point in collecting gold or silver or platinum, because we're not going to be making the stuff that needs it, but also because we don't have the big refinery, we can't make that stuff anyway. Like, we can't refine it, we'll just have that sitting in our cargo container doing absolutely nothing other than wasting the space for us. So at this stage, it's all about just making everything functional. I'll weld this up because I might want to put a radio on something, and I'm pretty sure there's other things on there that it unlocks. So I probably should have done that with a couple of other things too. Like, there's a thruster down there. Does that unlock anything? Yes, it does. Oh no, it was a small conveyor. So that was this is a conveyor junction here. By welding that up, it unlocked some things. So that's one less thing I've got to do later. I don't need the parachute.
Energy low.
Whoa, that's an interesting effect there. We've lost the ground. There we go. Some things that can be quite concerning is sometimes when that happens, you actually do fall through the ground. And in which case, you die. Usually you end up dying. And they're the sort of things that you don't want to happen when you're fiddling around with a survival kit. You never know what's going to happen and what sort of curveballs you're going to get thrown in this game. Just like trying to get that particular block there, it doesn't want to let me grind it down. That can be a bit irritating. But at the same time, I'm not OCD about anything as far as this stuff goes. I do try to go for symmetry though. I find it a little bit easier to work out where I want things. But I'm kind of indifferent as to whether or not all I really care about is whether or not it works. It doesn't even have to look good. It just has to do its job. So, yeah, if you've got criticism about the way the blocks look, I'm probably not going to care about it all that much. I do attempt every now and then to try and make something look better, but at the same time, my goal is to make something that works first and then try to pretty it up later. Oh, we're out of energy. It's a good thing that we are not in that hostile an environment right now. If we're in space, we'd be having a real hard time. We'd be dying. There we go. There we go. Finally got them up. And all we want out of this is all the steel plate, because then that's like a little bit less stuff that we have to collect resources for later. Ultimately, once we're in space, everything's easier. Mining asteroids is a lot easier than digging stuff out of the ground. Gravity is a real pain. Do we get anything from hacking this? Let's see. Nope. We do get parts, detector components and whatnot, which we're going to want to put a large grid ore detector on anyway. The difference between the large grid and the small grid detectors is the large grid has a range of 150 meters. And the small grid one has a range of 75 meters, and that makes a huge difference to the ability of being able to find materials or ores, whatever, or ice. Ice is also going to be the thing that we're going to have to hunt for, but the way to find the ice is we're going to be looking for an oasis on this planet, which is a green tree like that one, but with green grass all the way around it. So yeah, we're going to go looking for that. We're going to try and do that flying or moving as quickly as possible, because they are very few and far between on this planet, I've found in the past. So yeah, big challenge, and we are not getting off this planet without hydrogen. We have a little bit heavier than, or what is it, 1.2 Gs. The atmospheric thrusters will only go up so high before they're not going to push us up any higher, which is somewhere around 4 or 5 kilometers. We need to get up to somewhere in the vicinity of 50 or a little bit over. And yeah, so the ion thrusters are not going to cut the muster with it either, unfortunately. They don't have enough thrust for how many you need, and also because we don't have a nuclear reactor, and we don't, or more to the point, we won't have any uranium for quite some time, not until we get to space. It really makes trying to get into space with ion thrusters very impractical. So, okay, now think about where we want to go from here. We want to probably prioritize putting a drill and a piston on here. So we'll get a conveyor tube coming off of one of these conveyor ports here somewhere. Maybe this one, so that way it leaves this one open. We can still keep feeding in materials, because it's going to cost a fair bit of materials to make all of the drilling rig setup. And that can be a bit of a tedious process as well. Or the other option is to come off the top here, which might be the better option. In fact, I think I will do it that way. So we want conveyor tubes. So I usually put that in the second menu. Or and the thing that I use is these here. They look cool, like all the industrial components, but there is a couple of things. These are airtight, whereas I don't know whether or not the conveyor pipe junction is airtight. I could be wrong. They might be identical, but if you use the conveyor junction block, that you can use that to make things airtight. But if we scroll through the mouse wheel, we've got all the other optional pipe things available. Now, this particular one, the reinforced curved pipe, it's a new block. I've found that these have issues with being airtight. I don't know whether or not they're supposed to be, and I'm doing something wrong. But yeah, I couldn't get a grid that I made airtight with this. So that's something to bear in mind when you're choosing your pipe, as well as the reinforced ones. They use steel tubes, which is handy for placement, like so you can go and place them down and stuff like that. They are a little bit stronger. They can take a bit more of a belting before they snap off, but they use more materials. Something you can see there is the PCU. That's the performance cost units. That is, later on, will be playing a crucial role, like as to how we go about building things. We don't want to have too many extra conveyor tubes and all sorts of other business like that going on in the grid, because for the cost of a conveyor tube or a conveyor junction or something like that, you've also got the same cost for a small cargo container. And when it comes time to building big ships, it's sometimes a lot more economical to just like as far as PCU goes, to use the cargo container. Now it looks like the server's going to reset in 10 minutes, so we'll just see what we can get done in that time, and I think we'll take a little bit of a break and probably come back to it until the timer's up on the stream. So I'm just going to leave the music running because I'm still working out how to do this whole streaming bit. Now, something else that is handy for when you don't want to use a jetpack, you can walk very slowly to the edge and just hang over to place blocks over the edge. The reason why I'm placing the blocks up over like this is because I need somewhere to walk to be able to get to weld up all this pipe. But yeah, if you struggle with it, what I was doing, if you crouch, you crouch down, you move over slower, and it's an easy way to crouch. The other way to walk slowly is by holding, you press caps lock, and that puts the default walk, or you walk until you press caps lock again. Works as a toggle. So yeah, the reason why we're doing this is we want to extend this conveyor tube out. In fact, we may want to make it go higher as well, so I usually get this wrong and have to do it several times. But yeah, we've got the drill's a certain length, which we're going to have to unlock the drill. And also the piston is a certain length, and we need to make sure we've got enough clearance to place the blocks down first. And something else that might be worth doing is making sure that we don't put a hole in where we're going to fall into it. Now, if we have a look at our progression, we hit the G and go through to the progression tree. I'm pretty sure we can't build the drill straight off the bat. I think we're going to have to build a cockpit first. Um, So there's the landing gear, and there's the cockpit, and then Gatling gun. There we go, the drill. We need the drill. Can we put it in? Yes, we can put it in. I don't know why we can put it in, but we can. So we'll just roll with it. I'm going to chuck it there. Actually, no. Where I normally put the drill, I usually put that at number 4. I can't remember what I put at 3. And I'll put... Oh, that's the other thing that we're going to need. We're going to need pistons. And we may use rotors as well. We'll see how we go. But, yep, we can get pistons. So I'll chuck that in at number 5. This is on the number 2 bar here. When I figure out what I usually put in there, then it's usually when we'll need it. But if we have a look at the piston, right, if we were to try and place the piston, now I can put it there, but we also need to be mindful of the clearance we need for the drill, which is 3 blocks. So we need to have it 6 blocks high off the ground, and at the moment we are 4, so we're going to have to go 2 higher. So this is more thinking than I normally put into it. Normally I have to do this 2 or 3 times because, yeah, I seem to be pretty good at making some things difficult for myself. So anyway, we're going to have to raise this up a little bit. So more scaffolding. See, because we need to be able to get up high enough to be able to place the block on top, like so. And we're still going to have to go up higher. So, but that was not smart. So we are now 5 blocks high. And that's 6 down to there. So actually we could oh no, we still need, yeah, we do need to be that high because we need to come down from this height. And you'll see what I mean once I put the bend in. So, in fact, if I turn this one around the other way, yep. Just trying to work out how I'm going to do this. Make it trafficable. Chances are I'll just end up making it harder for myself, but and this is not permanent stuff either. This is just so we can get up a little bit higher than the block and we can place it on. We need to be able to like put our crosshair over it like that to be able to get it up there. Now we're going to have to, I probably should have put this thing over a little bit, but can we reach it? And we want. And what's going on here is that switching between large grid and small grid. So sometimes that can cause you a little bit of grief, but we're going to have to get up there anyway thinking about it because we need to be able to get up there to weld it. Now you can see I've almost run out of walkway, but we are mostly in the clear. Probably want to go out one more, so we'll just go back to our just steel light armor blocks here. We'll come out one more just to make sure that we're in the clear. We don't have to do everything twice. And we fell off. Well, it's good that we don't die from that height, because that was a decent fall. I wouldn't want to do that for real. Not on a rock anyway. Now we go back to curved conveyor tube. Stick that there like that. And now we go for our piston, which is on number 5, where we put it. And now we can, probably what we want to do first is weld all that stuff up. But the basic idea is we get that going there like that, and then we get our drill and we stick our drill on the bottom of the piston head that we cannot reach. Because yay. And we can't get to it here because reasons. So we'll extend out a platform here. Or maybe, no, the server's probably going to restart before we can get it done. Maybe we can get it by jumping. Nope. Can't quite get there. But now the server's restarting, we don't have to worry about our survival kit despawning. That was something that was pretty crucial to our particular situation before. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Switch that around to there. We'll just keep going until the server reset or restarts, and for the time being, it could drop out at any moment. Hopefully it does not roll back. That would be quite frustrating, because then it'll roll back. There we go, and we're out of time. So yeah, black screen for a little bit. I'm going to stop talking for a little bit. Probably be 5 minutes or so. So I'll be back shortly. Okay. I think we're just about loaded back. Oh no, we're still loading. There we go. And we're all good to go. So we'll just continue back on, place the drill, and we'll just clear this block out of the way, because sometimes what happens is it'll attach the drill here rather than onto the piston head, which is where we want it. So yeah, we select the drill. Oh, actually, what I would rather do than put the drill in the G tab, because later on we'll be using the block welders and probably the block grinders. So we'll have a look. I think it's grinder is the multi-select one. Maybe we can't get it yet. Nope, we can only get the drill out now by the look of things, which is unfortunate. There we go. Grinder and welder, we need to unlock those by putting down a control station or a cockpit or something of the sort. So we'll probably throw a cockpit down and we'll have that piped up, so that way we've got somewhere oxygenated and safer to sit when there's a dust storm. And we'll put a roof over the top of it, so that way we won't get struck by lightning and get annihilated out of the cockpit. So like, you can get killed in the cockpit if you get struck by lightning twice without healing up. So that's something to bear in mind as well. But we'll change that later. I've used the multi-select tool a lot just to free up space on the toolbar. It just makes it a little bit simpler. Like, in my opinion, at least anyway. Like, I find it easier that way. So we can get to that by jumping. With the pistons, you need to weld up the piston head separately to the body of the piston, which can be frustrating and irritating, and I can't reach it, and I just hurt myself. That's what I was expecting last time. So we're going to have to add a block over. Bearing in mind, you don't have to, you can try to use the jetpack. I'm using it very sparingly because just in case I need to get out of a hole I get stuck in or something like that. See, it says top piston part to the right there on the build window thingy, progression. And that there is just the piston, so they need to be put together separately. I could have put the block there. Take that one out. There's a reason for taking it out too, which is, like, if I have that there, then it runs a good chance of interfering with that. I'll stick those parts on first to production because I have to put some scaffolding to be able to reach the other things to weld them up. So we'll add those to the build planner. Actually, we'll just see what we can weld up first. I've already got a whole bunch of stuff in my inventory. So, well, did it again. Now I'm just gonna stand underneath and jump and weld. Okay, it's got some of the way done. I think it would be funny if you were working in a factory seeing someone jumping with a welder like that. That'd be a big no-no. It wouldn't be the craziest incident report that I've had to write out, but yeah, it would be entertaining. I have seen some pretty crazy things when I was working in engineering. Everybody has a different level of risk assessment. Apparently, mine's not ideal either. That's kind of how I got my name. As well as I have worked at the post office. I spent way longer working there than I probably should have. But ironically, I had the name Postal before working at the post office. It was just a unhappy coincidence. We still need the steel tubes. We'll grab some more steel plate, and also when the server resets, this can be a little bit of an issue, is switching between these two. This is just the container that you're looking at, whereas this is the entire grid. Whether or not it's connected to pipes is irrelevant. Anything that's on the grid you can see. You just can't necessarily take out things. Like if we had a cargo container that was not piped up properly, we could see what's in there, but we couldn't transfer the parts across, and that can cause you all sorts of grief. You want to make sure you try and get that. You do that in a way that is going to be most effective for you. And do it up as you go. If you miss a pipe or something like that, or if something isn't connected up properly, yeah, you can have a nightmare of a time trying to find that. I've found it's best off doing it as you go. Now, because I can't reach those, I can still put them on the build planner up to a certain amount. So if I click on extras of these, now I've filled up the capacity, or the rest of the build planner capacity, with conveyor tubes, and it just adds them on extra, even though I can't reach them right now. So that way I can go here, add them in production, and it will also re-add the things that I've already put on there. So I've got two sets of parts left for the drill and piston and so on and so forth that are going to end up being produced. So sometimes that can cause you grief, but we're going to need to end up using those parts later on anyway for other things. So I figure, yeah, may as well just chuck them on. Now we need to go back to drilling. Manually drilling, we want to try and get away from this, but you know, can't be avoided. I don't want to go down too far because really don't need to. I don't like being too far away either. I don't like running backwards and forwards like Forrest Gump. But, you know, some things difficult to avoid. Once we can get away from this, I mean, what we'll end up doing ultimately at the end of it is being able to drive forward a little bit with the rover, drop the piston down, drill some stuff out, like to the full extent of what the piston can push, which is 10 meters on a single piston, and then drive forward a little bit and then drill out some more. And we'll do that until we filled up our cargo container, and once the cargo container, or it's worked through all of the stuff that's in there, then we'll plunge it down again. And the only thing that we'll really have to go hand drilling for is stuff that's really deep down. Like if there's a cobalt deposit that's down, let's say 20 or 30 meters down, there's not really much point in putting like a complicated arrangement of 3 pistons on there to try and get down to the depth. You may as well just dig down on an angle, like if you right click with the drill, it just blitzes out material a lot faster without leaving the stone lying around and stuff like that. And that's how you get through tunneling stuff. So when you want to, if you want to go straight down, you just look straight down, you crouch and you right click, and you're gonna bore. You could bore the whole way down to the center of the planet if you wanted to. If you really had the time, it would take a long time. There's a guy on another server. He's got his base a kilometer underground and stuffed if I know how he managed to get it down there. But that's his security method for his base on that planet. He actually last week put an open challenge out to a couple of the people that were raiding that we were all having a good stir with. We had a lot of fun mucking around with the raiders. Yeah, that was funny. It was all in, good sport, sort of stirring and whatnot.
Inventory full.
And it is part of the game. Whoops, wrong button. I want to Alt middle mouse, not Shift middle mouse. Now I've added more stuff to production. We can take that off later. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to be the end of the game for us. But yeah, it will back up the production, or potentially back it up. But most of the parts we will need. Don't like just sitting here drilling. That's why I'll switch between building the things that I need and then I'll go back and drill a bit. I won't, yeah. But that's my personal preference. Like sometimes it's good to just zone out there with the music going and get through it. Like, because if you want to progress in the game, this is an inevitable part of it. The other thing that the drill's very handy for is if you get yourself into a bind, like if you crash a rover or you get a ship or a crashed ship, if you're trying to recover the ship and it gets jammed up in the voxels, sometimes, yeah, you'll need to right click your drill it, you drill to get the ship out of the voxels. But with everything, you try to find an engineering solution to any particular problem, because that's the whole challenge to the game. That's the point. It's, we mess it up so we can fix it up. We should probably reprioritize on the next trip over, like back with stone. Yep, there we go. We'll reprioritize because we want the steel tubes, so we'll put those back in. We'll go back into the production menu and we'll shift the steel tubes up a little bit. Put them back a bit. We do need a lot of motors. I shouldn't have gotten rid of that. And all the parts for the conveyor. We don't need that many steel tubes. Now, why are we getting backed up? Okay, now, no, that's not really a problem. We don't have, oh no, we've got everything. Why are we not producing stuff? Let's have a look. It's probably a power issue. Nope, we're still good with the power. Basic assemblers got what it needs. I don't know why we're not making stuff. Maybe because we're full here. that could be it. So anyway, we're running out of power. Now that's one of the big limitations that we have at the moment, is we only have so much space in that little container. Until we find cobalt, we are going to be struggling with that, and there's not a lot we can do about it. So where is the container? No, we're not full. Maybe... oh, we just got no iron. We need to keep pumping that out. Whoops, wrong one. Well, we've got a lot more of the materials. Whoa, don't want to be flying. See if we can reach it by crouching. We've still got a bunch of stuff in the inventory. And we'll put in our ramp for getting up there. Start it off there, so we've got a little bit of room to move. And chuck those ones on. And we'll just attach to the piston there like that. That will actually attach that block to the side of the piston, which means that it's less likely to break. And struggle town. Alright, that's gonna have to come back a bit. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. So we'll go and get some more parts. After we've done all this stuff that we can weld so far, we'll clean up the build planner and reset all the stuff we've got on the build planner, because there's a good chance, well actually we'll just have a look now. So we need the piston, 4 steel tubes, 8 steel tubes, at least this is what it's telling us we need. So we'll clear off that there, the conveyor tube, and we'll reset those. So because I may have put them back, and we'll add all of these to the production queue as well, because we're going to end up building more stuff with the parts that are going to be needed for that. Alright, there we go, we got some more bits. Whoop. Can't quite reach it. No, we don't have any steel tubes. Like I said, it's probably not the best way to go about this, but it's the way that seems to work for me. Whoa. Again with the jetpack. I have thought about rebinding that key, but I know what'll end up happening is I'll just end up dying in a different, probably equally as dramatic a method. At the moment, the jetpack's sort of like the life parachute sort of situation. You only really want to use it as an emergency if you can't refill it, and you just want to have it there just in case, because sometimes dying can be a critical problem for you. Like, it's not going to cause us too much grief right now because we'll just respawn there, but if you are a long way from your survival kit, it is not something you really want to do. Like, if you're carrying decent tools with you that you can't easily replace, that's when you really start regretting your choices. But yeah, we've got about 40 minutes or so left in this stream before we cut it off. So we'll see what we could get done in that time. We'll see if we can at least get the drill doing its thing. Like the base drill, not the hand drill. If we can get that going, then we've got a really good start going on. And yeah, this game does take a long time to do, playing it like this, but you know, it is the point of the game, you know, is like find new challenges, find different ways of going about it. And I am by no means an expert. All I'm really doing, all the intention here is to answer a lot of the questions I frequently get asked, and I just did the jetpack again. Because yeah, a lot of times I'll come across someone on the server who is just having a right hard time with it, and I didn't really need to add that on. I should have done it from here. Now, why are we not producing? It's still out of iron. And yeah, this is the frustration part of it, is like, I just want that drill going. Oh, small steel tubes, that's what I need for the conveyors. I should have moved them across, because at least then that'd be done. I could pull down the extra stuff that I don't need, and that'll let me be able to more clearly see what I need to do with some of the other stuff. So I'll swap them over now. If we go to small steel tubes, we need a bunch of those. So put those together, and I'll just drag them up the top, stick them in there. Now they'll hopefully get made first, so I think that's that and interior plates. I think that's holding us up too. I wasn't really looking that closely. It's pretty early in the morning or late in the evening, depending on the way you want to look at it, where I am now, but it's probably the best time to stream. Like, everybody else is asleep in the house, so that means, yeah, the bandwidth on the internet's freed up. But I don't necessarily do things the most efficient way when I'm quite tired. Like, I walked all the way out there just to realize that I didn't collect any of the parts. And now we're collecting parts again. That's good. I think I'll clear up the production queue and just focus on making the parts that we need. Yeah, I don't think we've got anywhere near enough steel tubes. So we'll go in, we'll clear out the production queue. We're not going to need all of those motors now. Probably need them. Probably need them. Need them. May as well keep them. Construction components, we're going to need those. Okay, we'll just focus on that for now. Oh, large steel tubes. Just chuck, say, 50 of them on, just as a guess. So that way, well, hopefully it'll be the last thing it tries to make. So if we end up with some extra, it's no big deal. We can disassemble them later. It is a bit of a pain to do when you've only got the basic assembler, or you've only got one assembler and you're trying to get something done. More drilling. The grind is nearly over. Well, the initial grind. It is much more satisfying to drill with a ship that does it efficiently, or a rover or something like that, because you actually feel like the work that you've put in getting all that stuff done has paid off. And it's nice to just have something work. And we're going for super simple here as well. This is not a convoluted set of pistons and hinges and rotors and stuff. We've got one piston. We don't have to worry about it clanging out. Not unless we do something really dopey, like try to push it through it like max speed or something like that, which will kill it. We'll turn the speed down a little bit and try to make it drill as much as like it can. It'll wobble a little bit, so it'll make the hole a little bit wider, which is in this situation a good thing. The other thing that we'll do is maybe add a second drill onto it and plunge it a second time, and add a third drill all the way up to 5, which is the server maximum for a block drill. And then we'll cut it all off and we'll move it over a little bit, and we'll start working on putting the wheels on and a cockpit and some other bits and pieces, and actually get it mobile, so that way, rather than having to rearrange all the pipe work and all that sort of stuff, actually I think rather than move it, we'll work on moving the piping. Rather than moving the piping, we'll leave it where it is. We'll just put some more drills on there, and just keep plunging it multiple times into the same place. So that way we'll end up with 5, well, we could even go backwards this way up to a point, just so long as we don't hit the grid. But that should get us the materials we need for making up the wheels. The other thing we're going to have to go on a hunt for is the cobalt. The other reason why I'm putting that off is because it's really slow to process in the refinery. and that will slow down all the rest of the stone refining, and it will also prioritize the cobalt first for some odd reason, which, you know, if you've got cobalt in your cargo container, it'll process whatever like if you've got stone and you want the stone made first in the refinery, it will automatically draw the cobalt out as a priority, which is not necessarily something we want. So you don't necessarily want to keep a lot of cobalt in there. You just need enough to do whatever you want to do until you don't need to refine the stone or other material, iron, or if you come across it. Something else that we're going to keep our eye out for is boulders with particular materials in them as well. So when it comes time to going ore hunting, we'll have a look, like I'll point out those, because they're surface deposits of particular ores, or at least they have surface deposits of ores in them. You don't have to dig down a mile for it. The only thing that's a real pain about it is it can be awkward to try and do it with the big drill. It's easier, I've found, to use those deposits, like the boulders, with a hand drill. So, and we don't need a lot. Like, if we were to come across an iron deposit, you'd want to scoop that up with the big drill, because yeah, you could quite happily, like, you wouldn't feel bad about it. Like, we don't really want to be doing stone. It's not the most efficient way to go, but it's what we've got to work with. The last time I started a survival thing, the hole I created was much larger than this. That was on the moon, and I had to mine a lot of ice as well. Starts on the moon are easy as far as, like, in my opinion, you just drive to where the pole is. There's a big deposit of ice, like, very close to the surface. So you don't have to worry about running out of oxygen there, and you've got a good source of ice for hydrogen production. Where the challenge on the moon is you might accidentally end up in a PvP situation, and if you're not prepared for that, you're going to have an incredibly hard time. Like where we are now, we are not going to, like, we have a pistol and 4 mags. We ain't doing squat to anybody. So yeah. I mean, in some ways, like, thinking about it, Pertram would probably be an easier start, because it's not somewhere that people would consider it an easy start. But that being said, you never know what other people are going to do. Okay, we've got our drill mostly done. We just finished welding it up, just because, try to make it efficient. Okay, see if we can grab any. Yep, can't withdraw 18 steel plates. I'll chuck some more steel plates on the production. We need small steel tubes again. I took them off. I thought I added them back on, but quite clearly I didn't. There's our piston done. It's looking like we're going to get this drill going. This is yeah, pretty quick. Like, it last time I did a start on a survival, it took me a lot longer than this. So maybe there is some merit to this method. But once we get this up and going, it's going to be a lot simpler. We just have to make sure that we get a second drill put up with the stuff that we make from that, and we'll try our best to avoid hand drilling. Chuck those first. Well, we'll finish welding the piston top. I don't think I did that. What did I? There it is. Okay. So, yep. We just need some small steel tubes. So, a bit more drilling. And then we should be done with the hand drill for a little while. Not until I mismanage something. Which is inevitable. Like, I do that well. I'll get like focused on welding up wheels or something and then not realize I've run out of a particular material. And then I won't have anywhere left to push the drill. And didn't I pick up those? Add them back in. Whoa, lagged a bit there. All right. Now I could add in controls in a cockpit and stuff like that, but we'll just go for the manual approach at the moment. What I've found easier to do is, like, it's not too bad at the moment because we've only got the one piston. But if you directly use the controller on the piston, how that helps you out is it automatically opens up the controls for the piston here in the control panel, and it just helps you to figure out which one you're actually using. Right, the drill comes up a different color because it's on a moving part. It considers it a separate grid. And yes, like if you've got a lot of parts, it can be very difficult to work out what's what. But we'll start off, we'll turn on the drill and we'll go back to the piston. Now it's going to be pushing at 0.5 meters per second by default. I take it down a little bit, usually run at about 0.2. And then if we hit reverse, it will, like, the piston's always moving forwards or backwards unless you stop it. So at the moment it's -2 meters a second, which means it's trying to retract. If we hit reverse, it's going to start pushing. Now if we have a look down, just in time for a sandstorm. Now it's slow to start, but in my experience, it's best. I'm just going to close my helmet so we don't start dying. Yeah, it's best to just let it do its thing, because if you don't, what you'll end up with is you'll push it too far, it'll clang out, and then you've got to go and put it all back together, and sometimes you'll even turn the parts into scrap. Then you've got to assemble all the parts again and all that sort of business. Now the other thing that I will tend to do, which I think is like a smart thing to do, is keep an eye on the volume of your container. Now at the moment the container's full. We don't want to keep pushing with the piston, so we'll just reverse it because we're not actually collecting anything then. The drill head will fill up as well. That can hold a lot, but we don't want to overfill it. If we overfill it, then we're going to end up just drilling through, not collecting any material, and we'll end up wasting like the time that we've put in to plunge down into this hole. It doesn't sound like a lot, but at the moment it's just extra effort that we don't need to expend on this particular thing. Now if we have a look at the inventory, Like, you can see we got a lot of stone there now in comparison to what we were carrying before was under 3 tons. Now, like, we're churning through it really fast, and we've still got stuff on production, and we're smashing out the parts. It's brilliant. See, getting a nice stockpile of parts going up. So what in fact we could even do before we pull this end the stream is I'll chuck a second drill on. Actually, we'll turn the drill off first, so because we do have limited power, and the drill is going to be using a fair bit. Oh, it's not too bad, 2 kilowatts, but we'll turn it off anyway. If you have all the drills and the piston going, or if you've got lots of pistons, yeah, if you're trying to keep an eye on your power usage, that can be problematic for you, but just little things to bear in mind. Whoop. Okay. Now the good thing is we've got a whole bunch of materials that we've just collected up, so it should be a lot quicker to assemble the second drill. And the whole idea is to try and make your life easier. It's like, yeah, the hard way can be a little more interesting, but you don't have to do it the hard way every time. Okay, so let's have a look at the production and see how we're going with that. So we'll bump those forward a little bit because steel plate should go up quicker, and we'll turn the drill back on. Back into the control panel, drill on, and see, this is where I've messed myself up, and I should have thought about it a bit more carefully. If we had drilled a little bit more stuff, we would have had, like, we can't push the drill down, so we're going to have to grind it down. So we are doing it the hard way. I'm good at that. Now, the other thing you want to be mindful of is when you're dismantling the drill, you're going to have to do it in 2 goes. And you don't want to lose your parts this early on. So, yeah. Don't over grind it. Well, you know, if you want to, go to town, but anyway, push the piston back down. Try and be patient. This is my struggle. And something else to be aware of is you don't want to fall in the holes you create. So you kind of want to be a little careful. But we're not going super deep, but it will be a pain to dig yourself out. And if you've got a flat battery, you're stuck down there until you die. So speaking of flat batteries, rather than just staring at the drill doing its thing, charge it up whilst we wait. Oh, well, yeah, you're stuck down there if you've got no hydrogen and a flat battery. That's like pretty much the end of that spawn. Okay, we'll reverse the drill, or sorry, reverse the piston. If we leave the drill on, it will still collect up a little bit of material on the way back up. And we'll see, we can add the drill on this side as well, so we can drill in a big cross, which we will do. We'll try and get as much out as we can before we have to move anything. And that way, yeah, we can get the wheels up and going and all the rest of that sort of business. And I need steel plate, most likely. No, I do have some. Whoop. And see, I fell down the damn hole. So we bust out our drill. Actually, bugger it, I'm gonna jetpack it out because I can at the moment. But I've only got a certain number of goes at that. Okay, we're gonna have to go up. There we go. Add the second drill on. Now the first drill is not going to be helping us as much as what we'd like it to. But yeah, like I found it just to be a little bit easier to just leave it there and have it still going. Just to start with, because it's going to stay there in the long run anyway. And we're just going to plunge it down when we move the whole base rover thingy. So we still need more steel plate. So we'll adjust that. That's the only thing we need. And yeah, see, we're back to hand drilling. Didn't quite have enough. Now, if I was feeling particularly lazy, I could disassemble things, but I'll usually only do the disassembly if I've got way too much of something, or I'm in a bind and something has gone chronically wrong. And I really need to get something made up. We'll turn the drill back off. Now we don't need to get the drill completely welded up. We just need to get it to the functional line before we can turn it on. So that's kind of what we're aiming for. And yeah, we still need quite a few steel plates. Back down the hole like an idiot. Still need more. Oh, we need stacks more. So yeah, we're going to have to... Probably what I'll end up doing is I probably will end up adding conveyors to the end of that the piston head. I'll take the drills off and just move them with conveyors on there, so that way yeah, the main body of the drill is got... What am I doing? Getting all sidetracked. Like the piston's going to stay where it is, but I'll move the drills around with like other bits and pieces. The other thing I could do is once I've cleared out a little bit more space around where the drill's going, it probably should be fine now. I might just add a rotor to it, and that way yeah, I can swing the drills around in a circle to get them to do it. Starting to lose my ability to word. Yeah, definitely gonna go for the rotor thing, because that way it'll be almost 5 drills radius, circle that we're going to be, well, depending on how far back we can go, we might have to move some of the blocks over here to clear up some space. But yeah, we'll get that swinging in a big circle from the center of the road ahead. That way, yeah, we're just going to make more efficient use of what we've set up so far. But we're still going to need more material in the short term to get that done. Still need 60 more steel plates, and I'm getting to the buggered stage. So disassembling, if we disassemble those steel tubes, they should give us a lot of steel. A lot of iron, which is probably what we're short of. I don't know if we'll have enough to make up all of the... Geez, we've got a lot of them. How many do we have? Still got 10 more. We got stone here. What the hell's going on with that? The survival kit will try to grab stuff as well, and because we're not making gravel, it's just sitting there, and that's frustrating. Now, something else that I've done in the past is forgotten to switch it back to assembling, and then added a whole bunch of stuff thinking I'm adding to the assembler queue when I'm not. I'm putting it on the disassembly queue, and yeah, I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, and it drove me mental. And it turns out I was just making silly mistakes. And it looks like we got enough. One short. Now, after we've got this functional, we'll clear up the build planner. We'll turn the drills on first. So this time, if we can select everything here, like you select the first one, and then if you want to select all that stuff, you hold down shift and it'll select it. However, what you can also do, if you want to select this and you want to select this, right? If you hold down control, you can select different things with the gap in the middle. Or if you want to select that and that, but you don't want the two drills in there, you can deselect just those drills. That'll make your life a little easier. Anyway, we'll turn the drills back on and we'll reverse the piston again, and away she goes. Now we're gonna bore out another bit there. After we've done that, probably when we come back on the next stream, we will look at putting a rotor on there and get that whole lot spinning around, and we'll do a giant circle, and we'll plunge a giant circle or a large circle down there, and that way we don't have to move anything. And we'll probably have to clear some of these blocks away because we'll just bore straight down from where we are. And I think that will do it for this particular stream. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope you found this helpful. This is a basic starter build to try and get you stone as efficiently processed as possible. This is basically every survival start grind. This is what you have to get done. And yeah, I hope you found something useful in it. Please, if you do watch this and you have any suggestions or questions or anything like that, chuck them in the chat. I'll have a look and I will answer them like the next time I do a stream or whatever. Yeah. Anyway, I think that will do for now. So yeah, have fun, happy building. Hello. It's the first time I've done a live stream, so see how we go. Hopefully not too bad. I've decided to do a live go at starting on Pertram. It's hard. There's very little ice to find, making it really challenging to try and get.
It's make or break time. $75 million at stake. Betting starts with Peter Griffin. Oh, he's not looking at much of anything right now. And those mirrored sunglasses, not doing him any favors.
All in. Gotta take this. It's my wife. Are you here?
Well, Stewie, you've completed your detention. What have you learned from this experience?
That your mother's a whore?
Hey, Stewie, how was your detention?
Brian Griffin. Is that really you? Been a long time, it has.
I saw you this morning.
The world's gone and got itself in a big damn hurry. You lose track of time on the inside, Brian. You wouldn't know. You ain't seen the things I've seen.
Preschool detention? No, I guess I haven't. What'd you do in there?
Got jacked.
You look exactly the same.
And yet I got jacked.
All right, but can you hurry it up? I got band practice later. I love playing the maracas. They're so fun. I wonder what's in them. Sand or rice, probably. Maybe it's little shells? Oh, no, what if it's bones? No, bones are too big. But baby bones aren't. No, nobody would kill a bunch of babies for maracas. How would you kill all those babies anyway? I'd probably put them in a tub. You could kill like 8 at a time that way. Plus, it softens them up so you can get the bones right out. Joe just had a baby, and I got a baby at home. I got a tub.
Peter, you seem off today. Are you thinking about killing infants again?
No. Now you gotta kill them, too.
What the hell? Ah! Peter, what are you doing?
I gotta get out of here, Brian. I'm going crazy sitting around the house.
So you're tunneling out? Lois is gonna be furious if she finds out.
That's why Lois isn't going to find out. Right, boy?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you not being a bad boy.
I'm not a bad boy.
Then do not say anything to Lois. You hear me? Bad. Bad dog. So we understand each other?
Yeah, I'll be good, trust me. I saw what you did to that black belt.
I don't care what color your belt is. You're a child, and I am stronger than you.
All right, you know what? This is not working. If you're gonna learn to drive, you're gonna have to practice first. Here, play Grand Theft Auto for 8 hours, and then we'll give it another try.
I am so sorry, Mrs. Griffith. I have no idea what got into my son.
Well, just have him return the candy and everything's fine.
Justin, you give this young man his candy back right now.
All right, here.
Thanks. Now we want Justin's candy.
What?
You heard me. Take Justin's bag of candy and pour it into Stewie's. All of it. And if I think you're holding back on me, we're gonna have a serious problem.
Well, all right, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, serious problem.
Good. Now go in your purse, take out $40 and put it in the bag.
All right, Lois, you're kind of scaring me now.
I don't have $40.
All right, I understand. I'll be back tomorrow for the $80. And I'm taking your welcome mat.
Okay, let's get me set up on this Tinder thing. I can't wait to start getting laid at the push of a button.
Well, first you gotta set up your profile.
Oh, yeah, I've been working on that. I wrote several long paragraphs describing my interests, some pet peeves, choice of wine, couple of inspirational quotes, things I've learned from my cats.
No, none of that. You want a naked bathroom selfie covering your stuff with a fistful of $100 bills. That shows you like sex and you got money.
Well, that seems a bit crude. Oh, she's cute. And wearing a yin-yang necklace. That's interesting. Wonder what beach that is.
No. Give me that. Here, you see this? You see what I'm doing? Not even looking. I'm swiping yes. Yes. Casting a wide net. Eh, look at this. You already got a hit. And she sent a message.
She did? What am I looking at here? It's mostly small, colorful pictures.
Those are emojis. Read them.
Okay, it says hey, and then a kissy face, and then like a saucy, smirking face, 3 balloons, and a locomotive. The hell is all this?
That means she likes you. Send something back.
Okay. Dearest Teresa, I hope this finds you well. I so appreciated your last communication.
No, stop, God, stop. Just send her an eggplant and the erupting volcano. Hey, Mom, do you mind if I go shopping with Jennifer after school?
No, Peter, no, you're still you. You're just a teenager. You're not switching genders.
Ah, I shall return. All right, time to make all those popular kids pay for ignoring me.
Peter, no, you're just a normal high school kid.
Oh. Hey, Lance, it's off. Throw this phone away, Lois. Okay, all right, I got one. Would you rather be a hobo with a 5% chance of getting inherited by a rich guy, or be Hitler 2 years before the end of World War II? Because you know you're going to have to shoot yourself, but you still got 2 more years as Hitler.
If you're the hobo, do you have a place to sleep, like an underpass, or...
Different every night.
As Hitler, can I change certain policies so that maybe I'm looked on more favorably at the end of the war?
No, you already screwed up big time. A lot of dead Jews.
Am I a blue state or a red state hobo?
Blue, but Midwestern blue.
Oh, boy.
It's cold out there.
Am I allowed to alter the mustache?
Dude, why do you keep trying to make Hitler work?
Am I allowed to kill other hobos to increase my odds?
Kill anyone you like, you're a hobo.
Am I a walking hobo?
No, Quagmire and Cleveland are, but you're not.
So wait, I would also be a paralyzed Hitler?
Yeah.
Would I be a black Hitler?
Yes. No.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Now, how come I gotta be crippled Hitler and he's still white Hitler?
If you got such a problem with it, Joe, just beat a hobo.
This one isn't very fun.
Meg, you've probably wondered from time to time how on earth I pay for all my shenanigans. Well, I'm gonna show you. This is a robbery! Everybody get on the fucking ground! If this bitch moves, shoot him in the eye!
Dad, I don't want to do this!
You have to! Next week we're buying a zebra!
Dad!
There's no time to argue! We got 150 seconds before the police respond to the silent alarm! Now check those bags for dye packs! Who's the manager here?
I am.
What are you doing?
You said if he moves, shoot him!
He's the only one with a combination to the safe! It's blown! This whole operation is blown! I'll get the car and kill everyone else!
Now, Lois, you have been accused of an unwanted touching.
When?
Just now. Just before the flip.
This is ridiculous.
Lois, please. Now, the way this works is we simply gather information and I make up my mind an hour ago. Peter, please tell us what happened.
I'm sitting there at my desk, trying to watch porn on sites you guys haven't figured out yet, and she comes in and kisses me.
Now, Barbara, the reason you are here at Super HR is there's been an accusation of unwanted touching and an overly sexualized work environment.
That's it. Peter, no more working from home. I want you to go back to the office.
Peter, how can the company make this right?
Bring back Lay's Wow Chips with Olestra.
So, Dad, are you excited for your first day of working from home?
Yes, but I'm very late. Busy, Dad. Morning goodbyes. Forgot my phone. Are you here?
We now return to Muppet Babies.
Piggy, I don't think Kermie Jr. is doing so well.
Kill me! I'm in constant pain!
Hey, people got along just fine for thousands of years without AA. Just like they got along for thousands of years without religion.
I like you and have no reason not to. I like you and have no reason not to.
Hey, did you hear about that magic baby that was born in Bethlehem?
That's wild, Stacy. I'm a 12-year-old girl, too. My name's Jenny. Want to come over to my place and help me move?
Hey, you're not a 12-year-old girl.
Neither are you, Jenny.
Huh. I guess we aren't so different after all.
Yeah. You know, this isn't a whole lot of stuff. We can probably knock this out in an hour.
We gotta find out where that party is and get Meg out of there.
You're right. God, what happened? It seems like just yesterday she was born.
Mr. Griffin, would you like to cut the cord?
Sure.
Okay, that wasn't the cord, and now you've got a girl.
Look at this note I sent off. Dear Pakistan, up yours. Love, India. Let's see what happens.
They did not need much. All right, Joe, let's lose the wheelchair and shoot this thing.
Peter, I can't lose the wheelchair. I need it to move.
Okay, yeah, but your character can walk.
Peter, I'm handicapped. I can't walk.
Okay, Chris, roll film, and action. Joe, get out of the damn chair. Chris, get the cattle prod.
Brian, I'm concerned something is very wrong with you.
No, man, I've never felt better, Beef Stew. Bazinga!
Like what the gay scientist says. Hey, Brian, say something else from TV.
What you talking about, Phyllis?
Ah, gross. He's getting his nose period.
Oh, my God, we've got to get him to a hospital.
Don't worry, Brian, I'll save you. I'm good in a crisis. After all, I used to work the suicide hotline.
I just can't take it. I discovered my wife's been cheating on me for a while. And I can't live like this. I have to kill myself.
Doesn't it make more sense to kill her?
This is what happened when we fertilized an egg from Shelley Duvall with a sperm from James Blunt. Here's Hilary Swank and Gary Busey. Florence Griffith Joyner and Stephen Hawking.
Okay, I think that's enough.
I got more funny ones. I got Tina Fey and Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
A lot of face stuff going on in that one.
What an idiot to have been able to rig this rig to that rig.
Peter, that's nothing.
Oh, is it?
I died! At least now no one's forcing us to watch those awful PBS documentaries.
And now, PBS presents Albino Children Are Normal.
So, with the exception of not being able to go out in the sun, you're completely normal?
Yes, the moon is my son. I like to kill beetles. Beetles are teachers. I sleep with a fork.
It's been 3 weeks and you haven't had a single job lead.
Now, that's not true. I came really close with that job at the school.
So what makes you want to be a crossing guard?
I don't know. I just thought it would be cool to decide which kids do and don't get hit by a car.
Stella, I need you to go to Chicago on Thursday.
I can't. This week is the Deaf Games.
Oh my God, this has been a 12-minute round.
Why does every fight have to go to the death?
Don't be afraid to be honest with a girl and show her who you are.
Wow. Thanks, Lois. That's the second best advice anyone's ever given me.
I don't know, man. Jesus, Hitler, Christ sounds weird.
So just go with H.
Yeah.
Griffins have a long history of figuring stuff out, like my great-grandfather, who invented the first marital aid. This gives me an idea. She's dead.
We've got to stick together, like that two-headed girl on TLC.
Okay, who wants to taste it and who wants to smell it?
Well, for the next 72 hours, I'm going to be harder to find than a nice cat.
You need me to clean out your litter box? Mittens.
That's what all the star athletes do. Ugh, I'm so sick of all the special treatment they get, even during school shootings.
Kevlar vest. Kevlar vest. Hold on. Are you a starter? These are for starters only.
I'll be a starter next year.
Then next year, you can have a vest.
This is trespassing and it's against the law. Maybe we should just let the clam go and, I don't know, spend more time with our families.
Yeah, I tried that. I just spent most of the time testing Chris to see if he's autistic. Not overly affectionate.
Boy, what a great day for a baseball game.
Yeah, and these are the best seats in the house for catching home run balls.
Oh, that'd be sweet. The only souvenir I ever got was at that stock car race. All right, I got the guy.
This is Kevin's first birthday since he came home from Iraq.
Why does Kevin always sit at the bus stop but never gets on a bus?
Please don't bring that up. Don't bring anything he does up.
Hey, you guys. You're right on time. Kevin just woke up screaming from his afternoon nap.
Mom, it's my birthday and you invited your friends.
All yours are dead.
I'll be honest, it was nice to be acknowledged by the chief for once. Usually he's just reminded me that whatever punk I'm roughing up ain't worth it. You son of a bitch! I ought to kill you right here!
Hey! This punk's not worth it.
You're right.
You're not worth it.
There you go. That's the spirit, buddy. There's a little bit of good in everyone. Except that president guy from the Hunger Games. He was pretty bad.
This year, in addition to the Hunger Games, we're going to do the special Hunger Games.
I'm Andy.
I love you, Andy.
Come on, guys, fight.
Should have taken the shot, fat ass.
We now return to Joni Loves Chris Brown.
Joni, Chris, welcome to the party. Can I offer you some punch?
No thanks. I had some in the car.
Joni Loves Chris Brown was taped in front of a very uncomfortable studio audience.
There's gotta be something you can do, Dr. Hartman.
Have you tried getting a divorce? I've never seen this problem in a single man.
Doctor, what about Viagra or Cialis?
What about them?
Well, if Peter could try them, they might help with his problem.
Those are for man troubles? I've been prescribing them as antidepressants.
Everything's just getting harder and harder.
Hi, Stewie. I love your house. Where are your servants?
They're in the kitchen being groped by Arnold Schwarzenegger. May I offer you an iced tea?
Shut the door!
Chris is right. I gotta do something.
Oh, thank God. I've been hearing that ringing all week. I just thought I was losing my mind from lunatics screaming in my face.
Your mother's a whore!
I told you that in confidence, Gary.
Home sweet home. This house is a disastrous area. I can't move my family in here.
You're right. Well, we'll all have to do our part. I'll take little cocoa butter here.
What the hell happened?
Well, a lot of people rented your house. Ryan Reynolds, Chevy Chase, and Dan Aykroyd. For a while, it was an orphanage where the children sang desolate songs.
We're too old to ever be adopted. No one wants a 9-year-old.
Shut up, you bastards!
And this is Peter and I at our wedding.
Oh, you look beautiful. And he's a handsome fella, ain't he?
Well, I am ready for my evening.
Oh my God, Peter, what the hell?
Peter, what are you doing?
Peter, what are we doing here?
Well, women will always band together to stop an offensive art exhibit from coming to town. So I've arranged for all my photos of baby wieners to be put on display.
Oh, Peter, I'm gonna have to call the police on this.
What? Why? It's to get our wives back together.
Peter, these are hundreds of naked babies in suggestive situations, and they're time-stamped as far back as 1998, which is way before we had this idea.
I need help.
Peter, be careful up there.
Is this being careful enough, Joe?
Okay, all right.
Peter, are you okay? All right, there's no pudding, but there is a kid up here. Don't hold him like that.
from Montreal to Miami, and you keep going back to Montreal, and you're not staying in Miami. It's a visit. So tell us why. Obviously, you have an incredible emperor. I mean, I'm sorry, you have a great leader in your country.
He's fantastic.
He's a fantastic guy.
He's fantastic.
So why does he keep bringing you back to Montreal? Is it by force? Is there certain things that we don't know about that he's threatening you? Why
He's got an extortion thing.
Tell us about it.
No, honestly, it's because of the golden handcuffs of being a tenured professor. So for your listeners who may not know, tenure is a wonderful thing, right? Because it allows you to have the protection to be able to do the things that I do, right? Imagine if the university could have fired me for any tweet or any paper that I published that they didn't like. So tenure in spirit is a great thing, because otherwise irreverent professors who are not part of the orthodoxy would never feel comfortable to be able to say the things they want to say. So in that sense, tenure is great.
How do you reach tenure? Does it take its amount of time, its amount of hours?
Right. So after you get your first professorship, you have a certain number of years where you have to build a dossier. The dossier consists of 3 elements. What have you published? So research, teaching, and service. The most important part is the research. How many papers have you published? How much they've been cited? How influential have you been as an academic? And then it goes in front of a tenure committee, and they decide either they're going to fire you. You have 1 year to leave, so you're not going to be granted tenure. Or if they grant you tenure, you're permanent forever. You could never be fired unless you decide to quit. So tenure it's great in that sense. But on the other hand, it makes you risk aversive, because if you want to leave, you're always in the backdrop thinking, I've got this professorship for life. And, it takes a while to build your academic career. You have to have a lab, you have to have graduate students. So it kind of weighs you down, so that even though in spirit I very much would like to be making the move to the United States, I just got killed with horrific taxes, which we can talk about. It's been about 5-6 weeks. I've been walking around in a daze, unable to understand how the mathematics of the money that I started with and what I ended up with, how we can go from A to B. So I'm desperate to leave, guys, but we have young children, so that even makes me a bit more risk aversive. If our children were grown already, it would be a lot easier to say, screw tenure, I'm moving to Miami.
That makes sense. And if you would leave most likely to a South Florida type of location.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, historically, I would have been a SoCal guy. I lived I was a professor at University of California, Irvine for a few years. I have a lot of family there. Every summer, we go back to Newport Beach. In a week, we'll be going back to Newport Beach. But then the taxes and the wokeness in California is not that much better than where I am now in Quebec. And so Texas, of course, and Southern Florida have sort of become...
Well, there's I don't know, like in Miami, we have Little Havana where all the Cubans hang out.
Right.
I don't know if it's official, but here in Hollywood, Florida, I want to call it like Little Quebec.
Is that true?
Oh, my God. All the French Canadians are down here in the winter. You don't know that?
Yeah. I mean, I know that there are a lot of Quebecers down here. I didn't know it wasn't that specific.
Specifically, right?
Yeah, they're snowbirds, right?
Oh, yeah. Every 6 months.
Guy comes up to me at church. He says, Canadians own 500,000 properties in Florida.
Yeah,
I said,
believe
what?
it.
Is that right?
He says Canadians own, because he's from Canada, he says 500,000 properties in Florida.
I believe it. By the way, when he's talking about tenure, you know what? The first thing that comes to my mind, you've been very vocal about 20% of the bottom half of teachers, 20% of teachers on the bottom
30%
need to be fired.
Absolutely.
How do you grapple that with 10? Because all teachers have tenure of some support.
What he's saying is very interesting, because a guy with his views in a woke environment should get fired.
Oh, I wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes.
Well, this is when tenure backfires on them, on the woke.
Yeah.
But here's my question for you. How did Jordan Peterson get fired, and wasn't he tenure as well?
He didn't get fired. So with Jordan, what happened with Jordan is that when the gender pronoun stuff happened, he actually reached out to me before he became Jordan Peterson of great fame, and he knew of my show. And he knew that I was very irreverent. I wasn't an orthodox guy. So he reached out to me. He said, look, I don't think many people are going to be willing to be talking to me, especially in academia. Can I come on your show? And that's how we became friends.
How many years ago was this?
This was 2016, maybe.
So this isn't crazy long ago.
This is not
6 years ago.
And you're in McGill, and he's in Toronto?
I studied at McGill for a bit. Then I went to Cornell, but I'm at Concordia. There are 4 universities in Montreal, 2 French, 2 English. I'm at one of the 2 English ones.
And he was where?
He was at University of Toronto.
Yeah.
He didn't get fired. He retired. And I think he retired. I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but we're very good friends. I know him well. I think it became untenable for him to stay in academia, especially given the amount of other things he's got on. And in a sense, I face a bit of a similar dilemma, notwithstanding the tenure. You know, I could turn on my laptop and reach 100,000 people, or I could sit in a classroom for 13 weeks and reach 30 kids. And I don't mean to denigrate it. Teaching is very important, and I love it, and it's part of my DNA. But at one point, when you've got the opportunities that someone like Jordan or myself have, it becomes that much more painful to go through the grind of the daily life of a professor. So the research is still wonderful. I still love the idea of doing scientific research and so on. But the administration, how slow things move. You know, we will hold a meeting to decide on setting up a task force to have a committee to decide on whether we're going to have coffee in the faculty lounge. So we've just spent 6 months and probably $500,000 of professor salary to decide, I mean, literally on whether we're going to have coffee.
The coffee task force.
The coffee task force.
That sounds intense.
Very important.
Yeah.
It's very important.
So it's
Pat does not like coffee in his offices, so we had to set up a task force here just to implement coffee. True story.
So it's very slow. It's so for someone.
Just before we get to the video that you actually came here to watch, let me tell you about a new channel that I'm running called Decoding the Unknown. It's a show where I take a long, deep dive into some of the world's biggest mysteries, from what happened to the Roanoke colonists to the regular guy who found a listening device in his power strip. It's absolutely terrifying, and it's always a bit of a wild ride. You can find a link below. I hope to see you over there. Almost 300 years ago, in 1739, archaeologists in England uncovered a Roman device that completely baffled them, and everybody since. A bronze dodecahedron, unlike anything seen or found before. Since then, more than 100 have been uncovered. Many puzzle solvers have tried to hypothesize their intended use, and guesses range from military applications to an elaborate Roman brothel pricing system based on girth. Whether a larger measurement would have led to a price or a discount, we'll leave that up to you. The presence of wax in 2 specimens indicated that they were candle holders, but that's since been explained as a remnant of the lost wax casting process. In fact, pretty much every theory that's been proposed has been written off, leaving a tantalizing mystery. For someone who'd like their name to go down in history for cracking the 300-year-old problem of the rangefinder, pebble measurer, star sign interpreter, or penis measuring device, it's time to get to work. The dodecahedrons themselves are intricate devices made of metal and sometimes stone. No two have been found the same, and they vary in size from 4 to 11 centimeters. They're all hollow and have 12 pentagonal faces with a differently sized circular hole in the center of each, ranging from 6 to 40 millimeters in diameter. Some have minor amounts of engraving as decoration, and all have a small metal knob attached to each of its vertices. All dodecahedrons that have been dated were manufactured between the 2nd and 3rd century AD. This means they would have been expensive and have taken great skill to make. By far the most common theory for their use is as glove knitting devices, like modern-day knitting dollies. Knitting wasn't invented until 500 AD, at least 200 years after these devices were made. Therefore, it's possible that the dodecahedrons were an early knitting method that just didn't catch on, probably because it's incredibly fiddly and time-consuming. Supporters of this theory often cite the locations of the dodecahedrons as proof that they were used for gloves. While they've been found in a variety of places, from Hungary to Wales, the largest concentration is in the northern corner of the Roman Empire in northern Gaul and Roman Germany. These are the colder regions of the Roman Empire where they'd need gloves. Theorists also claim a glove maker explains the differently sized holes, as hands and fingers are different sizes. This theory gained popularity due to crafters using 3D printed versions of the dodecahedrons to film themselves knitting the fingers of gloves, thus proving it works and case closed. Or is it? Let's start with the differently sized holes. When using the knitting dolly technique, the size of the knitted tube created isn't affected by the size of the hole. It's controlled by the number and spacing of the pegs. Therefore, since there'd be no reason to have a complex device with 12 different hole sizes, the same thing could be achieved with just one hole and one set of pegs. Secondly, despite the attempts of many who've uploaded their dodecahedron knitting tutorials to YouTube, no one has managed to use it to knit the palm. As knitting wasn't invented for another 200 years, the glove couldn't have been completed before the recipient was long dead. Essentially, it's a device that could have been used to make 5 separate finger warmers, and it isn't very practical for making them at that. As the knitting tube forms inside the dodecahedron, it'd be incredibly difficult to judge the length until you'd completed one. Another issue with the theory is that the majority of the dodecahedrons have been found at military sites. This poses 2 problems. Would the Roman army really have brought a team of knitters to the front with them, or would it have made more sense for them to be crafted at home and then sent to the soldiers? Also, knitted gloves would have been incredibly impractical in battle. Leather would have been much better for gripping a sword or getting better accuracy with a bow. Another theory that has gained traction due to the incredibly in-depth study done by its proposer, GMC Wagnermans, is that they're planting calendars. The idea is that the dodecahedrons can be used as an astronomic measuring instrument that uses the angle of the sun to determine a specific date in spring and another in autumn. This would be useful in agriculture, as farmers could ensure that their winter crops were planted at the optimum time to avoid frost. However, no 2 dodecahedrons are exactly the same, putting a massive hole in the idea that they could be used as any kind of calibration or measuring instrument. Of the 2 different devices trialed by Wagnermans, there was a difference of 16 days. Another issue is that in order to work, the device must be completely symmetrical and stand perfectly horizontally. None of the dodecahedrons found were this perfect. The military sites also cause an issue with this theory. Why would the majority of the dodecahedrons be found near the sites of battle and not of agriculture? Wagnermans proposed that the troops would have had some responsibility for their own growing, but this doesn't explain why the farmers didn't own the majority of the devices. Finally, Julius Caesar's calendar came into effect on the 1st of January 45 BC. Surely, just asking for the date would have been an easier and more accurate method to use. Theories of the dodecahedron's use as a gauge don't end with astronomical measurements. Some have suggested that they could have been used to measure coins and identify counterfeits. This idea was given weight by the discovery of the devices alongside 2 coin hoards. However, as none of the dodecahedrons have holes of the same size, it seems incredibly unlikely, or that they would have led to a huge number of counterfeiting arrests. Another gauge theory that actually takes into account the military sites, finally, suggests that they were used as rangefinders for projectiles and ballistics. It was proposed by Italian physicist Emilia Sparavigna in 2012, and it's highly plausible. The idea is that by aligning 2 of the holes, a user could look through the device and determine the distance to enemy troops, a vital measurement if you wanted to fire anything at them. While critics cite the differently sized dodecahedrons as a problem, this wouldn't necessarily be an issue with this theory. As long as the owner first used their device to measure a known distance, they could then apply it to anything else. So, well, that's it then. A rangefinder. Well, no. While it would technically work, it doesn't explain all the knobs on the vertices. Why would the Romans waste time and money on the extra metal needed to decorate the dodecahedrons if they weren't of any practical use? They just wouldn't do that. Another military theory is that they were used to gauge the size and roundness of ballista balls. We know the Romans cared about this, as Vegetius, a writer of the 4th century AD, explained that river stones worked best as ballista as they were round, smooth, and dense. Ballista stones have also been found at Masada, which were chiseled to make them as round as possible. The theory is supported by the fact that 3 dodecahedrons have been recovered from rivers, suggesting that workers used to sit on the banks and use them as they carved. The different sized holes also make sense, as various diameters were required for various different distances and uses. Seems plausible, right? Well, not really. Sure, it would work, but why create a complex dodecahedron when the same could be achieved by cutting holes in a flat piece of metal or even wood? Also, if the stone passed through the hole and came into the center of the device, it would be irritating to remove it, unlike with a flat device where the stone would pass straight through. And of course, the decorative knobs are still an issue. Many other military theories exist. It's been suggested that they were used as the heads of maces, but they're clearly too light, small, and decorative. Attempting to bludgeon someone to death with a hollow dodecahedron the size of an egg is likely to do more damage to the attacker than the victim. There's also been the suggestion that they were used as an ancient equivalent of a police spike strip, being thrown to the floor to trip horses. But if that was the case, surely you'd find 100 on one site rather than in total, and the Romans would have had to employ hundreds of metal workers to produce just enough to bring down a couple of horses. All the military theories are also weakened by the sites of some of the other dodecahedrons. While it's true that most were found in militarized areas, 3 were found in graves, including one of a wealthy woman, and 2 were found buried with coin hoards, indicating that they were an item valued by their owner. The mystery also deepens when a metal icosahedron was uncovered in Germany. It bears an incredible similarity to the dodecahedrons, even down to the decorative knobs on the vertices. However, it doesn't have the large circular holes in the faces, suggesting that the device's use relied less on them than previously believed. What would be valued by both a member of the military and a wealthy civilian? Perhaps some kind of game. The initial theory of the dodecahedron being used for entertainment likely originated with Dungeons & Dragons players. However, it's not completely without merit. Yes, it's unlikely they were used as dice because the irregular sizes of the holes would mean they'd always land small side down, but it's feasible they could have been used for other types of games. One suggestion is a puzzle ball. A string threaded with different sized balls would need to be passed through the dodecahedron. The player would have to thread them through each hole in the correct order in order to win. Another idea is that it could be thrown and players would have to catch it on a stick. Unfortunately, neither of these uses explains the pesky knobs or why anyone would spend so much time and money crafting the game out of metal instead of wood. When a biologist can't explain something's use, they cite sex, and when an anthropologist struggles, they name religion. Is it possible that the dodecahedrons are some kind of religious artifact? Yes, found alongside the device in a grave in Krefeld, Germany, was a bone staff. This led to the theory that it could have been used as the head of a scepter or as some kind of religious symbol. Which religion is still up for debate. However, we do know that the Pythagoreans attributed great significance to the dodecahedron. They believed that the classical elements were made up of 5 different shapes, the Platonic solids: Earth, a cube; air, an octahedron; water, an icosahedron; and fire, a tetrahedron. The dodecahedron made up the universe or heavens, and Plato suggested that a god used it for arranging constellations, and he didn't expand on that. Knowing this, it makes sense that a scholar of Pythagoras might carry a dodecahedron to symbolize their faith, or just to explain the structure of the universe to the less well-educated. It's possible they believed the dodecahedron to be the shape of our solar system, with the holes in the faces representing our neighboring systems, the different sizes indicating the number of planets in each. The theory would even explain the German icosahedron as a representation of water. Of course, there's a major problem with this theory as well, and you already know what it is: it's the bloody knobs. They can't represent planets, suns, or moons, as there are 20 of them. However, it's possible they were just there as decoration. Why were the devices so decorative? Missing is the only theory so far that offers a practical use for the knobs, but we've thoroughly debunked that one. A possible explanation is that they, and the entire devices, were simply demo objects used to show off a craftsman's skill. The complex shape, differently sized circular holes, engravings, and of course those decorative knobs would all demonstrate a different skill and amount of precision. Is the explanation that simple? Maybe, but again, why were they found at military sites, in coin hoards, or buried with the wealthy women? The 12 signs of the zodiac offer a final explanation. The theory began as the device had 12 faces, one to correspond with each of the signs. The differently sized holes would help differentiate between each one. And the theory gained traction when a dodecahedral die was uncovered in Geneva in 1982, with the names of the zodiac signs engraved on each face, proving something similar existed. Perhaps they were used by astrologists or fortune tellers as divining devices. It was a popular pastime throughout the Roman Empire, and their use in generating an income could justify the cost of manufacture. How the devices would actually work hasn't been explained, but maybe they were just props or worn as decoration on a belt. A slight annoyance is that none have been found with the names of the zodiac signs engraved, which seems like something the Romans would do. But it's not a big enough issue to completely debunk the theory. So, is that it? We finally concluded that the 300-year-old mystery is that it's a device to tell Roman soldiers that they should seize the opportunity to travel and watch out for the color yellow. Yes, but wait a minute, how many faces does an icosahedron have? 20? Well, looks like that theory's blown out of the water as well.
I am truly running out of options. My employers refuse to take my reports, and have even threatened termination of my contract if I bring these events back to the table again. The local authorities are dismissive, or even worse, accuse me of substance abuse and mental instability. I can't even tell my own family, lest they draw the same conclusions. I wouldn't want to drag them into this anyway. Hopefully some of you people can help me. At least help me understand what is going on. I have worked as a forester in Appalachia for a logging company that will go unnamed for nearly a decade now. In that time, I have come to love my job, the woods, and the freedom that accompanies both. But things have started to change with my most recent assignment. God, the woods used to feel so safe, so clean. Now, I can't stop my hands from shaking when I stand beneath the green canopy. So, now that we're all on the same page, I'll walk you through the fieldwork of my profession. First, the company assigns me a tract of land they have recently acquired. I do some less exciting prep work in the office, satellite imaging, GIS, property analysis, etc. And then I head out into the field. Generally, the sites are pretty far from the offices, requiring multiple hour drives and overnight camping. I bring along some simple camping gear, tape measures, manual clinometer and altimeter, bright neon orange marking spray paint, and my GPS transmitter and marker. All in all, a bunch of technical nonsense that lets me determine the value of trees, which should be logged and which should be left behind to ensure no permanent damage is done to the forest. Simple enough. It was early morning on September 21st, 2019, when my office desktop pinged that I had an incoming email. Seeing that it was an assignment from corporate, I opened it up and nearly let out a cheer in my cubicle. The tract I'd been assigned was a huge patch of old-growth forest located in the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. For those of you who don't know, an old forest growth is a wooded area that has not been disturbed for hundreds of years, allowed to grow and develop in its natural state without intervention by farming, construction, or logging. Many old growths haven't been touched since the settlers arrived, and some even before then. In any case, this was a cause for celebration. Old growth is increasingly rare and amazingly beautiful, and I was the one assigned to explore it. Of course, this was bittersweet, seeing as I would be the last to see it undespoiled before I gave the loggers the go-ahead. I spent the morning in the office packing my things and loading them into the tiny white Ford Ranger, lovingly nicknamed Piper, that the company had provided to me when I started working for them. She was a rugged little thing, having carried me through the mountains for almost a decade without protest. Of course, she wasn't without her quirks. Crank-operated windows, a rattling tailgate, and an AC that hadn't functioned since 2011. But I love that tiny little truck. Piper and I set out around noon, making good time on the 4-hour drive through the rugged depths of West Virginia. We arrived at the old trailhead that would deliver me to my tract late into the afternoon. As I strapped my heavy backpack on and locked Piper up for her stay on the edge of the woods, I breathed deeply, taking in the heavy scent of forest earth and the sound of wind and birdsong through the treetops. Giving my truck a pass on the hood, I turned and made my way off the country road and onto the narrow dirt track that wound into the woods. The hike to the old-growth stand of trees took about an hour of brisk trekking, the path becoming more and more overgrown as I progressed. It was obvious this trail hadn't been consistently used for years, probably decades. Nearly to my destination, I happened across what should have been the first sign that something was not right. An ancient sycamore tree stood in the dead center of the path. Had it been any other species, I would have sidestepped it and kept plugging ahead. But sycamores had always been my favorite trees, so I craned my neck upwards to admire the old beauty. About 12 feet off the ground, twisted and woven through a tangle of white-barked branches, was the decomposing skeleton of a deer. Scraps of rotting fur and mummified tendons, the only things holding the carcass together as it dangled from the tree. I gasped and stepped back from the initial shock. The staring, skeletal visage of an old deer being the last thing I had expected to see. My first thought was that a mountain lion or similar predator had hauled the animal up there to feast upon. Carnivores like that were pretty rare in the area, but I had guessed it wasn't entirely out of the question. But my confusion spiked, and the rumblings of dread gestated in my gut when I looked just a little bit closer. It was difficult to tell due to the distance from the forest floor and amount of time the deer had been up there. But as I squinted and stared, I noticed something haunting. The decrepit animal remains were not simply jumbled into the tree branches. They were lashed into place by scraps of rope and cloth. Someone had hauled that deer 12 feet up the sycamore tree and tied its limbs and joints so it would stay suspended up there. Directly beneath the nearly completely rotted animal, barely visible due to age, was carved a simple O, presumably slashed into the bark by whoever took the time to create this macabre installation. I was understandably shocked and confused by this discovery, but the apparent age of the carving and carcass eased my worries a little. Whoever had done this had obviously done their work months ago. I resolved that until I happened across fresher work, I was unlikely to run into anyone else out here in the woods. Having reassured myself for the moment, and excited to lay my eyes on rare old growth, I carried on down the trail towards my destination. I reached the edge of my assigned stand around 6:30 that night. The old, ill-maintained trail terminating in a small clearing in the border of the forest I'd hiked through, and the secluded acres of the old growth that waited beyond. I gazed, awestruck, at what waited for me. Ancient gnarled tree trunks that soared stories high, capped with dense foliage that cast the groves in a placid twilight. One of the defining features of old growth is the lack of an understory. Smaller plants choked by sunlight by the canopy above. This means that you can see much further than you could in a different forest, where brush and vines might block your view. In the old growth ahead of me, I could see deep into the canopy-shaded woods. Darkness enveloping trees that grew in twisted, gnarled shapes. Ancient beings shaped by countless years into warped and beautiful lines. I was nearly overtaken by the sight. A view that so few people are able to look upon in this modern age. Even though I was nearly shaking with excitement to explore the acres-large stand of forest ahead of me, I knew that daylight would not last much longer. I would have to push off starting my work until the next day, working quickly to pitch my tent and create a small stone ring to act as my fire pit before nightfall overtook my new campsite. That first night on the edge of the old growth was quiet. As I lay tightly wrapped in my sleeping bag, staring up through the vent net in the roof of my tent towards the stars above, I heard almost none of the sounds one might expect from camping deep in the woods. No night birds called, no insects buzzed. The only sounds were the rushing of wind through the leaves, and once, the mournful sound of an owl hooting somewhere within the ancient grove beyond my camp. I sat there awake in the eerie silence nearly the entire night, partially perturbed by the quiet, but mostly entranced by the beauty of the starlit sky and filled with excitement for the day to come. I eventually drifted off to sleep around 2 a.m. At 5:30 in the morning, I was awoken by the electronic chirping of my watch alarm, signaling the start of my day. Groggily sitting up, I immediately regretted not forcing myself to sleep earlier. Yanking the zipper of my tent flap and exposing myself to the chill morning air, I rose to a stoop and began to exit my tent. As my head left the tent, I stopped, dead, frozen, and staring. I was staring down the barrel of a pump-action shotgun, clutched in the hands of a middle-aged bearded man. He wore old flannel and denim, a stained old baseball cap over a mop of greying hair. His face was cracked and split by intricate wrinkles, the telltale aging enjoyed by a man who had spent his life outdoors. His grey eyes squinted as he met my shocked gaze, lowering the gun. "Well, damn. I'm sorry, son. Didn't expect anybody." What the hell do you mean you didn't expect anybody? I asked, anger boiling to the surface as the shock of surprise ebbed away. You walked into a campsite at 5 in the morning. Why wouldn't there be anybody here? His gnarled face didn't change from his stony demeanour. Look, boy, I said I was sorry. No harm, no foul, right? He shrugged nonchalantly, irritatingly dismissive of the fact that he had a loaded gun pointed between my eyes mere moments ago. He slung the weapon over his shoulder and extended a hand to help me out of my tent. Most tents you find up here are empty. It took a moment for what he had said to sink in. What do you mean? Like people come up here to dump their trashed old equipment? Disappointment began to brew as the thought of the old growth filled with trash entered my mind. Nah, son, nothing like that. Just exactly what I said. The tents you find up here are always empty. The name's Randy Davidson. This plot belonged to my grandpa, and his grandpa before him. His West Virginia drawl was thick and slow as he gestured towards the old growth stand. Before Grandpa sold it to the National Forest folks, eminent domain and whatnot. I furrowed my brow. Not only had I had the shock of my life less than a minute ago, now I was listening to the family history of some Appalachian backwater hick. My patience grew thin. So is that why you go poking around in other people's business? Scaring them half to death when they wake up? For old time's sake? Randy squinted again, unimpressed with my impatience. Look, boy, all I'm gonna say is you better watch yourself out in these woods. Grandpa used to tell stories. Was happy to have the feds take the land off his hands. Just pack up and leave is my advice. And with that, he turned and started walking away in the direction he came from. I stood there in uneasy silence and just watched him go. What the hell? Was that a warning or a threat? And what could he have possibly meant about empty tents? His message had surprised and confused me as much as his sudden appearance in my camp. The early morning light grew brighter, and the mist that clung to the ground burned away as I gathered my things and prepared for my first foray into the old growth stand. I nearly inhaled my breakfast, excited to start my work. Then, pack-filled and secure, I stepped beyond the edge of the grove. The old growth was breathtaking. Ancient gnarled trees surrounded me as I walked, dark, twisting shapes disappearing into the shadowy canopy high above. No underbrush cluttered the ground, just stoic old boulders and thick sheets of soggy moss. The dense cover of leaves above cast the entire huge stand in the eerie pall of cool shade. The heavy scent of loamy earth and wet wood filled my nose and lungs. Pristine silence filled the forest. I set to work immediately, invigorated by my utterly gorgeous surroundings. The noise I made was the only sound to echo through the ancient woods around me, joining the quiet wind in the leaves above. I identified species, measured trunk diameters, calculated height and slope, judged quality timber from the trees best left standing. God damn, I thought to myself, almost all of these trees were worth thousands of dollars in timber as individuals. This stand of old growth alone would likely net the company over $1 million after harvest. How in hell had this place not been logged yet? With a metallic rattle and aerosol hiss, I marked the trees that would be harvested with my flagging paint. With the forest floor so clear of undergrowth, the bright orange X's I sprayed on the tree trunk could be seen in the distance in every direction, looming out of the darkness in their obvious unnatural neon hue. It felt strange to be painting this place, so long left beyond the reach of humanity. It was after 4 p.m. and I was finishing up the last sections of the stand I had decided to work on today. There was a small, low valley near the center of the old growth, edged by mossy boulders and muddy slopes. I nearly finished marking the chosen trees in the valley when I came across something hauntingly strange. As I rounded the massive trunk of a beautiful old red oak, I saw it. Sitting in the middle of a tiny clearing, shaded by the dark leaves above, was the rusted hulk of an old RV. The paint was chipped and peeled away, almost to the point of non-existence. though there was still enough left to make out the classic script of Winnebago. The tyres were flat, flaccid sacks of rubber draped over rusted hubcaps. Moss grew over the windows of the abandoned vehicle, at least where the glass hadn't shattered and dropped away. The side door hung limply open on failing hinges, revealing nothing but inky darkness inside. I slowly approached the derelict vehicle, wet moss and leaves squelching under my boots. How did this thing get down here? There was no way it could have driven down the steep slopes of the valley, and there weren't any signs that it had fallen or crashed down here. Besides the ravages of time, the old RV seemed undamaged. I stepped within a few feet of the Winnebago's open door. I fumbled through my backpack and produced my flashlight, noticing that the vehicle was ringed by a thick layer of heavy grey mud. Spurred by curiosity, I clicked my flashlight on and stepped on board the ruined RV through the broken door. As I did so, the entire vehicle let out a wretched moan as rusted springs shifted for the first time in what had likely been decades. I threw a glance back over my shoulder into the forest, suddenly feeling watched. All I noticed through the forest gloom were the neon orange X's I had painted in the trees, pointed at haphazard angles and partially hidden by gnarled trunks. The interior of the RV was dark as night, even with the gloomy daylight flickering through some of the small sections of broken windows. The stark white beams of my flashlight cut through the blackness, a circle of vision too small for comfort. Something felt off the moment I was inside. The cabin of the vehicle was almost empty. Driver and passenger seats devoured down to the metal frames by generations of vermin. Crusty lichen encased the steering column. The cup holders held two old metal thermoses. The words "Number 1 Dad" and "Number 1 Mom" just barely visible through the years of sylvan filth that had accumulated upon them. I turned my face to the main living space of the old wreck, silence thick on the air, and only cut through by the agonized creaks of the mouldering floor beneath me. The built-in couch here had suffered the same fate as the cabin seats, devoured by rats and insects searching for a nest. Cupboards hung open near the low ceiling. Cardboard boxes of food within reduced to pulp and slurry by years of exposure. I shone my needle of light across the room, noticing the narrow door at the rear. It hung barely ajar, a crack of darkness presumably leading to the RV's bedroom. As I stepped closer, the stench of mildew and wet dirt grew almost overpowering. With the groan of rusty hinges, I pushed the door open. My blood ran cold as my flashlight beam settled on what waited beyond the doorway. Shocked, my breaths came in quick and shallow as I took in the sight. The room held a bed, mattress and blankets, untouched by foraging pests, but stained a deep black brown by mold and God knows what else. Upon the bed was a heap of clothing, gathered from the suitcases haphazardly left to rot on the floor around the bed. The clothes were stained the same foul shade as the mattress. I could make out at least 4 distinct sizes of clothing in the pile, 2 adults and 2 children. The stink of rotting vegetation was unimaginable. My hands shook, wiping my light as they did so, as I gazed at the top of the pile. Atop the wet heap of mouldy old clothing was the dripping carcass of a deer, limbs broken and twisted at unnatural angles to allow the decaying thing to be propped in a pose like a man sitting cross-legged. Its head was bowed towards me, what was left of the meat blackened by rot and slowing off its skull beneath lichen-coated antlers. Its eyes had long since liquefied, dripping down its cheeks in curdled rivulets and leaving empty black sockets to stare into the dark. The cluster of mossy and scattered head bones with the headboard revealed that this was merely the most recent animal left here, the next in a long line of slaughtered deer propped up in this macabre. Despite the dribbling animal wreckage before me, there was no smell of rotting meat, just the singularly wretched and overpowering odour of composing vegetation and decomposing fungus. Acrid vomit filled my mouth and sinuses, and I bolted for the door behind me. As I stuck my head and shoulders outside and prepared to retch, my eyes laid upon a fresh horror. the bright orange of my marking paint, sprayed at haphazard and dissonant angles as I had wandered the valley, all faced towards me in uniform stares. Every X I'd painted down here looked towards me, neon colour cutting through the forest gloom like electric eyes. The remainder of the food left in my stomach replaced by ice water as I lurched forward and vomited messily upon the mossy ground. Leaning from inside the RV, body shaking with confusion and terror, I hung my head and wiped the bitter puke from my mouth and tears from my eyes. The smell of rotting wood still clogged my nostrils. I stared at the splatter of fresh vomit below me, attempting to comprehend what I was looking at. The steaming bile was collecting in a footprint in the sticky grey mud. My shaky breath rattled in my lungs as I stared. It was unmistakable. Fresh tracks marred the mud that surrounded the derelict RV, a complete circle that stalked around the vehicle. They were deep, pressed into the muck by something big and heavy. The tracks took the shape of half a human foot, the long toes and forefoot evident of the tracks of someone walking barefoot and tiptoeing. Jesus Christ, even the partial footprints were bigger than the tracks I had left. How had something so large moved so quietly around the RV? I hadn't heard a thing from inside. I rose to trembling feet and took a cautious step outside. The old growth was utterly silent beyond my nervous painting. The bright orange X's still stared in my direction. Not a one where I'd originally placed it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I thought to myself. I stood, scanning the empty forest floor and listening for any sounds that pierced the quiet. Seconds passed, feeling like an eternity. And then, I bolted. Blood pounded in my ears as I sprinted through the forest, never once slowing as I made for camp. The feeling of a cold, calculating gaze from unseen eyes never left my back as I ran. I skidded into my tiny camp on the edge of the stand as the sun began to dip in the darkening sky, nearly collapsing with exhaustion as the daylight that filtered through the trees above began to die. As I panted and gasped with exertion, I surveyed my surroundings. My tent and firing appeared untouched since I left this morning. As dusk settled over the forest, my surroundings began to darken. It wouldn't be long until they were as black as the old growth of my back. There was no way I could leave tonight. Even if I wasn't petrified to be out in the dark, there wasn't a chance in hell I could find my way back to Piper through the black and unfamiliar woods. My mind raced as daylight failed around me. Do I set a fire and hope light and flames keeps whatever was out there at bay? Or do I sit in darkness and pray that I stay hidden in a shadowy and silent camp? There were no good options. My bowels knotted inside me as I fought to keep panic from setting in. Eventually, the primal instincts of my cave-dwelling ancestors kicked in. Fire was the one tool that had always served our kind against the darkness and the things that lurked within it. I piled all of my firewood into the ring. I wouldn't need it for another night, and as night fell, the glowing light of my bonfire lit the forest around me, faltering at the edges of the old growth. My camp bathed in firelight. I climbed inside my tent and sealed the zipper shut. I sat silently inside the thin neon shell for hours, listening as the wind made the only sound beyond the crackling of my fire which glowed through the walls of the tent. My hands shook as my spine prickled with nerves, my teeth chattering despite the humid heat that clung to my body, sweat dripping from my brow. I moved slowly to check my watch. 3:30 a.m. Less than 2 hours until the first break of daylight. Less than 2 hours until I could flee this place. I jolted as a sudden snap shattered the silence. The sharp cracking noise emanated not 20 feet from my tent and followed by staccato rustling before deathly silence. My eyes were wide, breath caught in my throat. The quiet, nearly imperceptible rustling came again. Whatever was outside was still there. I slowly grasped the zipper pull with my left hand while fumbling about with my right until it came to rest upon my pocket knife. It was a feeble little thing, barely helpful as a tool for whittling, but as a gift from my dad, it always found its way into my pack. With my impotent little blade clutched tight, I opened the door of my tent, agonizingly slowly to keep the zipper quiet. I crept out into the night, the chill air shockingly cold as it connected with my overheated and clammy skin. The bonfire still burned, though it had run low as the night dragged on. Silently surveying the camp before me, I searched for the source of the hushed sound. Slowly, my gaze was drawn upwards into the boughs of the trees. 2 eyes reflected in the firelight, staring back at me. Shock gripped my heart, and it took all of my willpower not to exclaim with fear and surprise. The eyes cocked to the side, as if judging me. With more quiet rustles, the owl shifted on its branch, close enough that the firelight revealed its identity. Relief flooded my body, and I let out a quiet sigh. Then, true terror overtook me as I noticed a huge shape in my peripheral vision. I slowly turned my head, tears welling up in my eyes. It sat, waiting on its haunches, barely 6 feet away from me, dimly lit by the embers of the slowly dying fire. At first, I thought it was a huge man, a giant living in the woods. But this thing was no human. Never could have been. It sat, nearly curled in a fetal ball, long arms clasped to its scrawny legs and shoulders hunched. Completely naked, its humanoid form was covered in greasy, pale skin, stretched taut over knobby bones and joints. Black-grey veins pulsed beneath its thin flesh. The thing's elongated arms and legs were triple-jointed, digitigrade, like the hind legs of a repulsively malnourished and hairless goat. Its arms ended in hands, each bearing 6 long and twitching fingers tipped with ragged and blackened nails. Its legs terminated in feet that may have been human, if they were not twisted and deformed to allow the thing to walk on its mud and filth-caked toes. It carried an unbearable stench of fungus and compost, but most horrible of all was its face. Atop its spindly neck rested the thing's gaunt head, oily and pale skin reflecting the guttering flames in the fire pit. Its nose and chin were hideously long and crooked, not unlike the jagged and pointed features stereotypical of ancient witches. Its mouth was wide and lipless, flesh pulled back to reveal black gums and long, blunted teeth that looked as if they had been taken from a human jaw and stretched cartoonishly to fit this horror skull. Though it had no eyes, it stared intently at the owl in the tree. No, not eyeless. The twisted and hulking creature crouched beside me, slowly turned its head to face me. Barely visible white orbs rolled and twitched in sunken eye sockets, bulging beneath a pallid and thin membrane of flesh. The horror stared silently at me, before raising a single finger to its lipless and drooling teeth. It let out a quiet, gurgling breath. Shh. Panic set my body ablaze. I scrambled to my feet, dropping my tiny pocket knife into the mud. The owl let out a shrieking protest as it took flight, spooked by my sudden movement. As I stumbled backwards, starting my sprint into the pitch-black forest, the thing rose to its feet on tri-jointed legs. Good God, the thing had to have been at least 7 feet tall, but its body moved without making a sound. As I turned and ran, it let out a hideous, gasping screech, a sound laden with ancient hate. I didn't look back, dashing through the underbrush, away from the old growth, and leaving an empty tent to join the others Randy had found. I don't know if it followed me. It was so big, but it moved so silently. As I ran, I didn't see it, didn't hear it, but the feeling of its gaze never left me. I ran, blinded in the dark, whipping branches and bramble thorns slashing my face and hands, seemingly to ribbons. Blood and sweat drenched me, pooling in my hiking boots. I don't know how long I ran. At some point, I must have collapsed with exhaustion, blacking out in the depths of the forest. I woke up in the glaring shine of daylight, filtering down onto my face through the trees. My face and hands were caked with blood and dirt. At least 2 of my fingers were broken, or at least dislocated. Rising on shaking legs, I began my blind trek into the unfamiliar woods around me, hopelessly lost. I walked for hours, likely wandering in circles. My face and hands ached with dull, pulsing pain. The skin of my chest itched and burned beneath my shirt. Finally, I stumbled into the forest trail, old and ill-maintained. I couldn't believe my luck. I'd resigned myself to being lost, dying alone, and hunted deep in unsettling Appalachia. Tears welled up as I hurriedly limped down the path, and I nearly shouted with elation when Piper came into view. Fumbling with my keys, I managed to unlock her and climb inside, slamming and locking the door behind me. As I fired the ignition and the truck started up, the burning in my chest intensified, an awful itching sensation. Grimacing, I quickly set about undoing the button on my shirt to see what the cause of my discomfort was. As I did so, a subtle stench of old vegetation began wafting into my truck. I felt cold eyes staring from the fingers of the woods. I pulled my shirt open, exposing my chest and the source of the itch. Across the flesh of my chest, sprayed there with marker paint, was a bright orange X. You won't find anything about it on the news or internet. The case was declared closed soon after the crash, claiming there were no survivors. I never told anyone about it, not even my late wife. I guess the whole thing traumatized me so much that I just wanted to push it to the back of my mind and never think about it again. But it was always there, gnawing at me, reminding me. So now, I'm going to tell you about it. It was early fall, and I had just boarded the plane, which would take me home from my 2-week-long business trip. The plane took off just fine, and since I'm so prone to jet lag, I decided to get some sleep. I'm not sure how much time had gone by, but I remember strong turbulence waking me up. I opened my eyes to see luggage falling down and around, and passengers screaming in terror. What's going on? I instantly became alert, asking the terrified lady next to me. She outright ignored me, clutching her seat feverishly. Oxygen masks dropped from above, and I put mine on as soon as it did, buckling my seatbelt with trembling hands. I looked outside the window and saw the tops of endless rows of trees, dangerously close and getting closer by the second. This is it. It's all over. Those were my last thoughts before impact, and everything went dark. I awoke on the floor of the plane. Luggage, spilled food, and other items were all around me. I looked up towards the pilot's cabin and was met with a view of trees. The plane had apparently broken into pieces, but the fuselage seemed somewhat intact, despite the mess around me. My first thought was, I survived. I looked down at my aching body and tried to assess the damage. I was pretty bruised up, and my shoulder had a minor cut, but other than that, nothing serious. It was then that I heard the voices of other passengers around me. To my left, it sounded like a woman was crying, and another woman was consoling her. In front of me, I heard a moaning sound, while to my right was a man who seemed to be bruised up like me, but fine. I got up and realized that a handful of us were still alive, and some were already checking the dead bodies for their vital signs. We need to get help. We need to help the injured, now, one of the survivors shouted. I joined in to help them with that, checking the pulses of the passengers that weren't messed up so badly that they could potentially be alive. Linda, she's gone. I'm sorry, the consoling woman told the young girl, who was sobbing over what we later figured was her sister's disfigured body. A few minutes later, we saw a passenger who was alive in his seat, but just barely. He had a metal pipe hanging from his gut, and his legs were crushed beyond recognition. He begged us to kill him, and after some hesitation, Mitch, one of the survivors, took a hatchet and did him in. The rest of us turned away. We could hardly bear listening to the sound of the hatchet connecting to the man's skull, let alone watch it. What did we do? Linda asked. Basic rules say that we should stay put, and rescue will have an easier time finding us, I said. He's right, another survivor said. We need to set up an SOS signal and try to contact someone. Amber, are you getting anything? He asked the woman who was consoling Linda earlier. She was on her phone, trying to see if she could get a signal. Nothing. She shook her head in desperation. Not a single bar. Then we have no choice but to wait, another survivor responded. We have to set up shelter. It's going to get cold tonight, I said. Wait, we're not going to be here for that long, are we? Mitch asked. Tonight, and maybe a few more nights, I said. We have to ration our food and get cozy. What about the ones who died? We have to give them a burial, Linda said through tears. We will, sweetie, Amber told her. But right now, we have to think about our own survival. We went outside of the fuselage to see where we were. But despite having a small clearing, all around us were tall trees, blocking our view. A few broken trees lay around, as a result of the plane knocking them down upon impact. Since there were no major elevations nearby, there was no way of telling how close or far we were from civilization. We carried out the dead bodies and lined them up in front of the fuselage. We decided not to use our strength for digging, since who knows how long we'd have to stay here. So instead, we just covered them with sheets and clothes. In total, there were only 6 of us left alive. Linda, Amber, Mitch, Will, Norton, and myself. At around dusk, it started to get really cold, so we used the luggage to block the opening in the fuselage as much as we could. Mitch used rocks to form an SOS signal in the small clearing behind the plane, in hopes to get the rescuers' attention faster. When night fell, we still couldn't get rid of the impending cold, so we put on extra clothes and huddled up on makeshift beds made from clothes and blankets of other passengers. We ate a meager meal of a candy bar per person and decided to get some sleep. Most of the group members fell asleep quickly, with the exception of Linda, crying herself to sleep. I was the last one to fall asleep. I'm not sure what time it was, and I suddenly woke up with the sound of a twig snapping outside the plane. I thought maybe someone had found us, so I shot up and peered out the window. I couldn't see anything, so I approached the luggage barricade and peered through the hole. I was met with pitch darkness outside our plane. I had never been camping before, so to see the woods in such absolute blackness terrified me. Thinking the sound may have been from an animal, I was about ready. I was about to return to bed when I heard another snap of a twig close by. I grabbed a flashlight and moved some of the luggage away, enough to make an opening for myself. I went outside and scanned the area with a beam of light. "Hello?" I called out, hoping against hope that someone human would hear me. No one was there. I went around the plane, with every twig I stepped on echoing throughout the woods. It was then that I realized how quiet it actually was. When I went to bed, the forest was brimming with the sounds of its inhabitants. Now, there wasn't a single sound. No birds, insects, nothing. I remembered that when a forest goes quiet, it usually means there is a predator nearby. My heart started racing, and I carefully scanned the area with my flashlight again and proceeded to back away towards the fuselage. I got to the barricade of luggage, and as I was about to climb, I heard another sound behind me. It sounded like something was slowly being dragged across the ground. I pointed my flashlight towards the source of the sound, to the pile of dead bodies. Slowly, I moved the beam from right to left, across the still corpses covered by clothes. My flashlight finally reached the edge of the body line on the left, and my heart started thumping even faster. One of the jackets had been moved aside, and the space where a body had once been, between two other bodies, was now gone. The dragging sound resounded again. I moved the flashlight up and saw the body of a woman lying on the floor, and then it limply slid further into the darkness by a few inches with that same dragging sound, leaving only her legs hanging in the light. I pointed the flashlight further upwards and saw the woman's wide eyes staring blankly towards the sky with an expressionless face. But that's not what scared me. Clasping the woman's hair, just at the edge of the light, was a skinny, yet muscular, dark, hairy hand. Two glowing eyes reflected back from the flashlight, and as soon as the creature saw me, it produced a very short scream. We're talking milliseconds here, and ran off with the sound of loud and impossibly quick footsteps, echoing, and at the same time fading almost instantly, dragging the woman behind itself into darkness. I dropped the flashlight and ran back to the fuselage. I blocked the opening with the luggage, panting. I returned to my seat, surprised that no one was awake by my loud footsteps and breathing. I covered myself, keeping an eye on the luggage barricade. All night, I thought I imagined skinny hands poking their way in, but whenever I blinked, they were gone. Sometime before dawn, I finally fell asleep. I awoke to the chirping of the birds and the voices outside the fuselage. I sighed in relief, the nightmare still freshly imprinted in my mind. I went outside and saw Norton and Will standing near the pile of bodies and having a heated discussion. I approached them to ask what they were talking about, and Norton said, "One of the passengers is missing. It might have been a bear." I looked past them towards the corpses and saw the space where one of the dead bodies should have been, and beyond that, distinctive tracks of something heavy being dragged on the ground, stretched, and disappeared in the tree line ahead. I know what I saw the first night outside the plane wreck made no logical sense, so I went along with Will's and Norton's theory that it was a bear that dragged the body away, opting not to tell them that I saw anything suspicious. I assumed that I was in shock from the plane crash and saw something that shouldn't have been there. On day 2, when everyone woke up, we gathered up in front of the plane and started making plans. We had enough food to last us for 3 days at most if we rationed it, but we assumed we might be stuck longer than that. It was a long flight, and the area we were stuck in was huge, so rescue was expected to be slow. Amber tried getting a signal on her phone again before her battery died, but no dice. I told her to keep her phone off until we find a more elevated area. On that note, Mitch decided to gather wood, while Norton prepared traps for rabbits or any other animals we could find. Will's job was to move the bodies further away from the plane in order to prevent the bear from coming near us again. My job was to find a hill or to climb anything that could potentially lead us to our freedom. Mitch told me not to go too far away under any circumstances, and he gave me a lipstick to mark the trees to not get lost. I put on a backpack and took a power bar and a bottle of water with me and started heading in one direction. I wanted to bring a knife, but the only thing we had was the hatchet, which we assumed came from the plane for breaking down doors in emergencies, and the others needed it for chopping wood. Besides, if a bear attacks you, we'll lose you and we'll lose the hatchet, Mitch said. Now remember, Norton said as he escorted me out of our shelter, if you run into a bear, just play dead. He may toss you around, but as long as you don't move, you should be fine. Now, if it's a grizzly... I know, shout at him until he gets offended and runs away, I said. And assume a high power posture. You want him to feel threatened. How do I know if it's a bear or a grizzly? I asked. Grizzlies have a hump on their shoulders, I think. You think? I raised my eyebrows. Look, as long as you go on shouting, the bear will know to avoid you. How do you know that? I watched it on that survival show with Bear Grylls. Oh, and don't run. Bears will see you as prey if you run, and then you're screwed. I went on my way, while the others attended to their business. As I went on, I'd occasionally shout phrases like, hey, or hello, to scare off any potential bears. I used the lipstick to mark the trees I passed by with an X every 10, 20 steps or so. The terrain was uneven, and I almost twisted my ankle a few times. So, by the time 1 hour had passed, I realized I probably hadn't gone too far from the camp. All the while, I ran into slopes here and there, but no major hills or anything, so I reckoned we'd have to climb one of the trees to get a good view of the area. I turned back and started to retrace my steps, since I figured I need some time to get back. I followed the trees, which I marked for about half an hour, until I reached the tree, which made me stop dead in my tracks. The X, which I'd marked on the tree, was visibly smudged. Now, it could have been a squirrel or something, I know, but this was different. The smudge went down from the X in 3 even lines, as if someone had drawn their fingers across the tree bark. I held my breath as I checked out my surroundings, and I suddenly became aware of the stupid mistake I made once more. I didn't pay attention to the sounds, and the forest had gone silent during my walk when I wasn't listening. I suddenly felt like I was being watched. I didn't know if I should shout to chase the potential bear away, or be quiet to avoid drawing attention, because something told me what I was dealing with here was not a regular forest predator. I opted for the second option, and silently proceeded back towards the camp, painfully aware of every leaf crunching under my feet. I kept looking over my shoulder every now and again, always afraid that I'd be met face to face with something incomprehensible. The further I went through, the quieter it got around me. I felt like I was walking straight into the predator's arms. And then I heard something which made me stop. As I stepped on a crunching leaf, I heard a crunch 100 feet behind me. I wasn't sure if it was an echo or my imagination, but I shot around nonetheless and quickly scanned the area. Nothing was there. So then, why did the hair on the back of my neck stand straight, and I felt such primordial fear? I slowly scanned the trees again and stopped on one of them. Something was off about this one tree, and then my scream caught in my throat when I realized that I was staring at the dark figure peeking from behind the tree. It wasn't moving, and it was staring directly at me, with one hand held around the side of the tree. It stared at me as if I wasn't aware of it, and it was stalking me. I stared at it in silence for a while, and it stared back, neither of us moving. I almost convinced myself that it was just my imagination, like the way you see your pile of clothes on your chair in the middle of the night. But then, its hand moved, slightly down across the tree. I couldn't tell due to the distance, but one thing was for sure. That was no bear. I turned around and started running, not caring about the rules Norton told me. Screw the rules. Screw finding elevation. I just ran as fast as I could to find safety. After what felt like ages, I started hearing the voices of my fellow survivors in the distance, and the sounds of the forest came back to life. I soon saw the plane group gathered around a campfire. I ran to them and turned around to see if I was being followed, but nothing was there. "You okay, Sam?" Amber asked. There's something out there," I said, panting, not taking my eyes off the direction I just came from. Everyone was confused, and when I explained to them what I saw just now and the night before, some of them became visibly worried. We agreed not to leave camp, and Mitch suggested to make a barricade around in order to prevent dangerous animals from wandering in. Each survivor was to carry something for defense. However, since everyone was short of weapons, save for Mitch, who claimed the hatchet for himself, the others got makeshift spears from wood. No one believed my description of the creature I saw. Hell, even I wasn't sure what I saw. But they all agreed that it wasn't safe to go alone. After lunch, we gathered up some more wood for the fire and tried to pass the time by talking to each other. Amber was a businesswoman who was on a trip like me. She used to be married, but work came first for her. Linda was having the hardest time of us all, having witnessed her sister's death in the crash. The two of them were on vacation when it all happened. She racked her mind about how her parents would react, but Amber comforted her most of the time. Mitch was an athlete who had a knee injury, so he was visiting his physiotherapist in the country. He considered himself lucky to even come out alive, let alone avoid more serious injuries in the crash. Will was a programmer, and that's all we managed to get out of him, while Norton was an assistant professor. Like Linda, he was on vacation. It got dark and cold pretty soon, despite only being around 5 p.m, so we decided it was time to get back inside the airplane. Will insisted on staying outside and keeping the fire going, since it greatly improved our odds of being found. Although I didn't feel happy about him staying out there alone, I knew he was right, and I sure as hell didn't want to stay out there. At around 8 p.m, Mitch, Norton and I joined him outside to keep him company. He had started building a makeshift fence by then, and big, sturdy branches were already sticking out of the ground in various places around the camp. "When I'm done here, the camp will be enough to last us through the entire winter," Will proudly said. "Well, let's hope we don't have to stay here for that long," I replied. Norton went to take a leak. "Think they'll find us soon?" Will asked. "Shouldn't be more than 10 days, Mitch replied. This didn't seem to lift Will's spirits. Norton was done taking a leak, so he zipped up his pants. Well, one thing's for sure, he said as he turned around towards us. At least we're spending some time away from technology. Will poked the burning wood, while Mitch stared at the fire. The fire crackled violently for a moment, illuminating Norton's face and the area around him. In that split second, I saw something black and hairy behind him, slowly creeping up on all fours, before it merged with the darkness again. It was the same creature from before. It was on all fours, right behind Norton. I opened my mouth and tried to scream, but no sound came out. It all happened so fast. Norton's jovial expression turning into one of surprise as he got yanked backwards, and his sudden screaming mixed with the sound of dragging faded only moments later, as if he somehow managed to run 100 yards in mere seconds. Everyone else instantly became alert. Norton? Mitch stood up. Norton! Norton's now barely audible screams faded completely, and the only sound remaining was the crackling of fire. Norton! Mitch shouted again, only getting his echo as a response. Sam, what happened? It just took him, I barely uttered. What took him? Mitch asked. And then a scream came through, which froze my bone to the marrow. It sounded like screeching tires, which echoed throughout the woods and all the way to our camp. Damn, we gotta get back inside now, I shouted. Wait, we gotta help Norton, Mitch said. Mitch, think. If we go out there, we're as good as dead. We gotta get back to the plane right now. All three of us ran back to the plane and barricaded it with the luggage. The two girls were confused and distressed, asking where Norton was and what that inhuman scream was. But we had no time to explain. Listen, we need to be as quiet as possible, Mitch said. We don't know what's going on, but some dangerous animal is out there. We sat for what felt like hours, long after the flame had died down. Everyone was slumped down in the plane seats, clutching their spears. I started to get sleepy when a noise came from outside the plane. The snap of a twig. Shh, Mitch said, lying across the seat with a hatchet held tightly to his chest. A sound of scratching came from my side of the plane, and I froze in place. A moment later, it stopped. I heard something that sounded like sniffing, followed by the sound of footsteps upon leaves, which faded away. I gathered the courage to lift my head, just enough to peek through the window. At first, I saw nothing. And then, through the darkness, I saw movement. A tall, hunched-over figure was standing where the bodies had been moved. It bent down to inspect them, before grabbing one with its abnormally long arm and dragging it away into darkness, just like it did the woman the night before. We got no sleep until sunrise. On the early morning of day 3, the chirping of the birds returned. That's how we knew that it was safe to go back outside. Despite that, we were still extremely paranoid when going out, and so we carefully observed the surroundings first. Okay, I think it's gone, Mitch shouted to the rest of us. We followed him outside. Mitch turned to me with heavy bags under his eyes and asked, Sam, what the hell was that thing? I saw it a few times by now, but I never managed to get a good look at it. I shook my head. Will, did you see it? Mitch turned to Will. I didn't even see what happened to Norton until I heard the screams, Will said. We stood in silence for a while. We can't stay here anymore, Linda said. Well, we can't go wandering around in the woods with that thing stalking us there. We'll be sitting ducks. Mitch responded. So what then? Amber interjected. I looked around and thought for a moment. I knew what the right thing to do was, but I hated the idea every bit anyway. We have to rescue Norton, I said finally. We can't leave him behind. Whoa now, Mitch raised his hand. I didn't see it very well, but that creature looked pretty damn dangerous to me. We can't go against it. Not to mention how fast it is. Norton's screams are here one moment, and then... Will said. I think we're going to be safe if we bring torches, I said. The creature, whatever it is, stalked me from afar yesterday morning, and it was in our camp the night before, but it never approached while there was fire. And while I pointed my flashlight at it, it scurried away with the body of the passenger. It's a long shot, but it's worth a try. Okay, but how the hell do we find Norton? He could be anywhere. For all we know, he could be dead. I pointed to the pile of dead bodies and said, last night it dragged another body away. It's dragging them in the same direction. I think it might have a lair. If we follow the tracks, we might find it. Again, did you see how fast it is? Will said. It could take us days to find it, if we even find it. Well, while it's alive, none of us are safe here, I said. We got enough water, but food will run out soon. We have to start thinking of alternatives. The creature probably needs water, right? Amber asked. There may be a creek nearby, and if there is, following it will get us out of the woods. We spent some time discussing it, and in the end, we came to the conclusion that we should make some torches, stock up on food, and follow its trail. We packed everything useful, and made torches by cutting a few branches and wrapping them in cloth. We had no oil or fuel to make the flames last longer, so we figured we just need the torches to last us long enough to ward off the beast, should we come face to face with it. The thought of angering that thing filled me with unspeakable fear, but also defiant satisfaction. One way or another, this would all be over soon. We inspected the place where Norton had been kidnapped, and it quickly became apparent that the tracks where he had been dragged on the ground were either clear of leaves, or there was an obvious sign of leaves being flattened in places. If we wait too long and more leaves fall, we'll lose the trail. We have to go now, Will said, as he picked up one leaf, inspecting it curiously. The rest of us agreed, and we let Will take lead, since he seemed to have the best eye in figuring out where to go whenever we lost the trail. Only 100 yards away, we saw two tracks emerging into one, and it didn't take us long to figure out that one was from Norton, and the other was from the body the creature dragged off last night. It made all the more easy for us, since the trail became a lot clearer. It also fortified Amber's theory that it had a lair, since the creature seemed to always move on the same path. We walked for about 30 minutes before we saw a blue piece of fabric on a nearby log. Will quickly bent down to inspect it. I think this is Norton's, he said. He was wearing blue pants. This isn't good. Why not? Linda asked. I think there's blood on it. He raised the fabric for everyone to see. Linda gasped, and Mitch inhaled through his teeth. Don't worry, it doesn't look like he was injured badly. But we better hurry, Will said. We went on for an hour before running into something completely unexpected off trail. A big piece of metal. We looked past it and saw more tiny pieces scattered around. Look! Mitch pointed at a tiny clearing, and then the rest of us saw it too. What was left of the pilot's cockpit was woefully sitting in the clearing, partially facing down with its nose. There might be something we could use there, I said. We approached the cockpit and immediately saw the body of one of the pilots. He was sitting in the chair in front of the cracked windshield, head slumped backwards. His abdomen was covered in blood, but we weren't sure whether the crash or something else killed him. Mitch saw an open first aid kit, and although some of the contents were used up, we took it just to be on the safe side. I glanced to the floor and saw a small device that looked like an MP3 player of sorts next to the flare gun. I knelt down and reached out to it when a freezing hand grabbed my wrist. I looked up at the pilot, who previously had his eyes shut and now stared at me wide-eyed. "You have to run," he spoke with a trembling voice. "Get out of here before it returns." I pulled back in horror, pulling the pilot of the chair along with me. He stumbled down like a rag doll and ceased moving altogether. "Oh my God." Linda clasped her mouth with her hands. Mitch approached the pilot and checked his pulse. "He's dead," he said, confused. I picked up the flare gun and device which were on the ground. The gun had a round in it, so I put it in my pocket and pressed the play button on the device. A voice started speaking through the device. "This is Captain Miles. Our plane crashed less than an hour ago. My co-pilot and I are miraculously alive, but we don't know where the passengers are, since the plane broke into pieces. We still don't know what went wrong. We contacted control, but there was no response. We'll stay here and wait for rescue. We don't have much food or water left, so we'll make do with what we have." There was a pause before the voice started speaking again. "This is Captain Miles. 10 hours have passed since the crash. We saw someone moving in the distance a while ago, but whoever it was, they ran away. If we're lucky, it's one of the locals, and we aren't far from civilization." Another pause, and then, "This is Captain Miles. It's been roughly a day since the crash. We keep seeing someone in the distance, always hiding behind the trees. Whenever we shout for the person and ask for help, they run away. My co-worker says it's a bear, since he got a closer look. Just in case, we're keeping our flare gun close by, and we'll continue having a campfire to stave off any potential predators." Short pause, and then the captain's panting was heard. He said in a panic, "Oh my God, this is Captain Miles. That was no bear." I didn't manage to get a good look at it, but when I heard my co-pilot screaming, I turned around and saw him getting dragged away by this hairy thing. I tried to follow them, but it was so damn fast, and it's dark. I had to go back to the cockpit. I'm staying here until morning, and then I'm getting the hell out of here." Another pause, this time longer. I thought the recording was over, but then Miles continued. "This is Captain Miles. I tried running away, but this thing keeps toying with me. Wherever I go, it's there, just peeking behind the trees, pretending to hide. But I think it wants me to see it. It knew what it was doing, because by noon, I had taken so many reroutes that I was back at the plane, and the creature was gone. I have to stay here and defend myself if it attacks." Another pause, before Miles' shallow panting could be heard again. He said, "It got me. It bloody got me. But I managed to wound it before it could finish me off. Shot 2 flares and managed to take off a few of its fingers with the first one. The second flare only scared it away. It seems to be afraid of unnatural light and fire. This thing is really smart. It scouts during the day and attacks during the night." There was a growl from the recorder. Linda cradled her arms, looking over her shoulder, as if she expected the creature to appear right then behind her. The pilot continued. "It's closer now, watching me. I can see it just beyond the fire. It won't come closer as long as the fire's going, but I am almost out of wood. I hope it can last until morning, but if it doesn't, I have one more flare remaining. I may not kill it, but I sure as hell will do a number on it before it takes me." if anyone finds this, don't wait for rescue. Kill the creature. Don't try running away, because it will always follow. It knows this forest better than anything living in it. As for me, I'm not going to survive my wounds either way. Captain Miles, out. The recording stopped. We listened in silence and horror. Jesus Christ, Mitch said with a trembling voice. Well, that does it, I said. We have to kill it. Did you even hear what the pilot said? Mitch snapped. He fired a damn flare at it, and it's still alive. Yeah, but we can't leave until it's dead. Don't you get it? It will never let us leave the forest alive. So it's either it or us. I'm not going to fight that thing head first. All we have is this damn hatchet, and there's no way... Wait. Will raised his hand and interrupted Mitch. Where's Amber? We shot around and gave Linda, who was standing at the back, an accusatory look. She was here just a moment ago, she said. Amber, where are you? Will shouted. And then we all saw it, and it made our hearts sink to the floor. Blood. A trail of blood went along the clearing and into the tree line. Oh God, we have to find her, Linda said. Mitch took point and started following the trail, calling Amber's name along the way. It was evident that she'd lost a lot of blood and was, in the best case scenario, badly wounded. The trail of blood started to thin out pretty soon, but since it merged with the tracks we followed prior to that, it wasn't very difficult to stay on the right path. How the hell could you let this happen, Linda? Mitch shouted in frustration. Why are you blaming me for this? Linda defended herself. You stood closest to her, Mitch rebutted. Mitch, back off. It wasn't her fault, I said. We continued striding in silence. Guys, wait up, Will shouted from the back, barely able to keep up with Mitch, who was practically jogging now. Come on, we have to hurry, Mitch shouted back, before stopping dead in his tracks, making me bump into him. What the hell, Mitch? I shouted. And then I realized why he stopped. In front of us was a cliff, and carved into it was a narrow passage into a cave. The passage itself was obscured by branches, so it could easily be missed, even walking next to it. The tracks of blood led inside and disappeared in the darkness of the cave. This must be the lair, Mitch muttered and turned to the rest of us. Are you guys ready? No one responded. Mitch whipped out his lighter and lit his own torch, and then ours, and went in without a moment of hesitation. I remember watching him and his flame get consumed by the darkness, and admiring him, wondering if he was courageous or just foolish. The rest of us followed, and what I expected to be a small cave turned out to be a complex combination of tunnel after tunnel. The passages were barely wide enough for even one of us to go through, so we went in a row, Mitch in front, then Will, then me, then Linda. Oh, Jesus. Mitch stopped again and looked at a particular spot on the ground. What is it? I asked. He simply continued walking and said, Come on, let's move. As I walked past what he was looking at on the ground, my torch illuminated enough for me to realize that I was looking at a human hand. A feminine, blood-curdling scream suddenly came from the cave, somewhere in the distance. Amber! Mitch shouted again and started running. I followed him and Will closely behind, clutching the torch in one hand and flare gun in the other. The screams continued, as if someone was being flayed alive, but it was impossible to tell which direction they were coming from. Mitch and Will rounded the corner and their flames disappeared out of sight, so I hurried after them, yelling at them to slow down. The ground was uneven and slippery, and I could barely see in front of myself. Another scream echoed. I turned around and realized that Linda was gone. Linda? Are you there? I asked, but no response came through. There was a low growl coming from the darkness in front of me, reverberating on the walls all around me. I started running back in the direction of Mitch and Will, completely forgetting about the flare gun in my panicked state. I couldn't see where my companion's torch flames were, and when I reached the forking in the passengers, I panicked even more. With the inhuman scream following closely behind me, I rushed to the left, now full on sprinting unsteadily. I kept losing balance due to the uneven ground, but I kept running for dear life, not caring where I was going. I just wanted to be as far away from the creature as possible. And then, I felt the ground disappear from beneath my feet, and I stumbled forward, falling down somewhere and hitting my head. Everything went dark after that. I woke up with a throbbing head. It was pitch black in front of me, and as I felt my way around the ground with my hands, I felt pebbles and rocks shifting and sliding. I no longer had my torch. However, the flare gun was still in my pocket. The screams that followed me previously were gone now, leaving me only with the sound of my own heavy panting. I didn't dare call out to my fellow survivors, under fear of attracting something far worse. I still had my backpack on, so I reached into it and felt around until I felt the lighter. I steadied myself on the pebbles that kept sliding from underneath me and flicked it once. Immediately the flame sparked to life. I gasped in terror at the sight before me. Those weren't pebbles, but human bones. Hundreds, no, thousands of them on one big pile, covered in dry blood and dirt. I screamed and fell backwards, the light of my lighter disappearing instantly. I scooted backwards until my back hit the wall, hyperventilating. I flicked the lighter once more as soon as I was calmer and observed my surroundings. Bones were everywhere, and I saw no way out. But there had to be one. I stood up and unsteadily walked across the giant tomb, balancing myself on both legs and one hand, while holding the lighter with the other. The cave seemed to lead forward, so I followed the only remaining passage hoping it wouldn't end with a dead end. There was a crack in the wall ahead, big enough for me to go through, and I heard the sound of water somewhere in the distance. With rekindled hope, I followed the sound, cursing myself for allowing to get into this situation. I wondered where Linda, Will, and Mitch were, but I was too preoccupied with claustrophobia and fear of being eaten alive to worry too much about them. And then I felt myself step into a puddle of water. I illuminated the ground and realized I was standing in a creek, which led to a tiny area contrasting the pitch darkness all around me. I hurried up, splashing my way through and breathing so loudly that my voice echoed throughout the cave. But then I remembered that I should probably be more quiet. The sound of water was getting louder, and when I finally reached the semi-illuminated part of the cave, I was in a more open area, with a crack on the ceiling, letting in a faint beam of moonlight. I thanked God for letting me out of the narrow tunnels, but my relief was short-lived when I heard a crunch echo from my left. I turned my head to the source of the sound slowly and saw movement in the distance. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a dark figure hunched over, facing away from me. My heart started to race. I realized there was no way that that sort of shape could be one belonging to a human being. It was eating something, and I dreaded to think what its meal was. I immediately flicked my lighter off, and as I stood there, frozen in place, I looked around and realized that the only way out was in the direction of the creature. At first, I thought there was no way I'd try to get past him. But then I remembered the only other way was to go back into the lair filled with bones. I mustered my courage, put the flare gun in my hand, and slowly began towards the opening where the creature was. With each crunch it made, my heart jumped just a little bit. As I got closer, the creature came into view a lot more clearly. Although it was hunched over and squatting, it was still pretty huge, almost as tall as I was. It had mangy black fur all over its body, the shape of which was somewhat humanoid. Another loud crunch, followed by a chewing sound. The creature tossed the bone sideways in a bemused way, which fell down with a loud clank and started chewing on something else. I was only a few feet away from it now, and slowly took steps sideways, not daring to look away. And then I saw what, or rather who, it was eating. Linda's eyes stared back at me, blankly, as the creature gnawed on what was left of her leg. I clasped my mouth with my hands to stop myself from screaming and continued sidestepping. The creature suddenly stopped chewing and shot its head up, sniffing the air. I stopped moving and held my breath, my heart just about ready to burst out of my chest. The creature continued sniffing more vigorously, now swiveling its head left and right. I could just barely make out a nose, which resembled a snout covered in the same fur as the rest of its body. The creature stood frozen for a long moment, listening. I pointed the flare gun at it with trembling hands, ready to pull the trigger. The creature looked back down and continued eating. I lowered my gun and continued stepping away. I was able to put myself at a safe distance to speed up a little and sighed in relief when I turned the corner. I leaned on my knees and steadied my breathing, with my heart still pounding my chest. And then I felt something grab my shoulder, and I just about jumped out of my skin. It was Mitch. He was holding his finger up to his mouth in a way to tell me to be quiet. I leaned in and whispered, "Where the hell did you guys run off to? Where's Will?" "I lost him," Mitch said. "We were attacked right after we found Amber and..." "You found her?" Mitch shushed me and said, "Keep your damn voice down. Yeah, we found her. what was left of her anyway. She was missing a foot and her arm all the way to the shoulder socket. Poor girl was begging us to end her. You killed her? I asked. I had to. She couldn't move, was in a lot of pain, and there was no way she'd survive. Will and I both agreed to do it. Listen, right now we have to find Will and Norton if they're still alive, I suggested. No way, we gotta get out of here, Mitch said. That thing is invincible. Will manage to chase it away with a torch, but it's too damn fast and always comes back. I'm not leaving them behind, I said. Mitch stared at me for a while, before saying, Fine, let's look for them. Where's the flare gun you picked up? Right here, I raised my hand. Keep it close. We went through the cave, and luckily Mitch had his flashlight, so it was a lot more convenient than going with a lighter. The cave was practically a maze, and after what felt like hours, we agreed that finding an exit should be a priority. We had just about given up hope when we heard something that sounded like footsteps in the distance. Moreover, it sounded like boots or shoes, which rekindled our hope that it might be Will. I peeked around the corner and saw a person standing in the middle of the cave, pointing his flashlight around. Will, I whispered. He turned around, his eyes wide in fear, until he recognized us, and relief washed over his face. He smiled, and then we went out to meet him. Thank goodness you're alive, Will said. I've been trying to... Will's sentence was cut off when a big, dark figure ran past right in front of our noses and took Will along with it. Will screamed as the creature held his neck with its teeth and rapidly jerked him left and right. Mitch ran up to the creature and swung his hatchet hard, embedding it in the creature's back. The creature let go of Will's neck, which was now at an unnatural angle, and screamed in pain. The entire cave echoed, and my ears started to hurt. Before Mitch could pull the axe out, the creature turned around, grabbing at his back, unable to reach the axe. It then turned its attention to Mitch, and with movement faster than the blink of an eye, swiped its claws across the air. I didn't even realize what happened until I saw Mitch bleeding from his throat and grabbing at his neck. The creature screamed again, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and tackled Mitch and sank its teeth into its neck, biting off a chunk of it and a few of his fingers in the process. All of this happened so fast that I barely had time to react. Plus, the whole thing put me in a trance. And then the creature looked up at me with glowing eyes, snarling, blood dripping from its chin. I pointed the flare gun at the creature and fired. The entire area was immediately illuminated with a bright red color, and the creature screamed even louder, grabbing at its eye, which had now lost its glow, flailing its arms furiously. I glanced at the bodies of my fellow passengers. Both of them were dead. I turned on my heel and bolted out of there, the screams of that creature following me all the way through the cave. I ran for what felt like hours, tired but never stopping. The thought of meeting my demise like the rest of them did filled me with inexplicable fear. After a while, I saw moonlight peeking from a crack in the distance and hurried up to it. I felt a cold breeze as I got closer and squeezed my way through, breathing in fresh air and listening to the soothing sounds of the forest life around me. The scream of the creature echoed from inside the cave once more, this time sounding like a cry of pure anger. And although it was distant, I knew it could change any moment. I stumbled through the woods, always looking over my shoulder and expecting to see the creature either behind or suddenly appearing in front of me. Daylight came soon, and I fell to the ground, exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. The adrenaline subsided, and I started to feel guilty and ashamed for allowing the other passengers to die like that. I broke down, rocking back and forth and letting my guilt gnaw at me like that for a while. And then I heard something in the distance. Voices. I couldn't tell what they were saying, but when I looked up, I saw a group of people walking around. I called out to them, and they immediately approached me, realizing I was in distress. I tried explaining to them that there's a dangerous predator nearby, but they didn't seem to understand what I was saying. They spoke to me, but I didn't understand their language. I figured they were locals, and cried again in happiness when I realized I was safe. And that's how I was brought back to civilization. I told the rescue services that going back to the crash site is dangerous, but they ignored me. They dismissed my story as exaggeration due to trauma and continued their search. Not even 2 days later, the case was closed and a statement made that there were no survivors. Norton's body was never found, but then again, they never found the cave I mentioned either. I've been plagued with survivor's guilt, nightmares, and PTSD ever since. I'd wake up, thinking I feel a presence in my room, quietly watching me and waiting for the moment when I let my guard down. I never go camping, and have never used planes since either. Except once, 2 days ago. I'm in a small town right now, close to the crash site. The locals here are friendly, but when I ask them about the creature, they suddenly go silent or find an excuse to leave. Others swear the creature I'm describing is peaceful and that running into it poses no threat. The third portion denies the creature's existence altogether, calling me crazy. All locals share one opinion though. No one should go to the area of the sightings. I don't know what that thing is, and I don't care. I have a gun over here, and tomorrow, I'm going back to the crash site. One way or another, I'm taking that creature down.
It's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. My brother ate a gas station chili dog. This is what happened to him. The things crawling around in my brother's guts have baffled every doctor we've taken him to. Every second his condition worsens, and I'm afraid if we don't find the cause soon, we'll lose him for good. I always knew he'd pay for eating that shady food. I just thought it would end with him on the toilet, not a stretcher. My brother and I share a dorm at the same college. Being twins, you can probably guess we're almost the same person. From our green eyes to our names, Jaden and Jordan. I had to start going by Jay just to keep from getting mixed up with him. Well, a few days ago we hopped in my crappy used Toyota and headed back home for our family reunion. As Jordan weaved in and out of the different lanes, I wondered how he ever managed to pass his driving test. Well, our Walmart salaries don't really allow for breakfast, so when we saw the dusty old gas station at the edge of town, he looked at me and smiled. "Oh no," I said. "Oh, come on, man, I'm starving." "No way. You know gas stations probably use dog meat in their food." "Hey man, don't knock it until you try it." Before I could think, he'd whipped the wheel to the right, launching us into the parking lot. As I recovered from my mini heart attack, he jumped out of the car. "Oh, you can starve waiting for Wendy's if you want, but I'm hungry now." I followed him in to grab a water, but reconsidered as I looked around. It looked like something out of a zombie apocalypse. The gas pumps were crawling with orange rust, and weeds poked up through the cracked pavement. Well, when I'd spotted it, I thought the sign had read Speedway, but on closer inspection, it actually said Speedster. The logos were so similar, I could barely tell them apart. The condition was even worse inside. It looked like it was cleaned maybe once a year, and the cashier didn't even look up from his phone on our arrival. As Jordan picked out his order, I started wandering around the shelves. As I was inspecting a dusty water bottle, what looked to be a millipede scuttled over my shoe. I held back, disgusted, and set the bottle back down. Went back to the counter. Jordan was still looking around. Once he decided, he pointed at the menu and made the worst mistake of his life. 5 minutes later, we were back on the road. Jordan sat next to me, pigging out on a greasy chili dog slathered with cheese. A few minutes into his feast, he stopped abruptly. I nodded at the pile of grease and cheese in his hands. "You regret it yet?" His stomach gurgled. "Oh, yeah," he said, tossing the hot dog back in the bag. And it was fine for the first few hours, but by the time it was his turn to drive, he was at least 3 shades paler than usual. He kept complaining about being too hot no matter how much I cranked up the AC. That night we made it to our Airbnb. We were met by a short guy with a hunting cap. He glared at Jordan. "My pal looks like he's got a fever. You'll better not have COVID." "Don't worry. All this dummy's got is a stomach bug from some bad gas station food." Looking back, it's almost funny how wrong I was. That night in the guy's guest room, Jordan tossed and turned on the pull-out mattress. He clutched at his stomach and sweat beaded on his forehead. The next morning, Jordan was really quiet. As we packed our things, he kept rubbing at his arms. His skin was becoming a sickly yellow, and he kept rubbing at his hands. Outside, he walked toward the driver's seat. Wanting him to rest a bit more, I said, "Hey, no worries, man, I'll drive." He waved me off as he stepped inside. "I'm fine, I promise." "No way. You don't seem all there. Look, I'll just..." "I said I'm fine," he insisted, cutting me off. "It's my stomach that's messed up, not my brain." He looked at me with eyes that were sharp and alert, so I reluctantly agreed, but only for an hour. Well, that mistake almost cost us our lives. I hesitantly got in the passenger seat and we got back on the highway. I watched him as he drove. Now that I was closer, I could make out tiny bumps all on his skin. Well, they were faint, but still there, scattered all over his forearms. One particularly large one sat on the back of his hand, right in the middle. was when I was studying his face that I noticed two things that made my heart drop. One was that we were going extremely fast, even for him. The second was that his eyes were closed. He suddenly slumped to the left, arms falling to the seat, limp. My heart dropped as I saw we were moments from rear-ending the car in front of us. I had no control of the brakes, so I grabbed the wheel and yanked it to the left, nearly clipping the car as we passed. Oh, the momentum flung Jordan and me, and his foggy eyes opened a bit. "Jordan, wake up. You need to pull over," I yelled. He sluggishly mumbled, "Your face needs to pull over," and slumped over again. I switched the gear into neutral and switched on the hazards. I waited for an SUV on our right to pass before guiding the car to the side of the road and letting it slowly come to a stop. It was all a blur from there. After calling 911, an ambulance arrived and took him away. I followed it and soon found myself in the ER lobby, pacing back and forth. Eventually I was led into an examination room where Jordan sat in a blue medical gown. I was horrified by what I saw. In the few hours we'd been away from each other, the bumps on his skin had worsened drastically. His bumps had swollen into huge, fleshy lumps. An older woman walked in and introduced herself as Dr. Willows. "Hi, son. How are we doing today?" "Well, my brother almost killed me and himself, so how do you think?" "Oh, okay," I replied. "Do you know what's happening to Jordan?" "Oh, yes, your brother seems to..." She paused, breaking eye contact. "He seems to have, a bit of a parasite." I gaped at her. "A parasite? What type?" "We don't know yet." I felt the urge to panic, but fought it. The coffee I was sipping wasn't helping my nerves much. "How do you not know?" She looked at some documents and slowly said, "Well, even with his blood test and x-ray, we can't determine the exact type. Oh, you see, animals pick up so many parasites. Many aren't completely understood. Now, they're usually restricted to one species. On rare occasions, they can host jump to humans when food isn't cooked thoroughly. Although we've narrowed Jordan's parasite down to the Ascaris family, we aren't sure what its specific characteristics will be." He handed me what looked to be an x-ray. First, it looked completely normal, but on closer inspection, I found something disturbing in his abdomen. There, in his stomach, I saw 3 or 4 long, skinny worms. The thought of those things slithering around my brother's guts made me sick to my stomach. She cleared her throat and said, "However, that's not the only issue." "There's more," I cried, fear seeping into my voice. "Normally when this species lays eggs, they pass through the stool. However, we didn't find any in your brother's stool sample." "Okay, that's good, right? It means it's not laying eggs." She gave me a pitying look and said, "Not quite. We know it's in its reproductive cycle from the blood tests. The issue is that the eggs aren't leaving the body. Based on a CT scan we did, they appear to be stuck to the walls of his stomach with some sort of biological adhesive." I looked over at Jordan, who was sitting on the chair, staring foggy-eyed out of the window. They must have told him already. "How many eggs do these things lay?" I asked. "Well, again, we aren't quite sure, but it's typically about 200,000, she replied. "A year. A day." My head pounded. How was I supposed to tell Mom? "Yeah, hey, Ma, Jordan's caught some weird parasite and he's going to pop out of his chest like Alien. Oh, by the way, what's for dinner?" "What happens when they hatch?" I asked. Dr. Willows looked at her feet. "We don't have enough information on this strain of Ascaris to be sure." Not sure. I'd been getting more and more panicked throughout the conversation, and it finally bubbled to the surface. I slammed my hand on the counter beside me. "Well then, just cut them out or something." She remained composed, saying, "Those eggs are buried in the walls of Jordan's stomach. We'd need to kill the eggs first and then remove them. If our team had a sample of the parasite, we'd know how." How long do we have before the eggs hatch? After pausing for a beat to check her notes, she took a deep breath and replied. The blood test shows they're already in the intermediate stages of development. If you also account for the warm, nutrient-rich environment, the eggs will hatch in, at most, 5 days. Tension hung in the air as we both dealt with the news in our own way. In 5 days, 200,000 worms were going to hatch in my brother's stomach, and do God knows what. And there was nothing we could do about it but wait. When I looked over, I saw him wiping away a tear. I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've seen Jordan cry in my entire life, and yet he was crying now. I looked at Dr. Willows pleadingly. There has to be something we can do. In a dull monotone, Jordan piped up, saying, "Did you not hear her? Unless you're a magician or something, we're not getting these things out." He sighed. All this because I had to have that stupid chili dog. We sat in silence for a moment. Suddenly, my head picked up. Wait, the chili dog. They both looked at me confused. I continued. You never finished eating the chili dog. It's still in the back seat. And, Jordan said, and it's probably still got the parasite inside. Dr. Willows, if we brought a sample of the parasite to the hospital, would you be able to do the surgery? Willows, his eyes brightened a bit, and she said, well, no promises, but yes, if we could determine the exact characteristics of the parasite, we may have a chance at killing it. Jordan turned to me, regaining some of the life in his eyes. Well, let's go get it, he said, hopping up. We practically ran to the car, people in the lobby giving us bad looks as we did. Once we got there, Jordan threw open the back door seat and started rummaging around. I watched as he did, saying, I can't wait to figure out what this thing is. Willows is gonna be... This isn't right, he muttered, cutting me off. Before I could ask what was wrong, he showed me something incredibly strange. The half-eaten chili dog was filled with holes. They were scattered all over the hot dog like Swiss cheese and looked like tiny mole holes. I could tell it had been made by something very small. I told him to scooch over, and soon we were both sitting in the back seat. I heard a scraping noise and looked over to see Jordan wiping chili off the rear window. There were bits of chili splattered all on the inside of the bag, and even some dripping from the ceiling. There was even more on the inside of the bag it had been kept in, like something had popped out. I asked Jordan to hold the coffee I'd been drinking, and picked up the discarded bag. In one of the chili stains, I noticed a few tiny white balls. I shuddered in disgust as I confirmed my suspicion. They were eggs. Good thing they needed a host to hatch, right? The squeaking from Jordan wiping the rear window was grating my ears, so I told him to knock it off. What? He said. I thought that was you. My eyes widening, I whipped my head around to see the impossible thing crawling on the rear window. It was white and segmented like a tapeworm, but scuttled along the windshield with long, spider-like legs, making that horrible squeaking noise as it did. I opened my mouth to scream, but as I did, it jerked what I assumed to be a head at me and crawled in a spiral pattern. In an instant, it launched itself like a spring at my open mouth, white body squirming in the air. I jerked my head out of the way just as its wriggling white body flew past my face, like a slimy missile. I pushed the car open and stumbled out of it, heart racing. As I slammed the door shut, I saw the worm's body fly at me through the open window. Arms flailing, I tripped backwards over the curb and landed on my back. This time the worm found its target, its sticky body hitting my stomach. Its hundreds of legs scuttled as it crawled toward my face at lightning speed. I smacked it, and it went out of sight. Before I could celebrate, I saw it scuttling up my arm, its arms tickling my skin in the worst way. In an instant, I felt its cold, slimy body on my face. Despite my attempts at holding it back, I let out a scream. Just as the creature was racing towards my open mouth, I heard Jordan's voice cry, "Sorry, bro." Before I knew what was happening, I felt a splash of coffee hit me in the face, spraying the creature off me. Through squinted eyes, I saw Jordan smash the creature to bits. I would have sighed with relief if it didn't feel like my entire face was on fire. The coffee wasn't scalding or anything, but it definitely wasn't cold either. After I'd switched out my soaking shirt for a new one, we showed Dr. Willows what was left of the creature. Unfortunately, Jordan had smashed it to pieces, and it wasn't much use. We tried showing her the eggs, but she said they'd been dead for hours. We were going to need fresher samples. Feeling defeated, I said, "How are we going to find another one?" And that's when Jordan said, "What if we go back to the gas station?" Well, after thinking about it, I remembered the bug that crawled across my shoe back at the gas station and recognized it as one of those creatures. If we could catch one of those things, we could bring it back to Willows. We've already dealt with them once. I'm sure we could easily do it again, right? Looks like we've got a new destination. I'm not crazy about going back there and facing those creatures again, but Jordan's only got 4.5 days before the eggs in his stomach start hatching. I plan on letting you all know exactly how it goes down, so keep your eyes peeled. Part 2. The parasite that's been ravaging my brother's body has been getting stronger every second. Every medical textbook says that the symptoms he's experiencing shouldn't even be possible. Oh, a lot has happened in these past few days. I'll try to get down as much as I can before I run out of time. I need to go get Jordan out of some serious trouble soon, so I can only write so much. Anyways, after the fight with the creature in my car, Jordan and I crashed at a hotel for the night. "Holy crap, man," I said. "How are we going to catch one of those things?" From his bed, Jordan made a pfft sound. "What are you stressing for? It's just a little bug." "It's easy for you to say. It wasn't trying to crawl down your throat." "Well, that's not the worst place it could have crawled in," he said. I shuddered and said, "Oh, we need weapons. Uncle Kevin's got a flamethrower." "Way too overkill. That's like cutting a chicken with a chainsaw." "He's got one of those too." I gave him a look. He shrugged. "Just saying." We spent the next day driving around town looking for the weapons we needed. After quickly realizing that net launchers were a little out of our price range, we wound up at Walmart looking for butterfly nets. Jordan and I were in the kids' toy section when Jordan began acting strangely. His skin was still a pale yellow and the lumps on his skin had grown to the size of pennies. Despite this, his mind didn't seem messed up, or at least not more than usual. He picked up an American Girl doll. Wow, Cindy will love this. I can't wait for us to get to the reunion. I raised an eyebrow at him. "What? No, we have to skip it. You know, so we can catch one of those bugs and save you." He turned to me and I realized his right eye was bright red. I could see the network of veins running through its pink, glistening surface. He gave me a confused look and rubbed his right temple. "Oh yeah, I guess I forgot." "Are you feeling all right, Jordan?" I asked him. He slowly shook his head. "No, I've been getting headaches all day. This is the worst it's been. It goes away quickly. I just need a few minutes." I sent him to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, even though I knew it wouldn't do anything in the long run. Well, whatever was in his stomach was messing with more than just his skin. I was looking for Tylenol when I noticed 2 white vans pulling into the parking lot. I watched on as 2 normal-looking guys walked out. The tall one pointed at something in the parking lot, and I realized it was my Toyota. I started heading for the bathroom so we could get out of Dodge, but I couldn't find the sign for it. I heard footsteps behind me and whipped around thinking it was Jordan. It wasn't. Not Jordan smiled at me and said, "Hey, buddy. Do you mind if I talk to you for a quick second?" Well, his phrasing made it seem optional, but The golden FBI badge around his neck told me it was not. Of course not. And you are? The guy was tall, but not that tall. His brown hair was formal, but not too formal. He seemed like a guy who could blend into pretty much any crowd without being noticed. The only thing even a little interesting about him was his pink dress shirt. I had no clue why, but it almost reminded me of my dad. My name is Agent Michael Falcon. The hospital called us when they couldn't identify what was plaguing your brother. Great, so do you know what's wrong with him? His blue eyes lit up. Oh, not yet. We just need to collect your brother. We can get started with our tests. I took a step back. Images of Jordan being dissected, flashing through my mind. Collect? Where'd you be taking him? Just back to the CDC for observation. Will we be able to see each other at least? I asked. He gave me an notice and put a hand on my shoulder. We'll hold him at the hospital for a day or so while we arrange his transportation. You can see him then, but after that, no more. I brushed his hand off of me. One more time, and then what? He's just your lab rat until that parasite kills him? He began talking to me like a dad, explaining to his son why he isn't allowed to eat crayons. We don't know anything about this infection. If your brother isn't contained, he'll continue to spread throughout the population. Well, guess what? I said, turning around and beginning to walk away. Constitution says you can't take him against his will. I was feeling like a badass when a strong arm grabbed me and spun me around. Well, guess what? Falconer said, smile nowhere in sight. The CDC says I can. I suggest you tell me where your brother is. Well, there was no way of getting out of this. There were laws against things like this, and this Falconer guy was wiping his ass with them. Don't do this often, but I sent up a prayer for some way to get Jordan out of this. Falconer continued. We know he's at the hotel on Pine Road. We just need the room number. Hallelujah. They didn't know he was in the store with me. It's room 7, I said. And he took the bait. Falconer was just turning around to leave the aisle we were standing in, when to my horror, Jordan strolled into view. Oh, wait, I practically shouted. Falconer stopped and turned back to me, eyebrow raised skeptically. I just remembered 7 was actually my room, not Jordan's. He pulled out a phone. I wrote it down. Here, I'll check. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jordan notice me and start walking toward us. I opened Messenger and started furiously typing. Just as Jordan was halfway to me and Falconer, I hit send. Jordan froze and checked his phone. He said, "Don't let him see you." A moment later, Jordan turned around and speed walked back to where he'd come from as quickly as possible. Well, Falconer noticed me staring behind him and turned around just as Jordan disappeared around the corner. "There we go," he said. I guess it was actually room 8. After Falconer and his partner had left, I found Jordan hiding in one of those circular shirt racks. I explained the situation. As we finished our bug hunting shopping spree, I wondered what sort of tests Falconer had in store for Jordan. Would they do the surgery to get the eggs out of his stomach? Maybe they wanted them to hatch, so they'd have more specimens to observe. Well, I decided to push that to the back of my mind. We had a monster to catch. We ended up checking out with a small flashlight, tennis racket, butterfly net, and some bug spray. Not as badass as I'd imagined, but it'd get the job done. The drive to the gas station was long and tense. My imagination was filled with terrible images of what was waiting for us. Our plan was to search around the back of the gas station for those creatures. If that didn't work, we'd have to start looking around the forest that surrounded the building. However, when we pulled up to the gas station, we realized something strange. Despite it being noon on a Wednesday, the lights were completely out. We made our approach, the building looming over us, the dirty glass door hanging slightly ajar. The interior was a wall of darkness. Hello? I called in. Jordan shouted, "Hey, you guys open?" I listened for a response, but all I heard was my own heartbeat pumping in my ears. After a few more moments of waiting, I raised my butterfly net and crept into the gas station. I remember the flashlight and flicked it on, a narrow cone of light cutting through the darkness. I was met with shelves and shelves of off-brand items. Aside from our footsteps, the building was completely silent. There wasn't even the hum of unseen pipes and heaters. I scanned the flashlight around the floor, looking for one of those creatures slithering across it. Oh, the thought of one of them sneaking up on me and launching its squirming body at me put a knot in my stomach. We eventually made it to the counter. I illuminated it with a flashlight, half expecting to see the cashier being munched on by those creatures, but it was empty. Jordan asked, "Do you think he ran out when the crap hit the fan?" "I sure hope so," I muttered. One after the other, we searched each shelf. I caught a few glimpses of white squirming bodies glinting off the flashlight, but they always disappeared around corners before we could react. "They're here," I said. "Keep your eyes peeled." When there was no response from behind me, I noticed Jordan's footsteps had stopped. I turned around fast enough to give myself whiplash. Jordan's face wasn't covered in bugs as I expected. Instead, he was doubled over, clutching his head. "You all right, Jordan?" I asked. "I'm fine," he said. "Just inspecting the floor for clues. If the headache's too bad, we can try it again tomorrow." "No," he said, straightening up. "We both know it's just going to get worse from here. It's now or never." "All right, let's get these things," I said, pumping my fist in the air. Jordan opened his mouth as if to say something, but froze. At first I thought the headache had turned out to be a precursor of a stroke or something, but then I saw where he was looking. When I pumped the air, the flashlight had pointed up like a triumphant torch into the night. I followed Jordan's gaze up to the paneled ceiling. My blood froze as dozens of tiny eyes stared back at me. The ceiling was crawling with them, having both the slick wriggling body of a tapeworm and the tiny legs of a centipede. They crawled over each other like bees in a hive. The instant the light touched them, they began making that sickening squeaking noise we'd heard in the car, a mix between the chirp of a cicada and the squeak of a rat. They froze and began crawling into that familiar spiral pattern that signaled an attack, and Jordan voiced what I was thinking. "Run!" They began raining down on us, their white bodies flying through the air. One flew past my right ear, chirping the whole way and hitting the floor with a wet plop. Then another one hit my left foot and began scuttling up my leg. I whacked it with the net I suddenly remembered I had. Jordan and I, in our panic to escape the creatures, had run to the back corner of the store, on the opposite side from the door. It was a dead end, and we were trapped with our backs literally up against the wall. I turned to find two of the centipede creatures jumping at me, one after the other. One came inches from my face before I caught it in the net. The next one was coming for my neck, and I smacked it across the room. To my right, I saw three creatures coiled on the wall. They must have squirmed up there when I wasn't looking. Just as they prepared their attack, Jordan sprayed them with his surprisingly long-range bug spray. "Have you caught one yet?" Jordan shouted, swatting a bug with his tennis racket. "Yeah, but how are we going to get out?" He pointed. "I saw an emergency exit this way. We'll just have to..." Before he could finish, his face contorted into a mask of pain, and he grabbed his head once again. A bug leapt at him from the wall. I swatted it away an instant before it hit his ear. "Hey, stay with me. Let's go find that exit." He trembled with pain and barely managed to say, "Maybe after a nap." "Please, try to focus," I shouted, grabbing his hand. "Come on, let's go." But before I could make it one step, he whirled on me, his right eye once again blood red, and shoved me back. It wasn't that hard, but it was the last thing I expected, and I stumbled backwards. I slipped on something squishy, Probably a dead bug that fell forward back over the counter. I slammed onto my head and nearly saw stars from the pain. Looking around, I soon realized that my head was the least of my concerns. I was level with those things, and the centipedes had wasted no time crawling all over my arms. Shrieking a few octaves higher than usual, I frantically pushed myself to my feet and threw off my jacket. I looked up and found Jordan gone. The beam of my flashlight found a red door marked basement hanging ajar. His bug spray lay there, thrown aside at the foot of the door, indicating he'd decided to make a detour. Well, I'll be honest, I almost just walked right out of there. Going into a dark, scary basement is about as safe as jumping into an active volcano. The death worms chirping behind me ultimately convinced me to make the descent. My steps creaked as I made my way down the wooden steps. My flashlight was all but useless down here, casting light about 5 feet in front of me. A few steps in, a particularly rotten board made a horrible cracking noise. Fearing it would snap, I drew my foot back and skipped over it. Eventually, the wooden creak of my footsteps turned to a wet squishing. Oh, I didn't know what I was stepping on, but I knew they were probably ruining my shoes. My fingers went to grab the hand railing and immediately recoiled. It was cold and slimy to the touch. I shone my light on it and almost gagged. The wooden railing was covered in eggs, just like the ones I'd found in the chili dog that Jordan had eaten. Except these ones were the size of gumballs. They were slightly translucent, and although I couldn't quite make out what was inside them, I had a pretty good guess. Finally, after an eternity of creaking boards, I finished my descent. I walked along the concrete and swept the beam of light across the room, already knowing what was to come, but dreading it all the same. The walls of the room were red brick, and on the cold concrete floor were even more eggs. There were hundreds of them, piled and stacked up to 3 feet high. They were anywhere from the size of a golf ball to the size of an orange. There in the middle of it all was Jordan. "You owe me a pair of Converse," I said. No response. Using every drop of concentration I could muster, I carefully made my way across the floor, taking care to avoid every glistening monster egg. The egg clusters got denser the closer I got to the center, and I had to walk on my toes for much of the time. The slime I'd gotten on my shoes made this difficult, and I nearly slipped several times. Eventually, I navigated my way over to him. Once I was close enough, I used a special technique for getting people out of trances that totally wasn't just me smacking him in the back of the head. His head snapped up and he looked at me. His eye was pink, but no longer red. "Where'd everyone go?" he asked, dumbstruck. "Where'd who go?" He looked around, saying, "We were back at the reunion. Everyone was there. Mom, Cindy, Uncle Kevin." "You can tell me about that later," I said, interrupting him. "Right now, we have to get out of here without waking any of those things up." He blinked. "Oh, if you say so." "Now, listen carefully. Don't step on these things. I don't know what happens if you do, but I don't want to Shh. The sound came from behind me. I turned to find Jordan frozen mid-step, foot planted on a cluster of eggs. "What the hell are you doing?" I screamed. "Oh, wait, you meant the eggs?" he asked. I was in the middle of asking what else I would have meant when the eggs under his foot began to quiver. My eyes widened as I swept the light around the room. It had triggered a chain reaction, and soon every egg in the room was twitching and shaking. Suddenly, a cluster of eggs in the back corner exploded, splattering goo everywhere. Centipedes the size of baby snakes burst out in every direction. Well, that sure as hell broke me out of my trance, and I spun on my heel. Jordan did the same, and soon we were running full tilt at the wooden staircase in the far corner of the room. I heard more of those gooey explosions behind me. Some messed up game of dominoes. The eggs were triggering their neighbors, creating a tsunami of twitching, chirping centipedes that were gaining on us with every second. We were about to reach the stairs when a cluster of eggs in front of us splattered to life, releasing its slimy residents into the world. Jordan went left around it, and I went right. I was almost around when something landed in my hair. Slimy, cold. Legs the size of my fingers scuttled through my hair. My heart skipped a beat, and for a moment my soul almost left my body. "You got a little something in your hair," Jordan yelled, swinging a tennis racket through the air. The creature went flying, and I shuddered at the thought of what it wanted to do to me. We finally reached the steps and raced up 3 at a time, arms pumping furiously. As we did, the unnatural chirping of the hundreds of creatures nearly deafened us. 5 feet away from the exit, I remember the rotten step from earlier, but I was a second too late. I plunged through the rotting wood. Leg dangling, I turned around. My eyes were met with a wave of twitching, slimy bodies rounding the corner and rushing up the stairs. Just as the flood of creatures was moments from reaching me, Jordan thrust his tennis racket in front of my face. I latched onto it, and he pulled me out of the stairwell and back into the gas station. The second I was out, Jordan slammed the door shut. There was a booming thud as the insects crashed into the door. For a few moments, Jordan and I just stared, waiting for it to burst open. After a few horrible seconds, I let out a breath that I didn't know I was even holding in. We were done. The bug in my neck was still there, trying to squirm free of its stringy prison. We just stood there, in the gas station for a few moments, processing what had just happened. "Wow," I said. "Remind me to get the dorm sprayed down." Suddenly Jordan had me wrapped in an embrace. Caught off guard, I took a step back. "Thanks, man," he said. "You about to try and lay eggs in my head or something?" "No, really," he said. "I would have been bug food if you hadn't got me out of there." I hugged him back. "Come on. Mom would have killed me if I let you get eaten." He let go suddenly. Did you call the cops?" he asked. "No. Why?" I turned around to see red and blue lights filling the gas station. No less than 3 cop cars filled the parking lot. "What's going on?" he asked. I pointed at the familiar white van that was pulling up right in front of us. Oh, he finally found us. And out of the van, clad in that stupid pink dress shirt, stood Michael freaking Falconer. He smiled at me, but a pleasant kind of smile. It was the way a wolf might smile when it catches a rabbit. "Sorry, buddy," he said without an ounce of sympathy. "Say goodbye to your brother." And with that, 3 of the policemen walked up and dragged Jordan, kicking and screaming, into the white van. I screamed and shouted for them to let go, but before I knew it, the cars were gone and I was alone. The dorm's been pretty quiet here without Jordan. There's no one to hog the TV or leave wet towels on the bathroom floor. A week ago that would have sounded like a blessing to me, but now that he's actually gone, I feel awful. During these past few days, I've done a lot of thinking. I may have gotten an idea. Well, if it works, John will be back home by lunch. But if not, a lot of people might die. If I survive this, you'll hear from me within the next few days, cross my heart. If not, then I guess you can assume the worst. I hope heaven has Wi-Fi. Alright, wish me luck. Part 3. I never thought eating a chili dog would land my brother in the CDC. These past few days have been some of the most stressful in my life. I better just get into it. After the FBI brother nabbed Jordan to use him as a lab rat, I went back to my dorm to feel sorry for myself. The entire morning was spent eating a family-sized Cheetos and watching Netflix. Falconer had said today was the last time I'd be able to see Jordan before they take him back to the CDC for testing. That's what they said it was for, but, well, I have my doubts. They could put a bullet in his head the second I left, and I would never even know. I had a wad of Cheetos halfway in my mouth when I got the idea. Falconer told me over the phone that we were allowed to pack a bag of belongings to take with him. I could use that to my advantage, but I'd have to be quick. I stopped by Walmart to pick up some very important items before shoving them in a red suitcase and heading to the facility to see Jordan. It seemed very, very normal. It was just a nondescript white brick building without anything eye-catching about it at all. Looking back, I guess that was the point. As I walked in, my suitcase wheeling behind me, I was met with white walls and fluorescent lights. In the lobby, I saw two people who I immediately recognized. My mother and Agent Falconer stood there arguing, my mother's face streaming with tears. Falconer's a mask of fake sympathy. "I'll press charges," she screamed. "You can't hold my boy in there like some sort of animal." "I completely understand why you're upset, ma'am. Your son is considered highly contagious and is a threat to the public. We can't allow him to leave until we understand the exact characteristics of his disease." When my mom noticed me, she wrapped me in an embrace so tight I think she cracked a rib. "Tell him, Jay," she said. "Tell him he can't take Jordan." "I'm sorry," Falconer said. "There's nothing to be done. Jordan is scheduled to leave for the CDC in an hour or so. If Jay wants to see his brother, it has to be now. Mr. Weaver will escort you out." A blond man walked up to my mom. "Let's go, ma'am," he said curtly. I turned to my mom's tear-streaked face. She looked like she hadn't slept in a week. The sight of it broke my heart. "Don't worry," I said quietly. "I'll make them see reason." She nodded, and the man walked her out. Falconer silently led me through a hallway, his usual pink dress shirt contrasting the white walls. We made our way to a white wall, and he turned around, staring me down. "Yeah, 15 minutes. No questions relating to his experiences here." I braced myself for what I might see and pushed open the door. There, sitting on a makeshift hospital bed, was Jordan. The room was large and clean, however the lack of windows made it seem very claustrophobic. When my eyes finally fell on Jordan, I was taken aback. His skin was almost completely yellow now, huge clusters of bumps scattered all over his skin. He was unshaven, and the weathered look in his eyes made him seem like someone twice his age. "Hey, buddy," I said. "How you holding up?" "Well, you know, can't complain. Food's pretty good. That is, if they feed you at all." "They didn't feed you," I said, hands balling into fists. "Not since yesterday," he said with a cough. "They wanted to observe the parasites. Their reaction or something." "Jesus Christ," I said. "This can't be legal. Anything else?" Jordan looked down at his feet. "Yeah," he said quietly. "They kept asking me about my eye." "Your eye?" "Yeah, they asked if it's been throbbing. I denied it, but it reminded me of what happened yesterday at Walmart. Or when you attacked me at the gas station." "Yeah," he said. "Sorry about that, by the way. I don't even remember it. It's like I blacked out or something. Whatever it is, it's very interesting to Falconer and his team." I lowered my voice. "Well, don't worry, buddy. I'm getting you out of here. Whatever you do, don't let Falconer open that suitcase. Once we..." Just then, Falconer opened the door and walked in. "Now, what did I just say, guys?" he said, trying and failing to mask his annoyance. "That information about your eye is classified. I think I'll just stay here for the rest of your visit." He showed no indication that he'd heard what I said. Thankfully, I told Jordan the most important part. If Falconer saw what was in the suitcase, it would ruin everything. Falconer struck down almost every question I tried to ask Jordan, and in the end, we were restricted to talking about sports and music. I was only half paying attention to the conversation, though. In my mind, I was amping myself up for what I had to do. Hopefully, Falconer didn't notice the sweat running down my face, or the slight tremor in my hands. After a few minutes of hyping myself up, I realized I was wasting precious time and went for it. I asked Falconer if I could go to the bathroom. "Of course," he said. He was smiling, but I noticed his eyes slightly narrowed. He was suspicious of me, but couldn't quite figure out why. The blond man from before, I think his name was Weaver, walked me to the bathroom, eyeing me the way a zookeeper does a lion. I got the impression if I made one wrong move, he'd have a gun trained on me in an instant. the FBI even carry guns? Oh, I always thought they had lasers or something. Either way, the closer we got, the more nervous I became. What if Faulkner searched the suitcase while I was gone? The second I shut the door, I took a deep breath and began my work. I tore out tons of paper towels and began throwing them into the trash can. Next, I grabbed a little bottle of hand sanitizer from my pocket and dumped it into the bin. Kindling, check. Fuel, check. The last thing I did was pull out a Marlboro, light it, and toss it into the trash. The giant flame didn't burst to life in the bin. Instead, it just began to smolder, producing thin wisps of smoke.
Hello. Wait, did he just strap more? Did he just strap more base to the bottom of that? That's a whole ass capsule at the bottom of that ship. This land isn't the best to, well, land on. Are there? Oh, Lutus created a crater. Yep. Why am I taking damage? Oh, why is there no oxygen here? What? Okay. Yeah. So guys. This is interesting. Like, just how it looks is interesting. Yeah. They get the overheard of getting a refinery, all that shit. Yeah. That thing looks sick. It does look like they just stuck a bunch of hydrogen thrusters on the back and called it a day. Oh, there. Yeah. Ah, leaks. It. Wait, that's a jump drive, so there, that's two jump. Oh, damn. Not sure whether leak could throw in the face. Oh, there. Hmm. Oh, yeah, that's why. And a broken panel. And a slightly damaged panel. Oh, there. Yeah, I looked on your faction and it looks quite big. Oh, there. Oh, shit, ground. Yeah. Yeah. I, for example, this part here kind of looks like they've extended it out and upwards compared to the more slender shape of the front. Jesus. Yeah. Hmm. How much is gyro? Damn. Yeah. This. I just had to look through the window, and there looks to be a refinery, an assembler, basically all the starting shit. Jesus. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, yeah, I think I remember that. Also, does that modification actually work there? Because I don't remember there being any input for it on the top of the assembler. Yeah, yeah, I have that DLC. Hello. Yeah.